Saturday afternoon in Western Sydney, 14 months, or to be more specific, 400 in fact, in 34 days since we were last here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. We reconvened for the 2022 edition, and it promises to be an edition like no other. Overnight rain and then rain during the luncheon interval mean that we're faced with a somewhat wet track as we gear up for the afternoon session here as part of the 5th motor racing event, Motor Racing Australia event, I should say, for 2022. Good afternoon, everybody. Zach Caven with you here live on Blendline TV, wherever you're tuning in all around Australia or indeed the world. Welcome to an enormous 8.5 hours of coverage from here in Western Sydney, where we have one jam-packed schedule for you, including, of course, the headline act, the 2022 Picture Partners Sydney 300, the third running of the event here. And tonight, at around 10 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time, one of these drivers will take to the top step of the podium just in front of me here as the victor. Now, whether it's Todd Herring claiming his hat-trick or one of countless contenders hoping to step in his way and deny him of a piece of 300 history remains to be seen. And of course, the wet weather brings with it plenty of variables, because in a 44-car field representing 14 different manufacturers, I might add, there are 84 drivers contesting this race. We've got so many variables with regards to safety car probability, with regards to strategy play, with regards to how this race will play out based on whether the track is wet for the majority of the race or whether it begins to dry out, so on and so forth. And one bloke here at Sydney Motorsport Park who knows the 300s like no other is the voice of Wakefield Park and Winton Motor Raceway, Lachlan Mansell. Nice to see you, mate. Welcome to the Sydney Motorsport Park precinct. Welcome to the Sydney 300 of 2022, and by gee, what a recipe we've got.
We sure have, Zach. Massive field of cars entered for this weekend. Big diversity of different drivers, cars, manufacturers, as we always get in the 300-kilometre endurance races. But the big talking point so far today is the weather conditions. Qualifying's not too far away. We had our hopes that the track might have dried out for qualifying, but a brief shower of rain passed over Sydney Motorsport Park not long ago. It has soaked the track, so it's looking increasingly likely that we're going to have at least a little bit of moisture playing its part in this qualifying session.
Exactly right, and we're during the luncheon interval here, just to paint the picture for those of you watching along at home, we are halfway through our program. Well, not quite halfway through our program, but we're saying we're halfway through our program because we've stopped and we're about to start again. This morning we had regularity competition, we had the Alfa Romeo Veloci series, we also had 4 practice sessions, 2 for each group for the Picture Partners Sydney 300, and in amongst all of that we had a drying track. No sooner did we start to see a dry line form, bang, just sprinkles of showers all over again, undoing all the hard work that had been done to lace and rubber down on the circuit this morning. So with that, we launch into the afternoon session, and it's not just about the 300. There's an enormous support cast here as well, probably the best curtain raisers we've ever had for 300s, actually, to be honest with you. The APRA New South Wales Series X3 New South Wales, 45 cars in Series X3, if you don't mind, and 31 in the APRA Series 2. A little bit of late-breaking news here this morning, Lockie. John Connolly out of the entry that he's sharing with Phil Alexander, so there's another solo driver added to the field. There are 8 of them in total this year, and a late entry in the form of Richard Mork as well. Indeed,
so Richard Mork has entered his Holden Cruise diesel into the 300, and we know that Richard Mork's a vastly experienced driver when it comes to endurance racing. Originally he was just entered in the regularity sessions this weekend, but he took the Cruise out for a run this morning. He was happy with how it was performing, so he decided, you know, why not? Why not give the 300 a crack as well? And that's one of the good things about these events, is they are very competitive focused. So in a lot of other motorsport events, a late entry like that probably wouldn't be accepted, but because it's all about competitive satisfaction in the MRA series, Terry Denovan prized himself on keeping everybody happy. He said, yeah, no problem, Richard, have a run. And it wouldn't be the first time that Morky's turned up to a racetrack and run more than he said he was going to originally. Now, you mentioned Terry Denovan, Mr. MRA. His good
itself here will be patrolling pit lane right throughout the course of the afternoon. Now, you've done this before in terms of you've commentated and been a pit reporter, dual duty for a 300, but this is the first time that you've focused solely on pit lane. Are you looking forward to that?
I am looking forward to it, Zach. I'm looking forward to bringing everybody all of the stories up and down pit lane, catching up with some of the drivers, catching up with the characters that make those 300 races what they are, and we know that strategy is going to be an integral part of how everything plays out this evening. So just keeping an eye on the pit strategies, looking at the tactics as they evolve throughout the race. That'll be my other key role today as well.
Exactly right. Now, two groups of XL qualifying coming up, plus Pulsar qualifying, then 300 qualifying this afternoon. The sprint race for the 300 over 9 laps coming up right on dusk, about 20 to 6 local time, and then of course from 7:30 or thereabouts, 77 laps, 300.685 kilometres of the Picture Partners Sydney 300. So much history at stake here as well, Lockie, but I guess there's three key stories that we're following. The weather is one, Todd Herring's hat-trick is another, and whether or not the curse of Honda can be broken as well.
Well, we've seen that Hondas have been in competitive positions in the past, not just here at Sydney, but the Wakefield 300 earlier this year. A couple of Hondas were in very good chances of winning. We saw that Benny and Jimmy Tran led the first half of the race, had arguably the fastest car in the event, and we saw that the Lloyd Godfrey Josh Buchan car was right in contention as well, but various issues prevented both of those cars from winning, and in the end it was the BMW of Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson that emerged victorious in the Wakefield 300. And that's one of the other things. We're going to talk a lot about the outright contenders this evening in terms of pace, but with the pit stop regulations and the fact that the faster cars are going to be spending more time in pit lane, it opens it up to potentially some of the cars that don't qualify so well to move forward during the race. So keeping an eye on those unfolding storylines, that'll be one of the big talking points this evening.
Now, what's also interesting is behind us you can see a lot of thick grey cloud, but in front of us there's patches of blue starting to come through here at Sydney Motorsport Park, which is an exciting sign for some dry, fast running. But if what we saw this morning is any guide, Lockie, it's going to take a while for the track itself to dry out.
It will, because there's not a lot of air movement here at the moment and also not a lot of UV on the circuit. It was taking ages and ages for dry grooves to form in the racetrack. So because we had that shower of rain not long ago, I think it's going to stay damp for the next couple of hours.
Indeed, that is the case. Now, you mentioned running along pit lane, you mentioned Terry Donovan. He's one person that I'm hoping you'll endeavour to catch up with. Charlie Viola being the name and right sponsor from Picture Partners, another. And of course, as you say, there's 1,000 stories up and down this pit lane. One of them that we haven't touched on yet, and I apologise for that. The breaking news in the lunch break is that Todd Herring has blown a head gasket. He is in the process of repairing the car, getting it back on the grid. He reckons he'll miss qualifying. He reckons he'll miss the sprint race, which means that the defending two-time winner will start this particular race from stone motherless last, should he qualify, or get the car, I should say, ready to join the back of the queue. So history awaits if he can get to the front of the field by the end of the night, Lockie, because no one's ever won this from beyond 16th, and that was a record that only got broken 5 months ago. It hadn't been won from outside the top 10 before that.
Well, it's certainly going to make the first stint of the race exciting, isn't it? Watching Todd Herring coming charging through from position 44 on the grid and watching him blaze his way through in the turbocharged Vast MX-5. That will be a sight to behold, that's for sure. But yeah, going to be a fascinating race. Like I said, lots of storylines still to unfold. Qualifying coming up. We don't know necessarily who's going to end up on pole position. We've got the sprint race as well, and the way that the different teams approach the sprint race, I mean, it's only 9 laps, but you know, it's still the first chance that a lot of the drivers and teams have got to actually race door to door against one another. So how aggressively you approach the sprint race, being mindful of the fact that you've got a 300k enduro to negotiate later on this evening.
Have a listen to him. He sounds like a kid in a candy store at the start of the day, and we hope it's the same at the end of the day. We always arrive here with a sense of anticipation. Very rarely do you leave a 300 disappointed with the sight or the spectacle that's been put on and what you've seen in the process, because this was the scene of the most thrilling finish in 300 history not 2 years ago when, or 3 years ago now, because we missed a year due to the pandemic, when Stephen Thompson and Ed Crumbly, they hate every time I mention this, but it's in 300 folklore for a reason. hit a box full of neutrals off the top corner and lost the race in the run to the line. Todd Herring and Andy Harris going into history there. Last year it was a 5-lap penalty for Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buck, and of course TCR Australia front runner at the moment, that enabled Todd Herring to come through and snatch victory. They finished 4 laps down after copping a 5-lap penalty. You're a mathematical genius, Lockie. I don't need to tell you what that means. Honda were denied last year in a cruel way, and it came down to a balaclava, as you said there earlier, on the trackside address system here. We've been talking to the trackside audience here right throughout the course of the morning. So, if anything, Todd Herring has brought a bit of luck along the way to being on the hat-trick tonight, but that's what these races are all about.
It is, and it's all about making sure that you get the little 1%ers right. With the pit stops in particular, there are so many incrementally small things that can trip you up if you don't properly manage your pit stop procedure. So things like making sure that you adhere to the pit lane speed limit, making sure that you adhere to the minimum compulsory pit stop time, making sure you don't have too many people working on the car during the pit stop, making sure the car controller doesn't touch the car, making sure that you don't infringe during the refueling processes. All of these things that you have to manage and make sure that you don't get stung by a penalty.
Just standing by here because the XLs are out to take to the circuit. Group 1 are qualifying in just a few moments' time. Who else are we keeping an eye on tonight? The BMW M4s, again, similar to Honda, mechanical reliability has been their Achilles heel in the past, but they've got 2 strong contenders in Adrian Wilson alongside Lachlan Manif, another TCR regular, and also Anthony Sewell, and another 3-time winner of 300s, Adam Burgess. So Todd's not the only one looking to join the 4-time club tonight.
He's not. So the BMW M4s, I think the big thing for them is sustainable race pace, making sure that they can maintain a consistent pace throughout the 300 Ks. But you know what? I think there's a few underdogs as well. I know we keep talking about these outright front runners in terms of speed, but again, coming back to the pit stop regulations, there's a number of cars that are maybe just a little bit further back in terms of their outright lap speed, but on strategy and reliability definitely have the potential to work their way forward. And you only need to look for a prime example of that at Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson. Not the fastest in qualifying, not the fastest over 1 lap, qualified back in 16th, but managed their race to perfection and ended up coming away with the win.
And they said to me earlier in the day, because I went for a lap of the lane during the lunch and interval, that and that's the thing, we've actually had an opportunity to catch our breath this morning and into this afternoon. Very rare that we get to do that at a race meeting, but the officials came in, enjoyed a buffet steak and sausage sandwich luncheon, and are now back out on point ready to go. Went and caught up with Daniel Kapitanovic. He said, don't put the mocker on us, don't come here and give us the commentator's curse. Basically, they feel as though the outright average speed here at Sydney Motorsport Park might be their downfall this year, remembering full well that this is a faster circuit over the distance than Wakefield and Winton.
That's true, it is a higher average speed, and that probably suits the more powerful cars just that a little bit more, because they'll be able to exploit their straight line speed on the long main straight that we have here at Sydney Motorsport Park, which is significantly longer than the top speeds at either Winton or at Wakefield Park. But the other thing as well is tyre degradation here at Sydney Motorsport Park is a lot higher. If the track dries out tonight, tyre management, particularly the front right-hand tyre through the long loaded corners that you've got here at Sydney Motorsport Park, that's going to be an issue as well. And the teams in some of the faster cars might find that their cars slow down as the tyres degrade over the course of a stint. So lots to think about.
We could talk about the pole curse. We could talk, although that started to turn around in recent years thanks to people like Todd Herring. We could talk about the lack of wins in the outright division, but again, that's something that's been bucked in the trend in the last couple of years, although the Winton 300 and also the Wakefield 300 not won from Division A in the last 12 months. We could talk about so many different things, but we're running out of time here as we get ready for the XLs to hit the circuit. So, the 2 things that I want to ask you. Can Mitsubishi, provided that the weather falls their way and luck plays into their hands, can they break their curse of having never won an outright 300 outside of Goulburn?
I think this is probably one of their best chances, particularly if it stays a bit damp. The all-wheel drive traction advantage will help the Mitsubishis, and there are a couple of strong ones, particularly the Dylan Thomas, Cody Brzezinski car, but also the Evo 10 of Harrison and Wayne Cooper. We've seen that Harrison Cooper's been very quick in the New South Wales Production Touring Car Championship on occasion this year. So there are a couple of strong Evos. You know, they're probably a bit older than some of the other cars now in terms of the technology, but they can definitely hold their own. And again, I'm not going to expect them to qualify in Division A. That means they'll spend a bit less time in the pits, and that could give them a strategic advantage.
And of course, the probability of safety cars and the more evenness, if you like, the lower degree of disparity between top and bottom, should the wet weather play into the hands of the lower divisions as opposed to the outright division, could well close it up and bring Division 2, even Division 3, B or C cars back into the fold here. But where does your money lie at this point in time? If you were to put your money where your mouth is, and I know you love having a stab at this, if you were to back a favourite at this particular point in time, where are we, 2:45 on a Saturday afternoon, where would it be?
Well, I think if you'd asked me that question before practice, I would have said Todd Herring, just on the pace that car's shown. But as we've seen, a bit of a mechanical problem with an engine drama. That's not what you want leading into a 300k endurance race. So besides the fact that you'll have to start potentially at the back of the grid, there's also the fact that, you know, they've now identified a vulnerability within that car. So you know, the trans, they're always fast. Can they finally go the distance? If they can, I think they'll be difficult to beat.
And the other thing as well, as we get ready to throw the central commentary, it's interesting to see that they put all their eggs in one basket. We have seen them team up, Jimmy with Drew Hall, Benny with Matt Longhurst in recent years. Now it's an all-Tran combination. We'll wait and see how that plays out, mate. Enjoy roaming the lane throughout the course today. Can't wait for your insights as the afternoon goes on. And as the XLs take to the circuit for the first time this afternoon, from here in pit lane, we're going to throw it up to the booth, and I'll be heading there very shortly to join arguably the doyen of Australian motorsport commentators, Will Hagan. Good afternoon to you.
Steady on, Zach. Will Hagan sitting here at a very special day, a very busy day here at Sydney Motorsport Park, with an enormous number of events, 26 things on the schedule from 8 o'clock this morning until 10:30 this evening. In front of us now we have two qualifying sessions for XLs, one for Pulsars, then three in a Formula One supercars type format for the Sydney 300. So the full field then comes down to 60% of the field for the second qualifying session, the first one of 25 minutes, second of 15, and the third for the top 20% of the field. And it's a field of around about 40, 42, 43. So a fifth of that is about 8 cars, and that will be for 10 minutes only. Then we have an XL race and a Pulsar race. Then we have the Sydney 300 sprint race over 9 laps. What the guys were talking about there in pit lane was interesting, because as you're in each division, you're limited to a certain range of lap times, and if you better the lap time of your division, then you are penalised. So the 9-lap sprint has all the temptation for the guys to go harder, faster than they will want to go in their division and want to go during the 77 laps of the main event at the Sydney 300. Anyway, after the first race of the Sydney 300, that 9-lap race, 21st event on the schedule, we then have the XLs, Hyundai XLs, we should say, in their second race. Then the Pulsars in their second race, the third race for XLs, and then at 7:30 at this very variable day here at west of Sydney at Sydney Motorsport Park, a place known as Eastern Creek, and the circuit was known as Eastern Creek, but there's so much motorsport here, so many tracks, so much facility, that it's rightly, as I've sort of thought about it and considered it, known as now officially as Sydney Motorsport Park. It's where the Australian Racing Drivers Club came from when they had been at Amaroo Park, and in fact won a court case against residents who were protesting about it. And the court case said, no, you knew the racing circuit was here. It runs within certain time frame, and it can continue to do so. But the good thing about this meeting is not just that it's a very intense one-day meeting, starting and finishing effectively on this Saturday, albeit that there was some running last night as the cars come out, the Hyundai XLs, the first of their two qualifying sessions, is that picture partners back to the series. They're an interesting outfit, an association of independent accounting and business advisory firms located in Adelaide, Brisbane, Melbourne, Newcastle, and the Hunter, Perth and Sydney. And they support this series very strongly, and we're very grateful to them for that support. For an event, goodness me, this is pretty unusual these days, with free admission. Very unusual for motorsport, very unusual for most things these days. Blow me down, you get in for free, and you see a full day, or a very intense part of the day.
Company on the platforms of Glenline TV. Welcome to those of you already interacting with us via Facebook and YouTube. We are ready to go for what should be a terrific day here. So, we've already got some trouble here on the circuit, Bill.
Because he can't see where he's going.
The bonnet of the 210 is...
He got to the service station saying, could you have a look at my engine, please? He thought he was at the service station, but he wasn't.
No, exactly right. So, he is just over at turn 2 at this particular point in time. And we've got the 55 off the circuit there as well. Now, this is Group 1 of the 2 group qualifying here for the Series X3 New South Wales category, and I must thank Nicole from Series X3 New South Wales for sending some information through to me during the luncheon interval with regards to all of these drivers who are competing this afternoon. And it's as though take your pick, Will, there's a driver for everyone here at the moment. There's 44 of these cars taking part this afternoon.
It's a dreadful confession to say that I have a nice warm top at home that has XL on it, because I was at the original release of the Hyundai XL in Australia. And really, this is interesting. There's an enormous number of them, and they provide wonderful racing, particularly up and down the Australian East Coast. But it says how successful they were with this very modestly powered, modestly specified vehicle that really was the basis of the build of Hyundai and its associated brand Kia in Australia. You look at the number, there's 44 of them listed as entries here, and as I say, it goes back a long way in the history of this rapidly improving, expanding firm, Hyundai in Korea.
So, green flag on circuit. You can see on your timing screen on the top left of, on the left full stop of shot there, ladies and gentlemen, the running order at the moment, but we don't have a fair reflection of what the running order is until the first flying lap times will be lodged, and that will be next time by the line. There at the moment on screen is car number 20 of Brown. And it'll be interesting to see what the form guide suggests here as well, because XL racing, like Formula V, is a little bit like a lottery, if you don't mind.
This is David Brown in car number 20, albeit not the David Brown that has done a lot of motoring journalism. A very different guy to that. There he is again, in one of these very similar Hyundai XL vehicles. I imagine that they've had a very long history in terms of their suspension, their body, and the mechanicals. And lovely stuff. David Brown, though, very sideways, and ultimately goes in with the right front and then brings the side of the car around with him. Over enthusiastic in that left-hander, the quick one, off the end of the straight. So David Brown, who he had 6 cars behind him in terms of time of, as you were saying, Zach, this early lap. In the early part of it, where the cars are in the order more of when they went out. It's a red flag too, of when they went out rather than the potential of the drivers. But at the moment, it is Bywater in number 83, who's the quickest of everybody, and Adam Bywater, with Rouse in 81, and that's Tim Rouse, second fastest. Markwick, Schiberis, Gardiner, which isn't Gardner, who was world motorcycle champion, Williams, and then a number of them, including in 717, Jason Bargwanna. Now, the Bargwanna family have a rich motorsport history. At Bathurst, Jason's father, not this Jason, the Jason above him, his father Harry was a motorsport competitor. Then Jason, he was on pole position at Bathurst and crashed the car on the warm-up lap on Sunday morning, and therefore missed out on starting from the front row of the grid at Bathurst, but raced a lot of cars over a long time and very successfully too. The car's now doing what they do with a red flag, and that's it. Come into pit lane and await the instructions. I assume it's to remove car number 20, David Brown. When that's done, this session will resume. It's of 15 minutes, and it is a qualifying session, as also is the qualifying session to follow it for Group 2.
Don't be surprised at all if we see, when they do get cars back out into the circuit, the session slightly trimmed because of the delay caused by the red flag. But yes, that's the situation here at the moment at Sydney Motorsport Park, where we haven't seen any more than 2 qualifying laps lodged here. Bywater and also the 81 entry of Rouse. Yes, and a couple of drivers were on a flying lap there, Will, and unfortunately they've had
they were, and we had, 5 had got to Sector 2 going quickly. 10 had gone quickly into Sector 1, which wasn't Bywater, Rouse, Markwick, Schiberis, Gardiner or Williams. It was the cars below them, but nobody completing a lap because they hadn't, even the 5 that had got to Sector 2 of the track was divided into 3 sectors, hadn't got to Sector 3 and therefore completed a lap time. So, all waiting on this very changeable day, a bit of sun peeping through, trying to dry things out, trying to warm people up, but it's a very wet area, very scrubby in the grass areas around this nearly 4-kilometre circuit. This is their Grand Prix circuit, where the Australian round of the World Motorcycle Championship, MotoGP, was held on several occasions. It came from Phillip Island and came up here. In fact, to get the circuit underway, it's all clear now. They're going back out again. And this massive field of Hyundai XLs gets out to do their work.
Now remember, of course, this is just part 1 of a 2-part qualifying session, ladies and gentlemen. And that was all brought about because of the depth of the field, the size of the field, and of course the withdrawal of the clubman category from the event, which opened up a little bit of time in the schedule to allow us to split 300 practice up into 2 groups over 15 minutes each and 2 practice sessions each. So they've had an hour of running, half an hour each throughout the course of the morning. And of course now we have a 2-part qualifying session for Series X3 New South Wales, which, as you can see on your screen there, ladies and gentlemen, vast amount of support from the local business sector with regards to Series X3.
And you're looking at these cars tearing around at pretty impressive pace, but look at them in this light. They were introduced in 1985 and production finished in the year 2000 after quite a long production run. So the youngest of them is 22 years old, and there's 44 of them with their owners very keen to give them extra flogging in this late part of their life. Some of them might be more than 30 years old. It's good to see.
Exactly right. Now, three names that I want to mention and that you'll need to keep an eye on throughout the course of the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, are those from interstate, specifically Queensland. And I apologise if I'm speaking out of turn by missing someone here, but Jackson and Gavin Faulkner from Ivy Car Loans, they are in this field. I caught up with them during the drivers' briefing. They said they've got a couple of little nitty-gritty gremlins that they've got to sort out. And then, of course, we have another name that will be familiar to you for various different reasons. Will Hagen, car number 53, Max Gagan. And yes, there is a tie to a famous name in Australian motorsport there, let me tell you.
Well, absolutely. The two Gagan boys, Leo, the elder of them, and then Ian Pete Gagan, as he was known, the younger of them, both spectacular in very different ways. There's another car off track too. XLs have limited levels of adhesion, but that makes them fun to drive and easy to drive too. Yes, and there was Tom Gagan, the father, who ran taxis out Liverpool way, and it was very traditional in the days of the Tasman series at Warwick Farm and Lakeside and Sandown in Victoria and Lowood in Longford, in Tasmania. Very traditional after the Sydney round at Warwick Farm for the international drivers to go to the Gagans for a party after the race on Sunday night. They were very social days, lovely. But yes, so we have Max Gagan in a time when we're remembering a Max, very famous in Australian motorsport, but it was Max Stahl. Collins, C-O-L-L-I-N, Max Stahl. CMS was the number plate on his red Volvo 122, and for a long time he was the editor and the advertising manager of Racing Car News, and that was the monthly magazine that everybody that was in any way interested in motorsport read literally from cover to cover. It covered Australian motorsport extensively at a time when it was really in many ways stronger than it is now, because now we've got one really strong category, supercars. We have other categories sort of attached to it to some degree, but once upon a time there were a number of categories that were all very strong. You had the CAMS Gold Star, Confederation of Australian Motorsport, and would determine Australia's champion race driver in single-seaters. We had sports sedans, we had standard sedans, we had standard 500-mile races at Phillip Island, then came to Bathurst in 1963. Bathurst had run a 6-hour race there for standard sports cars and sedans in 62, so there were lots of variety then, where it's all thin now to be concentrated in one particular area. But the really good part about it is that what we're watching here today and this meeting and this sort of category gets us back to those early ground roots days of motorsport, where with a few bob and a lot of enthusiasm you can have a whole pile of fun very cheaply, very enthusiastically, and what's more, learn a fair bit about driving and about safety.
Well, that's exactly right. This is one of those categories where you're very lucky in the sense that if you want to go and blow the family budget, you're absolutely entitled to. But you can be just as competitive, just as quick, and have just as much fun by doing it on the smell of an oily rag, Will. And that is, as you say, what grassroots motorsport is all about. And these guys, Series X3, and their counterpart on the support card here this afternoon, the Picture Partners Apra Series, they do it just as good as anybody. In fact, I like to think of it as the tin top equivalent of Formula V in many respects, in the way in which they'll be dicing and dueling as the races unfold. And the good thing about what we've got with the XLs this afternoon, we've got 3 short, sharp, jabby sprint races. So the elbows will be out early, they'll get stuck into it. The APRA boys and girls, they have a bit more time to ease into it because they're over half an hour at the Pulsars.
And the interesting part for these guys and gals is if they run into any problem, mechanical or damage the bodywork or whatever, They don't go to the dealer to buy new parts or some racing car manufacturer. They hop along to a wrecking yard and they get the next one.
You and I have probably been at race meetings in the past where if you know someone that's running a Hyundai XL or a Nissan Pulsar as a road car, that is what's used for spare parts, and the driver of said vehicle ends up getting an Uber home.
I did recently hear, no, it's not a good motorsport story, I better not tell it, but somebody needing a spare engine for a car, but and how they got it.
Let's update you on times here for the qualifying session, part 1 for Series X3, ladies and gentlemen, and the 161, of course, with Tony Gardner behind the wheel. 208.9607, that is the benchmark at this point in time. You notice as you look at the pictures on track there that we have not too much in the way of moisture on the circuit, but just enough to make it interesting. Just enough to make it challenging for these guys. It's not as though we've had a downpour here at Sydney Motorsport Park, just more in the way of intermittent sprinkles and drizzles throughout the course of the afternoon, and even back last night as well, Will. A lot of water left on the track last night.
What was left that hadn't been lifted up by the cars that were going around, some of the spray that came off cars after very heavy rainfalls was just monumental.
Yeah.
It was about twice the height of a car, and it ran for about 30 metres behind them. It was just ferocious. But very different day here today, cool day, and the sun trying to dry things, but lots of cloud overhead.
Smallest bit of spray being kicked up off the vehicles as they make their way around. Checkered flag is due in 1 minute and 45 seconds here, and you might have seen it on screen there through Brocco 5, as it's known here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The current front runner of this session in Tony Gardner, having an enormous tank slapper, did well to gather it up. There's the first real evidence of any standing water on the racetrack there on the run towards turn 9, 10 and 11.
Yes. And what a good circuit this is. It's got its hills and uphill and downhill, tight corners, very fast corners. Nice variety to this Sydney Motorsport Park. New
name at the top of the leaderboard, Jason Bargwanna, 717, the old experienced hand of racing. He's been around longer than I have in motorsport circles. What is it, 30 odd years now?
Very long time. Son of Harry.
Yep.
Yeah, and well, in a sense, if he couldn't be up near the top, you'd have said he's lost his touch. And he's had that much experience and been that good that I wouldn't expect him to lose his touch. And in that many different cars as well. Oh, absolutely. Enormous experience. Yep. And getting the most out of these vehicles with very low performance and with low levels of grip, low corner speed is not easy. Because as somebody once said to me, I remember talking to Warren Willing about he'd ridden a 250 around Amaroo Park with the end of the session now shown with the checkered flag. And the next year he was on a 750, and I said, "Oh, Warren, a 750 would be hard." He said, "No. He said, with the 250, you've got to be flat out all the time. And if you lose ground, you've lost it for a kilometre or more." And that's the same with these things. 100%. If you had a lot of performance, you're braking at every corner. But if you've got very little performance, you're not often braking. You just tip it into the corner and keep up the speed that you've built up over a long, long time. So it actually, to get a good time out of these lower powered cars, takes in some ways more commitment than it does in a very fast, powerful vehicle. Session at an end here, and I'll come back to that point in just a moment if I may. Jason Bargwanna is fastest in Q1, and I say that because we've still got the second half of the field to come. So this two-part XL qualifying only halfway there. And Tony Gardner, actually, let's keep an eye on this, because Tony Gardner is fastest to the second intermediate, the second split, the second timing loop. And if he can topple Bargwanna at the tail of this session, he will be the benchmark going into the second part of qualifying when the next half of the field emerges onto the racetrack. Down the straight they come. Bywater to second, 208.62. Gardner now topples everybody, a 7-4.
He's put 9/10 on Jason Bargwanna. That is an extraordinary margin to find time-wise in the final lap of the session. Talk about saving the best until last. 9/10 of a second. Gardner the first into the 207s. 207.41. Bargwanna 208.39. Bywater, number 83, of course, a brilliant run from Adam Bywater to be third at the moment, 208.62. And the 55, of course, of Shannon Williams there in fourth place. Neve, Markwick, Rouse, Skaviris, Nicholson and Ford making up the top 10. Just 15 cars setting times in this half of the session, which means we are missing a couple.
David Brown included in car 20 that caused the red flag.
That's right. He was the car that pulled up around the back end of Corporate Hill in turn 9 there. And just as I say that, well, I'm looking left of our commentary position. There's the drizzle again, and all of a sudden, all the wet weather
through drizzle through the sun, which it is.
Yeah, exactly. All the wet weather fans in the pit lane, namely those aboard the all-wheel drives, are licking their lips.
I always like motorsport events where the conditions change.
Yep.
If you have the same conditions all the time, you're only going to see one level of skill and performance. But you get changed conditions. Somebody who mightn't be so quick in the dry suddenly becomes quick, perhaps in a slower vehicle in the wet. Somebody with more commitment suddenly kicks on in the wet. So it's nice. It keeps the drivers and their teams thinking and working very hard to achieve the overall result.
So the second portion of qualifying now, I'll tell you what, there's a fair few cars out there for starters just when you have half the field. Imagine what the traffic's going to be like if you're mid-pack on the opening lap a little bit later on.
Beautiful to watch.
Fantastic.
Yeah, 44 cars entered in the XLs, 33 in the Nissan Pulsars, which are following this practice session or qualifying session. Altogether, there were more than 150 entries, including 44 as it was trimmed down from a high of about 47, 48 early on for the Sydney 300. So a lot of cars and an enormous variety of cars, different makes and models here. In fact, let's think about it. You will see a greater range of vehicles today in one day in this event at Sydney Motorsport Park than you would see over 3 days of most motorsport meetings in Australia today. And indeed, that would not only more, probably by a factor of about 3 or 4 times as many different vehicles, models and makes. So lots to watch, lots to find interesting as we watch closely. Great camera work on car number 4, looking terrific, very nicely presented.
That's Matt Woodward, of course, as they come down onto the main straight. And just as we say that, the sun's disappeared behind the clouds, the rain slightly heavier, the challenge awaits. And the question was asked in the drivers' briefing, because of the changeable conditions by Jason Bargwanna, it didn't seem to faze him in the end. He got out and got on with it. Whether they'd combine the two groups in the name of fairness, and race control said, no, we'll run it as it is.
And here's an interesting fact. They may be 2-speed wipers, but they may also be only single-speed. For a category that started in 1985, or cars that were built in 1985 and went to year 2000. I suppose they're 2-speed wipers, but let's put it another way. They aren't speed relative like the fancy wipers on today's cars. At very best, they'll have 2 speeds, slow and not quite as slow.
That's right. So
it's lovely to watch them. I'm really enjoying looking at these little cars. William Seal. I used to know his brother, Wild Seal.
I love it. Actually, I'm familiar with the name Seal, of course. William and his sister Shani, of course. Karting graduates over the years. And they're like many. And this is the great thing. You've been around motorsport longer than some would care to remember, Will, in terms of just how many years have passed by. I often think that you've forgotten more about motorsport than I'll ever know.
I've certainly forgotten.
Yeah, but it's extraordinary in the sense that when you look at the evolution in the way that motorsport has progressed along the years. We still have grassroots categories like this, but the options now are far more than what they ever used to be. The opportunities are endless. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all fighting for the same amount of airtime and exposure and track time, and that is a difficult problem that we've got trying to navigate the enormity of the amount of categories we've got. But one thing that I love about this is no longer do you look at open wheelers as the only stepping stone out of karting. It's now that you could go into a Hyundai Excel, you could go into a Formula V or Formula Ford, or you could go into a Pulsar, and those guys are coming up next, of course. So, gone minimal. Oh, hang on, car 18 off the road there. Car 18, of course, is Louis Bahaja. He's done well to keep that off the wall, I should say, down there at turn 1. That is an enormous off at the end of the main straight. And we will occasionally see a few guys fall foul of the high-speed nature of turn 1 and a little bit of a slip and slide.
A long time ago, Mark Scaife had a very exciting moment down there, a very big moment.
That was
before they had got that sort of runoff area now.
That was back in the Winfield Challenge days, wasn't it?
That's right, it was.
So, that, again, comment from you, and I'll just refresh everybody's memory here. Stepping stones out of karting now. We've got more than ever because of categories like this.
I don't think so, actually.
No?
I think this is back as an amateur thing, fun thing for people with lower ambition. Karting they're wanting to get into.
Yeah. If
they're going to stay in Australia, they're wanting to get into supercars. They go into the category, the junior category, but they might go into the Toyota 86 series or whatever, or they want to get into go overseas like Scott McLaughlin, and I'm just delighted with the fact that he's gone overseas and said, no, supercars isn't the top of my goal. I want to get into IndyCar, and you know the way he's going, he might get a chance to be tried out for Formula One. And but they won't use this sort of category. This is a separate mob that are doing their own fun thing on a modest budget, and doing it within that thing. Frankly, what they'll learn out of this is merely to keep the costs down and to have a pile of fun, and to get probably to get the family involved. And in some instances, as you were highlighting earlier, we see in the Sydney 300 race, we've got father and son racing and so on. That's the sort of thing that can happen.
And I guess the other good thing here is they'll get an opportunity to hone their racecraft as well, because in these categories, as we saw last year, you're more likely to end up in a dice of cars fighting for track position. So you learn a little bit about racecraft here as well.
Oh, absolutely.
And a heck of a lot of fun in the process,
as you were saying. And here we go.
Car number 171 on the dirt there as well. I think that might be the same area of the circuit that Bahaja come off at. That's Benny Bargwanna. So again, you mentioned Jason Bargwanna earlier, father and son, relatives, all that sort of element. That's the great thing about, we talk motorsport being a family, but it is a family sport at the same time.
Look at the tracks that he's leaving through the muddy outfield. He's lucky to get out of there. One of the early front-wheel drive cars made in big volume by Hyundai, and as I say, very much the basis of the company that now is absolutely sparkling.
Fastest car in this session at the moment, and it's not really a surprise, is the number 84 in Will Longmore. Good to see Louis Bahaja had got back on the racetrack after that off-track skirmish a few moments ago. But just as I say that, he's got it all sorts of crossed up coming out of 5, and that will compromise this lap as well. And they've only got another couple of minutes as far as clocking a time is concerned, or the possibility to do so is concerned. So he needs to find a way to lodge a clean lap and do so very quickly, or otherwise he could have a difficult night at the office navigating his way through all sorts of traffic. And we know that these races, yes, they can be won from anywhere, and you can have a heck of a lot of fun driving through the field, but they are only sprint races at the end of the day. So by the time you get through 3 of them, you may have only cracked the top 10 rather than having a crack in the top 10. Side-by-side action, that'll be common practice, I should say, a little bit later on in the day. And a lot of these drivers will be looking for a draft and a tow and a slipstream down the main straight. They'll be looking for what I like to call, Will, a dance partner, if you like.
Going wide off the right-hand hairpin down off after Corporate Hill, but rejoining without any Any damage?
Car number 2, Dylan DeBono, has another karting graduate, actually, another guy that stepped up out of karts, has slotted into second fastest on combined times, of course, bearing in mind that you're still seeing the results from the first session there as well, with Tony Gardner in the 161, fastest in that session, currently sitting third, fastest overall. Timmy Columbrita, another former karter, in fourth place, and Will Longmore, the provisional fast front runner at the moment, he's there, 206.0914, and he is the fastest thus far, and on another quickie fastest.
Is
to the
he
first
from
sector.
Queensland?
Will Longmore?
Because there was a Lang Longmore from Queensland in the 1960s, thereabouts, racing.
As you know, I have the privilege of commentating the XL Series up there, and I haven't seen his name on the list up there, but this is the second year in a row I've seen him at the Sydney 300, so I think they are Sydney-based, but they may have Queensland roots. That's an interesting question. We'll have to get to the bottom of that.
The Gagan car has come up to 12th fastest. Matt Gagan in number 53.
Yep.
Close following here between 68 and 4. Monique Chaberis in the lead of those two vehicles, and Matt Woodward following closely behind. As you said, slipstreaming and canny driving and clever overtaking and sometimes desperate braking is going to be the secret to success, but also to great entertainment for us here.
Now, as I said in the opener, we've got Lachlan Mansell standing by to patrol the pit lane. I'm not sure if he brought his raincoat with him or his wet weather race suit. Remember back in the days when karters would have their usual race suit, but they'd also have a wet weather race suit? I think Lockie needs to get a wet weather race suit now.
I have a hat at home from an Adelaide Grand Prix where it absolutely teemed raining and the hat has never lived again.
89 or 91?
Yeah, I forget, but it was the one that was cut short.
91, yeah.
And my goodness, did I ever get wet.
We're just standing by for a checkered flag here. Will Longmore, 205.3019. 205.3019, fastest lap of the session. So he set the pace here last year along with Cody Bircher. It looks like he's going to do the same again in 2022. There he is, the 84 on your screen. The fastest in this session thus far.
There's a Jason Bargwana, and there's a
Ben Bargwana.
And and a Gagan. Goodness me.
Some great Australian motorsport pedigree there.
Trying to think of the Chaberis. I think somebody ran a Simca at one stage, Chaberis, a long time ago.
I was going to say, I know Monique Chaberis' gene pool there because Blake and Brian have been regulars in my circles for years through karting and now into the XLs as well. And they're an extremely talented bunch. Will Longmore standing by for a checkered flag momentarily here, folks, to bring the curtain down on this session.
I like the paint schemes on some of these cars. I suspect the paint and the paint scheme might be more expensive than the car.
They put in a tremendous effort on presentation.
They do.
And that's what it's about these days, because all these guys are trying to get their name out there, trying to attract some sort of sponsorship.
It looks terrific.
Lighten the load on their own wallet, lighten the burden on their own wallet, and go racing. So,
but you know, tyres would be very low cost, very modest spec tyres that aren't expensive, and the whole thing is just great stuff for, you know, the nursery, if you like, of motorsport.
And of course, platforms like Glen One TV assist in showcasing what these guys do, and therefore more sponsors, I should say, are more willing to come to the table and fork out their hard-earned, because they know that there's potential for exposure to a larger audience than just those who are trackside, although we would argue that the best seat in the house is to be here trackside, even if it is raining. 34 minutes of a lap since the first cars came out onto the circuit in the first qualifying session, or the first part of this qualifying session, I should say, and very shortly we'll have the APRA New South Wales Series qualifying session as well. And then after that, 3-part Sydney 300 qualifying, and we cannot wait for that. Max Gagan, sorry Will, Max Gagan has jumped up from 12th to 4th, a 2:07.81. Sure, he's 2.5 seconds off Will Longmore's time, but that's an impressive run from a guy that nabbed a race win a few weeks ago at, I can't remember if it was Lakeside Park or Queensland Raceway, one of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup venues. And a very nice performance from him to be 4th and in with a real chance when we go racing, because especially in these variable conditions, Will, qualifying and racing are two completely different kettles of fish.
Yeah, it's great stuff. The Gagans, as I said, very much a Liverpool-based family and business, albeit that later they had a car yard and they imported and distributed Lotus as well as driving the things. And indeed, Leo ended up with the Lotus 39, checkered flag flying, session finished. But Leo ended up with the Lotus 39, which is a very rare Lotus model and not a very successful one, but Leo made it work very well and ran it in the Tasman series in Australia and in New Zealand. There we are, the end of that session.
Longmore with pole. And no real surprise there. He's got it by 1.07 seconds from Dylan De Bono. And to credit where it's due to Tony Gardner in that first practice session. Oh, we've got trouble coming round onto the main straight. Car number 31 pointing the wrong way. And of course, the 31, for those of you playing along at home, is Hayden Auld. That's at turn 11. And that is going to compromise the run for a few of these guys that were on their final flying lap. We'll see if anyone improves as a result of that, but if they do, race control might want to have a word with them because there is a yellow flag out. However, Dylan De Bono 2nd, Max Gagan 4th, Tim Golombrita 5th. So to give you an indication of how well the Session 1 times stacked up against Session 2, Session 2 the faster of the sessions obviously, but Jason Bargwana 6th and Tony Gardner still 3rd. So not a bad outcome in many respects. There will be a few people disappointed that they may not have necessarily got the better of the track conditions, but you've got to do the best with the conditions presented before you and the cards you dealt.
So 4 qualifying sessions to follow. 2 for those XLs in a 44 car field. The next Pulsars in a 33 car field. Just 1 qualifying session, and then those 3 for the Sydney 300. The entire field of 40 odd in the first session. Over 25 minutes, that coming down to 60% of the field. That'll be about 25 cars of the 40 odd for 15 minutes, and then the top 20% of the field should be 8 or 9 cars thereabouts. That'll be in the third part of qualifying, 10 minutes. Before then, we get, ladies and gentlemen, to 2, 4, 6, 7 races to follow the next 4 qualifying sessions. We've got plenty for you.
Oh, indeed we do. Of course, there'll be 3 races for Series X3 New South Wales, 2 half-hour mini enduros, if you like, for the APRA New South Wales Championship, and of course the sprint race leading into the main 77-lap feature for the Sydney 300. So we are looking forward immensely to the afternoon and evening ahead here. And as I said in the opener down in pit lane with Lockie Mansell, who we'll no doubt be hearing from shortly, so much history on the line here today in Western Sydney, and potentially with the wet weather presented to us, a potential venture into the unknown. Because I know.
We're not far from Antarctica. What did you have in mind?
No. We've never we've had wet weather Sydney or Wakefield or Winton 300s before, but we've never had a wet nighttime Sydney 300 or any variation.
Doubling
of
the difficulty, night and rain.
Yep. So, and that was one of the reasons why practice last night here was so valuable to these guys. The opportunity, as we see the APRA New South Wales series making their way out onto the circuit. One of the great things about hey, here we go.
Wonderful.
Some of the native Australian wildlife enjoying
What are you guys doing here? On the other side of the fence?
Exactly.
What's going on here?
You could only
A bloke can't have a peaceful afternoon.
No, exactly. You could only hope he doesn't feel the need to come and join us on the racetrack.
Wonderful stuff. Oh, glorious. Oh, and then those kangaroo ears. Just lovely.
No one ever questions where, because we have a lot of people tune in from around the world on the platforms of Blendline TV. No one ever questions the fact that it's streaming from Australia when they see a kangaroo not too far by.
Well, we're, 35 kilometres or there, 38 or something, from the centre of Sydney, and there's a roo sitting there.
Yep.
Mind you, where I am in the lower Hunter Valley, up near Cessnock, coming home a while ago, I saw 3 emus in a paddock not far from home, you know, nice to see. Mind you, we're not being very kind to the animals around us in Australia, and indeed in a lot of parts of the world. As we see some interesting braking and jostling for position there as they come down out of Corporate Hill, round this descending tight hairpin, before they then level out, get on the throttle and run their way up to the last part of the circuit. Quite an interesting complex of corners up here, through the right-hander. Then they've got to work out to knock off speed and so on, and do this double apex corner at the top of Brabham Straight, named after one of the great motorsport characters, the late Sir Jack Brabham, John Arthur Brabham as he was originally christened, but the only person to win a world championship in a car of his own team and his own manufacture. He wasn't the prime designer of the cars, as we see another car running off at the bottom of Brabham Straight.
And that's not where you want to be this early in the session.
It was the late Ron Torinac, who died a couple of years ago, aged 95, was Jack's prime designer, as we see that
car 282, of course, and that's more so for the benefit of the trackside audience that can't see our pictures that are being beamed to you right around the world.
It's Andre Cortez.
Yeah, Andre Cortez, that's him. So if they can't get him out of there, they will neutralise the session. And that would be somewhat frustrating for these guys that are currently on their first flying lap, including Josh Craig and Harrison Inwood, as they make their way around to turn 8 once more. Josh Craig in 20. Whoa, sideways tank slub a moment if you don't mind. Red flag. Red flag. The session has been stopped, and that will be for that stricken car at 1 in Andre Cortez. So yet again, we get halfway into a session, we get a little bit energetic about it and enthused, and all of a sudden these guys got themselves psyched up, got into the rhythm, and now they've got to go back to pit lane, reset, and do it all over again, and that can sometimes be frustrating. So we're looking ahead as well, ladies and gentlemen. We're reminding you of the Sydney 300 qualifying session coming up very shortly. 3-part qualifying session. We have been reliably informed that the full field will take to the track for the first session, 26 cars. For the second session, 13 cars for Q3. It's not quite the even split of losing 40% of the field as we go. There'll be a bigger chunk of cars drop out of the contest between session 1 and 2 than what there will be session 2 and 3. Because
so the recovery vehicle is going very steadily and gently because it's a 2-wheel drive and it's in a very muddy section. And I suspect he'll want to go downhill before he tries to drag that car uphill. Exactly. Having said that, he's aimed himself uphill, but it'll be interesting to see. There's plenty of opportunity for wheel spin and getting bogged around this Sydney Motorsport Park. Like so much of the eastern part of Australia, the ground is so wet, down so deep, that more rain just really sits almost on the surface and makes what should be wet soil very muddy soil and grass that's very easily cut up.
Probably an opportune moment, Will, while we've got cars on pit road, to remind everybody of the championship points so far in APRA New South Wales in 2022. Of course, these guys put on a terrific show at Mount Panorama on the support bill for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour earlier in the year. And now they're back here at Sydney Motorsport Park supporting Motor Racing Australia, and they've been a staple of the Motor Racing Australia
but
series.
as we have a good look at the field too, queued up there in pit lane, 40 km/h speed limit in pit lane, and the moment, of course, under the red flag, everybody stationary waiting for the car to be cleared and then things to get underway again.
They've been a staple of the Motor Racing Australia circus for 8-9 years now. Have the APRA Pulsars, and also I should point out too, the great people at Series X3 have been around for roughly the same time. They were both introduced as a combined category back in the day at around the same time, 2012, 2013.
Jamie Canellis there with the yellow car, 222, midway down that field of cars, queued up waiting to get out. 78 over in the right-hand side there, in the
Kane Alderton.
Yeah, the paddock area, and at the very head of the field. Another number 20. It's not David Brown. This is Joshua Craig at the head of the field in his Nissan Pulsar. Again, the Pulsar model, bigger than the XL, more expensive, bigger engine, and a very successful model for Nissan in the upper end of the small car class, both booted versions but also hatchbacks and four-door vehicles. And a nice run here along pit lane as we see them queued up. 31 there, Brock Stinson, and 43 is Harrison Inwood. As you can see, he calls himself Harry.
And he's currently sitting second in the points race as well. Will, I might take this opportunity just to remind everybody that Gavin Reynolds leads the APRA series at the moment, 1,136 points, 1,047 for Harrison Inwood, and then only 14.5 points back to Josh Haynes and Ben Sheedy and Shane Tate making up the top five. Only 134.5 points separates first through fifth at the moment in the MRF Tyres APRA Series for 2022. Our man Lockie Mansell is down on pit lane, so we're looking forward to hearing from him throughout the course of the afternoon. There is the number 8, of course, of Chris Manning, and behind him number 113, Jerome Perosi. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment. You can imagine there'll be a few itchy feet amongst the Pulsar fraternity right now, wanting to get out there, knowing how important qualifying is, because it sets up the rest of the afternoon and the run into the evening. And given that the field is so deep and they've only got 2 30-minute races, every position, every championship point counts, particularly for those guys in the top 5 at the moment, given that the points race is as close as it is. And of course, we're past the midway point of the season. We're on the run home now, of course, being the back end of July. So there'll be a few guys sitting beyond that top 5 thinking, we need to get a wriggle on here and make every post a winner. We're just getting word from race control that it'll be 1 minute until we get going here. As we remind you all that along the bottom of the screen, the people that make the MRF Tyres APRA Pulsar Racing Series possible, including the naming rights sponsor of the Sydney 300, Pitcher Partners, Charlie Viola, of course. If he's not running in improved production or he's not running in the Sydney 300, he's having a steer of a Pulsar as well. So he's heavily involved. He loves his grassroots motorsport. He loves having the ability to give back. And he understands the importance of grassroots motorsport for people to, as he was saying to me on Facebook last night, people to get away from the monotony of everyday life and come here and put everything to the back of their mind and just focus on going fast in a race car. And he also understands the importance that without grassroots motorsport, the rest of it doesn't happen either. This is the breeding ground of what you see at the likes of supercars, Formula One level. It all starts with grassroots and the opportunities at state and national level.
Well, it's what keeps the circuits going too.
That's
This
right.
circuit is booked almost every day of the year. It's flat out with sometimes new car releases, sometimes private speed days for bikes or for cars, but race meetings as well. Tomorrow there's a big all-Ford day here. There's a speedway that's allegedly cost $90 million to build. Now, I find it very hard to understand how that could be the case, but it's part of Sydney Motorsport Park. It's replacing the one out near Parramatta.
That's right.
And PCR,
yes.
Parramatta City Raceway, as it was grandly called, and a great circuit actually. Some wonderful sprint car racing out there, and the new circuit to replace it is here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
It certainly is. I haven't checked it out yet, but I'm sure it'll be on the to-do list some point. I couldn't go anywhere except basically town and back when I was in Cessnock at Christmas time last year, because it was automatically sentencing yourself to 7 days of isolation just about. So I'm hoping that this year, with a little bit more flexibility and movement, I can come down and have a night at the Speedway here. I haven't done the as a commentator, Will, I'm a terrible spectator, so I don't do the spectator thing terribly often. But that is one that I'd like to go and see, because I did get to Parramatta once upon a time, and even before that, the Newcastle.
As we saw Kane Alderton come out in 78.
Now, I've got two bits of information, well, one bit of information and a question for you. Will Longmore, I've had the word come through as a Wagga Wagga boy. You were asking the question whether he's a Queensland boy or a New South Wales boy.
Well, that's a long way from where Lang Longmore came from.
Exactly, and it's a long trek to Sydney from Wagga Wagga as well.
Mind you, he might have got sensible and moved from Queensland to Wagga Wagga.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Why do the Aborigines use two words for places like Wagga Wagga?
I have no idea.
It's because they don't have in their language qualifiers like very or whatever. So whatever Wagga means, Wagga might mean dry. So to say it's very dry, they say Wagga Wagga.
Right.
Instead of saying, as we would, very dry. And of course, with some of those town names, they lose their second appellation. But yeah, no, that's why we get.
And the second point that I want to ask you about as well, you mentioned Scott McLaughlin earlier, and this is just while these guys go through the motions of getting another lap in the can here, because they've just completed their second sighting or formation lap, rolling lap if you like, warm up to come round and get into qualifying mode again. So it'll be a little while before we get some fast times coming through. You mentioned Scott McLaughlin there earlier. He came out earlier in the week and said he reckons Shane Van Gisbergen would be a good fit in IndyCar as well as McLaughlin, the two Kiwis. I guess that would be based on what we saw him do in the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Well, I think it's defined by a number of things. I mean, talent, but application.
Yep.
We've seen Scott McLaughlin recently run in rallies. He's won a rally. He's been in New Zealand. He's in fact been stopped Shane Van Gisbergen,
yep.
Who's won a rally and so on. And he's done Speedway and so on. He's been stopped by his team from doing, I think, a Trans Am race that he wanted to do. But he's just absolutely keen. He's learning all the time in all the different categories and what they offer and how you have to respond to it. He's building his experience and knowledge, and he loves it and he's applied to it. And so, yeah, he could, I think, go to higher things moving out of supercar racing in Australia.
Got a couple of bits of information coming through to us as well. We know that the weather up in Queensland's been treacherous. You mentioned rally a moment ago, good segue. Unfortunately, Rally Queensland, after lengthy discussions between competitors, the Australian Rally Championship, Motorsport Australia and the event organised at the Brisbane Sporting Car Club, Rally Queensland has been cancelled. So that's unfortunate for everyone that made the long trek up. Obviously, the weather in that part of the world hasn't been favourable in recent times either, and unfortunately another event is lost, but this time not to COVID and border closures, but to weather instead. So Inwood is still the fastest on track here in qualifying at this point. Time's coming back through now. Second part of the session here after the session was red flagged early in the piece due to the Andre Court's entry being off the circuit, buried deep in the grass at turn 1. Harry Inwood, the fastest there in car number 43, 201.2246, again showing that they're just a little bit faster than the XLs. Dan Smith, an old experienced hand at this caper, he's sitting there in second, 2 minutes 2.3448, and then Stinson, car number 31, Brock Stinson, third place, 202.74. Then Josh Craig, Matty Boylan. Then, of course, number 39, I should apologise, is Jamie Craig. Number 20 is Joshua. There's 2 Jay Craigs in the field, 4th and 6th. Then number 8 is Chris Manning. He is currently 7th fastest. William Foots, an old Hunter Valley boy who, truth be told, my father, not me, my father purchased his old rookie car for me to race rookies back when I was going into that division out of what was then known as midgets, is now known as Cadet 9. So Will Foot and I, and the Foot family as a whole, go back a very long way. So we've got car number 43 and Harry Inwood coming around onto the main straight now. Can he improve on his lap time? 2 minutes 1.2246. Tail end of qualifying for this latest round of the MRF Tyres Pulsar Series down the main straight. And they rack up a fair clip of speed down the main straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Stinson up to second, displaces Smith. And Inwood, not able to improve, 201.55. So his current fastest time of 201.2246 stands. And we're seeing Chris Manning in the 8. Chris Manning, number 8, has moved his way up into 4th place, 202.8657. We did unfortunately lose a couple of drivers from this field due to COVID, and the same applies to the Sydney 300. One of those, and we wish him all the best, is Bo Prenesti, who's sitting there at home, no doubt, furious and frustrated that he can't be here with us here at SMP this afternoon. But we wish you guys all the very best. Harry Inwood, 201.2246, the time to beat at the moment. But the 31 of Brock Stinson is doing a nice enough job at this point of going punch for punch with Inwood and trying to knock him off top spot. 34.95 fastest first sector for Stinson in the 31. We've got him on screen here at the moment. If he can light up a purple box to the second sector, we'll be keeping an eye on the clock as he comes towards the checkered flag. Second timing loop is just on the exit of turn 8 there. 126.91 to the second intermediate. So Stinson's on a charge here as the checkered flag is out. So they'll come to the line, and this will be their final chance, their last gasp, to try and set as good a time as possible, to put them in as good a grid position as possible for the first of 2 half-hour races this afternoon. We've got our eyes on Stinson. Here he comes. Can he topple Harry Inwood and take pole position in this round of the APRA Series? Let's wait and see. Checkered flag flies, Stinson to the line, bang! To pole. 2 minutes, .7252. Stinson has displaced Inwood. Inwood has a chance to respond though, and he wasn't able to. He did improve. He cracked into the 2 minute flats, but it was a 2 minutes .9025. So Stinson has pole by 0.17 of a second. A nice run home in that final lap of qualifying, saving the best until last for the 31. Will Foot up 3 spots into top 5 with his last dash. 2 minutes 1.3750, 0.6 of a second covers the top 6 in this field. But Will Foote from 8th to 5th on that run to the flag.
Yes, there's 0.12 of a second over the 4 cars from 3rd to 6th. Smith in 3:13, Manning in 8, Foote in 26, and Craig in number 20. Very close together. 0.5567 from the leader, 0.6311 from the leader, 0.64, so it's only 100th of a second to the next one, and then it's 300th down to the next. So really close, really bodes well for some close, fierce fighting later when they get out in their 2 races.
So 2 races over half an hour coming up a little bit later on. Look at this, live pictures from pit lane at the moment. The team in the Todd Herring Racing stable working feverishly to replace the head gasket. My apologies. I just stumbled across, couldn't remember what I was saying for a moment. The head gasket is the issue with the car. They're trying to replace the problem, the mechanical gremlin, and get him back out there for the race this evening, Will.
And the really difficult part about it is that when you replace a head gasket, it's got to bed down. So you do it down to the torque specified in the manual in terms of the tightening of the nuts, but then as it settles a bit and quite early in its life, you've got to tighten it up some more, otherwise it'll leak again. So the nastiest thing for a head gasket is to go out and do a lot of serious work over 300 kilometres with the thing revving harder than it would normally ever consistently be revved over that sort of distance. So we will see, but you can see from the cylinder head the complexity of it and sophistication of it. You're looking at a twin cam head there with 4 valves per cylinder, which back in the old days you had to go to a Grand Prix car to get that sort of specification.
Yep. And we are gearing up now on the back end of APRA qualifying, which saw Stinson on pole by 0.17 of a second from Inwood. Dan Smith 3rd, Chris Manning and Will Foote the top 5. We are gearing up for part 1 of Picture Partners Sydney 300 qualifying here this afternoon. An opportune moment for us to do some paperwork and crunch some numbers here for you, of course, and reflect on last year's race. Well, actually, no, what we're going to do, I'm going to come back and do some stats and numbers for you in just a moment. We're going to actually go down to pit lane because the great man Lockie Mansell is standing by with an update for us. Go for it, mate.
No.
All right. We're just waiting for...
Regardez l'oiseau, the bird crossing the track. Ah, beautiful.
We're actually just waiting on a tech issue to be sorted there. We'll get to Lockie in just a moment.
But in the meantime, this bird spectator, I noticed them up in the grandstand earlier today. And we've had various Australian animals at various motorsport meetings. At Bathurst, we had the...
yes.
Trying to think of the spiky, not an anteater, but they do eat ants.
Yes.
And we've had kangaroos, and we had a kangaroo here earlier today. So, go on.
Well, I was going to say, we think we've got Lockie now, so let's try him again. Go for it, mate. Nice to have you on board.
Good afternoon, Zach and Will from down here in pit lane. So just about to go qualifying, and of course one of the big talking points this weekend so far has been the changing weather conditions throughout the day. Now, a couple of updates for you. Number one, I had a look at the radar a little while ago, and it's not raining at the moment, but there's these isolated showers that are hanging over Sydney and that are coming in from the east. So it dries out, but every time we think the track is about to dry to any great degree. Another one of those isolated showers seems to come over the circuit and cause us to get soaks again. So that's going to keep throwing challenges at the teams and causing plenty of headaches at the team managers and the pit crews. Now, for qualifying, tyre selection is going to be very important because you must use the same set of tyres for all 3 segments of qualifying. You are not allowed to change tyres in between segments. Now, in terms of tyre selection, here's the exclusive update for you on what everybody has decided to do. Everybody has gone for intermediate or grooved R-Spec race tyres with the exception of 2 cars. The Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Manif BMW has gone for full wets. The Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson Pinnacle Automotive BMW has gone for slicks. Let's see if either one of those gambles pay off.
Very interesting. Slicks could come to them if the number of cars on the track get rid of the surface spray and so on. Wets, I think, cannot be supported. Again, I remember a Warren Willing thing: if it's not coming down or on the ground, you don't use wets.
Exactly. The
late Warren Willing, who of course was a wonderful motorcycle race rider himself, but on top of that, a guy that took Mick Doohan off 250 production bikes onto superbikes and then to Europe and into MotoGP on the 500 Grand Prix bikes, and to 5 successive World Championships, 54 World Championship MotoGPs or 500cc Grand Prix won by that remarkable guy, whose son, Jack, is now running in Formula 2 and had his first race win a couple of weeks ago. He's racing again at Paul Ricard at the French Grand Prix this weekend down in the south of France. Very nice circuit, Paul Ricard, although fairly flat.
Yes,
should be an interesting weekend for Formula 1.
Absolutely, it should be. So, let's go through the lay of the land and what unfolded here, as I said in the opener, 434 days ago. Todd Herring was fastest in Q1, Todd Herring was fastest in Q2, Todd Herring was fastest in Q3. So, there's going to be significant change there this year, Will, because we don't have Todd Herring for qualifying. However, when we got to the race itself, he blitzed it and won by 48.2475 seconds in the end from Jimmy Tran and Drew Hall, and we've got the Magpies now enjoying the spectacle of the Sydney 300 as well. It was Mazda from Honda Civic of Tran and Hall, and then of course the BMW 328i of Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson, and they of course, Tran and Hall were Division B winners on the night. Kapitanovich and Thompson second in Division B on that occasion.
I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt. I just love this. Thank you, Mr. Cameraman, or Miss Cameraman. It's just terrific to see that and to study these Australian native birds. You know, beautiful pictures, but tell us more.
I was going to say, maybe there's a career for you when David Attenborough hangs up the... No, not quite.
Mr. Attenborough's across it so well. Do you know one of the things he does is he wears the same colour shirt all the time, so they can edit up any series of episodes and it always looks as though it was always done at the same time.
That's a clever trick.
My word.
Absolutely.
He's a smart lad. And he was at one stage had a managerial position with BBC television, but he said, no, I want to do this nature stuff.
Yeah.
And he went back out and he was
doing
it
well too.
And he is in his 90s.
Yes.
David Attenborough. And of course he has a brother that, a late brother who did very well in movie making too, and acting.
Again, it's something about gene pools, isn't it? And pedigrees. And we know that more than anyone here in motorsport because we're always talking about second and third generations.
And look, incidentally, at the crowd building, a modest crowd by a lot of standards, but at a track where the pre-event publicity has been modest, where people are going to come for a one-day meeting only if they're fairly close by from Sydney or the outer suburbs of Sydney, but to discover to their joy that it's a free admission and that they're going to be very, very well entertained because, as you say, we have these 3 qualifying sessions for the Sydney 300. We have the first race for XL and Pulsar, and also for the Sydney 300, a standing start for their 9-lap race. Then XL Race 2, Pulsar Race 2, XL Race 3, and then at 7:30, the start with a rolling start of the Sydney 300 to be held over 77 laps. Their second race here on a 26 event program at MRA.
When Lachlan Mansell eventually catches up with Terry Donovan, one of the great questions I'd like to get an answer to, if I may, is how come we've got a standing start for the 9-lap sprint race for the Sydney 300, but a rolling start for the feature? Because that's one of the great mysteries in life, as far as I'm concerned. Usually it's one or the other, not both in the same day, but it gives everyone a chance to practice their standing starts and their rolling starts as well, I guess. So, just going back and covering off some stuff from last year so that everybody gets an understanding of the form guide, I guess, for 2022, although distinctly different weather conditions. Last year, couldn't have a more picturesque autumn Sydney day if you tried. This year, distinctly different in terms of the overhead conditions and the moisture on the circuit as well. We're about 30 seconds a day. Actually, no, there it is now. Green flag and qualifying one underway as we have a look at our pit cam there. And cars heading out onto the circuit for this first session. And the importance of getting clear traffic here, lost on nobody.
As I looked at the combined practice session times from the 4 previous practice sessions, each of 15 minutes, we had 5 different brands in the top 6 vehicles. 2 Mazda MX-5s, followed by a BMW M4, a Mitsubishi Evo 9, a Honda Integra, and a Porsche 944. The last of those 5, he in 6th place. We then came down to 10th fastest, and that made 6 different brands. It was a Volkswagen Sirocco. We then get to the first of the Holdens, which was 14th fastest, and it was number 6 Glenn Wilson, and that made 7 brands, followed by the Nissan Pulsar immediately behind him of Ricketts in car number 41. So that was 8 different brands in the top 15 of those combined 4 practice sessions. We then got to the 21st fastest, Neath in his Toyota 86. That made 9 different brands and models, and immediately after that was the Renault Megane that made 10 brands in the top 22, nearly half the field different to the other half. We went on to, we had 11 brands with Chris Sutton.
Chris Sutton, yeah, in the
we had Fowler, 12 brands with his Ford Focus. We then had Ian Kegg making it 13 brands in 35th position, and 14th and 15th, Keane in a Mini Cooper S, 38th, from 39th, Lithgow in a Peugeot 206 RC. 15 different brands in 30-odd cars. You can't get much more variety than that.
You certainly cannot, and on the subject of that, the variety last year that we mentioned, just confirming what Lachlan Mansell's sending through to me here via Facebook Messenger. Top 26 cars progressed to Q2, top 13 cars to the final session of qualifying. We did mention that earlier, but for those of you just joining us for the first time today, that's well worth noting once more. Now, last year, we had, as far as the race was concerned, 44 entries taken to the circuit for opening practice. We had 40 starters. This year, again, 44 entries, with the late inclusion of Richard Mork. We wait to see if we have more than 40 take to the grid tonight, because thankfully, so far, we haven't had too much in the way of mechanical attrition to report apart from Herring's head gasket, and that could result in a record as far as the amount of cars that start the race is concerned. So this first period of qualifying, Q1, over 25 minutes. The next will be over 15 and then 10 minutes as well. We've got the full field out there of 44 in Q1, 26 for Q2, and then 13
for Q3. Just covering off some stuff from last year's race, Will, out of interest for everybody at home, and some information with regards to this year's race as the first laps are lodged. We had 6 different leaders and 8 lead changes across the course of the 77 laps, 13 manufacturers on the grid last year, so we've got another record this year. Only 2 safety car periods for a total of 5 laps. At the end of the race, we only had 2 cars on the lead lap. And the fastest lap of the race was Benny Tran and Matt Longhurst's Honda Integra. Again, highlighting the 1 lap pace of that car, but not the mechanical longevity. A 1 minute 34.1541. Todd Herring, the winner in Division A, and first outright. Jimmy Tran and Drew Hall second, and winners of Division B. Charlie Viola and Ben Hanrahan, back-to-back Sydney 300 division wins from them. That time it was Group C in 7th outright. And Shane Fowler and Gavin Reynolds. Fowler back on the grid this year with a different co-driver, however. 15th outright and winners of Group D. Now, we had no Group E winner last year, Division E winner last year, Will, because we had 1 car start Division E in the 300 itself, but we had no finisher in Division E. And the reason I raise that now is to highlight that this year the division brackets have been tweaked in the hope of having a more fruitful E division. So this year, Division A will be cars that qualify with times between 1 minute 38.00 and 1 minute 41.99. Division 2 will be 1 minute 42 flat to 1 minute 59.99, and then another 4-second bracket for Division 3, 1 minute 46 to 1 minute 50, 1 minute 50 to 1 minute 54 for Division 4. And for Division 5 cars, it will be 1 minute 54 or slower. Last year, the top bracket was 1 minute 39, the bottom bracket was 1 minute 57 and slower. So the gap between top and tail is now 16 seconds instead of what was 19. They've trimmed that, they've narrowed that, but also more importantly, Division 1 cars will need to complete 2 5-minute pit stops. Division 2 will be 1 5-minute pit stop and 1 2.5-minute pit stop. 1 5-minute pit stop for Divisions C, D and E throughout the course of the 77 laps tonight. The pit window opens on lap 10 and closes on lap 70. And just having a look at where we sit at the moment with regards to qualifying 1, the opening period of the 3-part knockout qualifying here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It is the number 82, Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Meneth, that find themselves on top at this point in time, but there are still 18.5 minutes left in this opening qualifying session. Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan, so unlucky last year after that 5 lap penalty that they inherited, 1 minute 54.39, and Cody Brzezinski and Dylan Thomas currently sitting 3rd fastest.
Here's a busy bunch coming down out of Corporate Hill, round into that tight right-hander. We've got some lovely vision of it. But some really interesting views of what people are doing and how they're going about their business. Todd Herring, of course, as we mentioned earlier, not doing either the qualifying or the sprint race as they fix the cylinder head gasket on his Mazda MX-5. 82C, so he in Division C, car number 82 is
Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Meneth.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, I'm just going to clarify this for the benefit of you and everybody else at home as well. That C is actually a reflection of their division in production cars by what I'm reading there, because obviously they will be, by time constraints tonight, a Division A car.
And there was a Meneth who ran sprint cars years ago at old PCR, Granville.
We talk about the growth of Australian motorsport, but it's not just at the grassroots level, it's also at the national level as well. I mean, 4 years ago we didn't have this thing called TCR, Will, and now we do. Look at this. These guys are qualifying and they're going at it as though they're racing.
Do they have to keep within their race times, their category times, in qualifying?
So that's a fair point too, and one worth raising because of the great variance of today's on-track conditions. They were advised in the lead-up to this event that in the event of wet weather they would have to nominate for a division that would reflect their dry weather pace. So even if it is wet tonight, they will be running in the divisions as per dry weather running, as per their dry weather times. So we might not see a fair reflection of their overall pace because of the track conditions at the moment, but they will have to nominate a division according to if we get a dry race tonight as opposed to if we get a wet weather race tonight. And the reason for that is, put simply, we don't have a wet weather matrix when it comes to divisional structure. And when we have a look at keeping within the time brackets, the answer is yes, because if they don't, there are penalties that are applied per the regulations if you break out. That will bring into discussion the point of sandbagging and going slower than you're capable of for the sake of long-term gain. But in this particular instance, I don't think it's going to be a problem because the track is not offering up as much as it normally would in terms of outright pace. But if you do break out in the race tonight, at the third time of breaking out, race control will penalise you by either adding time to your finishing time at the end of the race or breaking you or bumping you up a division. So you might start, we've had a couple of instances like this in the past where if you start at Division 4 but you break out into Division 3 times on 3 occasions, you're in Division 3 for the rest of the night. So.
And the main thing that they're doing in this part of qualifying for the full field of 44 is to ensure they're not one of the bottom 18 that are going to drop out and take up grid positions 27 onwards, so that the top 26 gets into the second part of qualifying. So if we look down at below 26 at the moment, some of the cars that have got to be careful, Masters in 121, and that becomes Stannard in 44, Weir in 250, Vucicevic in 46, and Kapitanovic in 86, Heath in 522, Keane in number 50, Pangalos, number 24, and Baskus number 11. So all of those and a number of others have to get busy to make sure that they're in the top 26 as we look at 321.
That's of course Subaru WRX of Chris Sutton, one of many solo driver entries in the field for this race. However, one less now because we're just getting some breaking news from down in pit lane with Lockie, and that is that Adrian Sarkis will team up with Richard Mork in car 39, the late addition to the field, the Holden Cruise diesel.
Another of the quick Mazda MX-5s is Jackson Fraser in number 88. Here he is now. Big wing on the rear, emulating the Todd Herring car that has won here the last 2 years, the last 2 rounds or races here, 2019, 2021, a year between each of them as we come to this third running of the 300 at Sydney Motorsport Park.
So the good news that I've got for you, Will, is that all 43 cars that we know of that were going to enter the circuit for qualifying have done so. We knew that the 44th was Todd Herring. We know that he's fast, speedily trying to get that head gasket replaced, but 43 cars out there at this point in time.
And that car, 88, is currently 15th fastest, Jackson Fraser. So comfortably in the 26 that will go into the second part of qualifying. Doing a good job. Funny thing, because the Mazda MX-5 was a very modest performance car. It's actually become the best-selling two-seater sports car in the world. It's overtaken, as we see, 426.
Oh, that's the Peugeot. That's Angus Lithgow and Parry Anastakis. The 300 veteran, as we like to call him, lining up for his 23rd start tonight, and that's not the way he'd like to start the afternoon.
No, not at all. Peugeot, a company that started its manufacturing life making pepper grinders in France, and now is the parent company. Well, it's not actually. It became the parent company of Citroën, but it's now in an enormous group of car companies called Stellantis. And if anybody can work that name out, they're ahead of me. But
brilliant. Now, Wilson and Manif still top of the timesheets at the moment. The Coopers, Wayne and Harrison sitting second at this point in time, half a second the difference. But again, this highlights the point. We threw the form guide, we tore it up and threw it out overnight because of the way in which the track is holding the water today. The Mitsubishis are here and they mean business, and that is one of them, the 111.
Interesting, the Mitsubishi Evos, and they went to about Evo 11, I think, and very much the same configuration as the Subaru WRX, all-wheel drive, turbocharged 2-litre 4-cylinder engine. But the Evos were a little bit more expensive, a little bit quicker, and better than the Subaru WRX. It was sold in bigger numbers, but in my memory of road testing the two cars, the Evos were outstanding. They had more sophisticated, more expensive front-end joints and geometry than did the Subaru. There wasn't a lot between them, and they were both outstanding performance cars, giving you not only performance in terms of speed, but also cornering stability, lack of wheel spin and so on, that made them very safe cars to drive.
One other notable point as well as...
In fact, the police cars, at one stage adopted WRXs, I think.
Yep. And they've been through a few different guises, the old police cars over the years, in terms of...
Mini Cooper S's many years ago.
Yep, exactly.
75 horsepower.
Now you never know what they're going to be driving when they pull you over. But in saying that,
and go on.
There's an update coming through from Lockie in pit lane, and I just want to highlight it. Fair to say the slicks haven't worked out for Kapitanovic. Now we remember that he said that there was one combination, and it just so happens to be the combination on top of the timesheets at the moment, Wilson and Manif, that went for 4 wets, whilst Kapitanovic and Thompson opted for slicks. Fair to say that the slick option hasn't worked for them thus far, so it could be the defending Sydney 300 winner in Todd Herring and the defending Wakefield 300 winner in Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson making their way through from the back end of town tonight when we get underway. The 86 entry is down there in 32nd position at the moment, so not as far down as Todd Herring is going to be, but certainly a lot further down than they'd like to be when we go racing tonight.
So this field to be reduced to 26 cars for the second part of qualifying. They've had 17 minutes of this 25-minute session. 8 minutes remaining, or 7:53 at the moment, and below 26th position, 5:22 Heath. He's been down there for a while outside the top 26. 50, likewise Keane, Harris in 74, Johnson in 48, Stannard in 44, Vasquez in 11, Kapitanovic in 86, and Vucevic in 46. So in the remaining 7 minutes and 15 seconds, a number of cars have got to get very busy indeed. 321, not in the top 26 at this stage. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's 5th fastest, Sutton. Dear oh me.
Chris Sutton has pulled one out, but again, that comes back to the point, doesn't it? The Mitsubishis and that Subaru there are all of a sudden in the game in a big way.
I don't know why. I've never understood why they wouldn't be in the game. No. They are outstanding performance cars. They were the basis of very, very quick rally cars in the World Championship rallies. This is the other side of Corporate Hill, where now they come out of that and come downhill, do some heavy braking here, turn into that right-hander, and then it levels out as we look at 88, and Jackson Fraser, 16th at the moment. He slipped back 1, but still well within the top 26.
So as Will said, we're in the closing stages of this opening session. 6 minutes left of it, in fact, and the word from race control was that instead of having a small 5-minute turnaround between sessions, the aim is, as soon as they get cars off circuit, they're going to go again. They're not going to sit around and waste any precious time, and that'll be for a various number of different reasons. One being trying to get, save a little bit of time in the schedule because of B, the unknown with regards to what's above. Save a little and be rewarded potentially in the long run. Maybe, who knows? Time is precious, especially when we've got a 10:30 curfew tonight.
At the top of the field at the moment, it's Wilson in 82 from Cooper in 111, Godfrey in 29, Thompson in 57, Sutton in 321, fifth fastest, and Jones in 777.
Yep, and trouble here as well, Will. I'm just going to break in because the number 19, the Pulsar entry of Mr. Blendline TV, of course, Daniel Beckinsale, and he's co-driver in the Project Race Car entry, and that is, of course, the entry of, well, Beckinsale is, I'm sorry folks, the entry sheet here at Sydney Motorsport Park that I've got only has first drivers, but he's co-driver in car number 19 there is, of course, Travis Annabelle, and it is Annabelle and Beckinsale that were limping back to the lane at that point in time, and it looked as though there was a little bit of panel damage to the front left corner of the car as well, so they'll get that sorted out and hopefully get the Project Race Car Pulsar entry back out on the black stuff a little bit later on. Whether they'll be taking part in Q2 or not remains to be seen. I'm not sure how they have stacked up time-wise here. Car number 19, no, they won't be. They're in 36th position.
Look at
this point in time. Look at the traffic, the logjam. Goodness gracious me. And that's the CXC Global Racing entry of Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski, not mucking around and flying down the inside and taking that Mitsubishi Evo into the first corner. It's a real fast dogfight out there at the moment, and the dogfight isn't for race position, it's for track position and clear track at that. We know the importance of having a little bit of clear air around you in these qualifying sessions, especially when the field is as big as it is. BMW leads, Mitsubishi, Honda. That's double Mitsubishi delight in the top three at the moment at the end of qualifying one as the checkered flag waves at the end of this session, because it's Stephen Thompson and Ed Kramer that have got themselves up into third place. There's the Vasquez and Hovey entry running wide at turn 10, coming into turn 11 as well. It is all happening here at the tail end of Q1. So Wilson and Manif, 1 minute 49.27 the benchmark. Cooper and Cooper second in the 111. Thompson and Kramer third, and all of a sudden the Mitsubishis are here to party.
And looking down below 26, 27th position, Masters in 121, Walsh in 791, Kapitanovic in 86, and Vucevic in 46, Heath in 522, Keane in 50, Johnson in 48, and Vasquez in number 11 takes us out from 27 to 34, but there's about another 10 on top of that.
And I can tell you that they are the number 24 of Pengalis, the 179 of Martin, then of course the Beckinsale Annabelle entry, Phil Alexander driving solo.
Checkered flag is out, although
yes,
I have it as time remaining on my timing screen,
yep.
But the session is finished.
You're right.
25 minutes. I have it that they've done 21 minutes 38 seconds and they had 3 minutes 22 remaining. But anyway, they don't, because the checkered flag's out.
And I'm not 100% sure why. It may come back to what I was saying there earlier about trying to save a couple of minutes here and there based on the weather forecast and other factors. 43rd, Owen Boken, Stephen ahead. 42nd is the 39 entry of Sarkis and Mork. Lithgow and Anastakis in 41st. 40th is Ian Kegan, Hyundai. Turberon, of course, the only Hyundai in this field. Number 61, the Lyle entry. That's in 39th. Phil Alexander, of course, flying solo due to John Connolly going down with COVID. He's 38th. 37th is Beckinsale and Annabelle. 36th is Pangalos in the 24 entry. Jamie Martin and his co-driver. Vermeulen, of course, the 179 there in Division E in 35th place at this point in time. So, oh boy, that was frantic towards the end there. It was always going to be, because with no precipitation in the air for the majority of that session, the track has started to dry out and the drivers have started to find a bit of clear real estate and a bit of a dry line out there as well. And my apologies, it's not Vermeulen with Jamie Martin, it's Mike Kelsey, of course. Vermeulen running with, of course, David Johnson. So my apologies getting them mixed up. I knew there was a J in there somewhere. But we're getting ready to head down to Lockie Mansell in pit lane, I would think, with the 78 entry of Tim and Richard Herring there on screen at the moment. Pit lane is going to be a very busy hub of activity here very shortly. At the top end of town, Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Manif on top of the session there. Harrison Cooper is second, Cody Brzezinski, Dylan Thomas third, Stephen Thompson, Ed Kramer fourth, and the first of the Holdens in fifth, the first of the Hondas in sixth, and the first of the Subarus in seventh place as well. So look at that. BMW, Mitsubishi, 1, 2, 3. Then we go back to Holden, so Honda, Subaru, 5 different manufacturers in the top 7. Variety is the spice of life. So very shortly we'll be heading down to Lachlan Mansell in pit lane. Standing by with the defending 2-time winner Todd Herring is my understanding. And the Mazda MX-5 pilot hurriedly trying to get that problem sorted, ready to join the grid from the rear tonight, from the very tail of the field. And I tell you what, if he can come through from the rear to emulate his success of the last 2 years, it would be one hell of a history-making night. As I said there earlier, Daniel Kapitanovic's victory from 16th was the lowest in which any of these 300s had ever been won from before, as we get set to send it down to pit lane now, where Lachlan Mansell is standing by.
One of the big stories so far today has been that the defending 2-time winner of this race, Todd Herring, has developed an engine problem with his Mazda MX-5 and is not taking part in this qualifying session. What went wrong, Todd?
Mate, the head gasket blew. There was no reason for it. Brand new head gasket. Car never got hot. We come in, we noticed it was pushing the fluid out. The engine was still cold. We don't know. We pulled off. We put a new one on. Checked everything. Everything's perfect, so there's no reason why it did it unless it was a faulty gasket when I got it.
How much of a job is it to replace that head gasket in time for the race?
We should have it done. We should have the car ready and running in about half an hour. So we'll be right. We'll test it in the sprint race. I'll start rear just to make sure the car's right, and then we'll turn it on for the big race.
You've got a pretty good record at this race, but how are you feeling about coming from the back of the grid tonight?
I love coming from the back, mate. It makes it more fun for me, so it doesn't worry where I start. I'll be up with them in the front.
Well, we saw the Wakefield 301 from 16th on the grid, so maybe you can break the record tonight for the lowest grid position a 300k race has ever been won from.
I'll be trying, mate. You can guarantee that.
Oh, good stuff. Watch out for Todd Herring charging through from the back of the grid in tonight's Sydney 300.
Very nicely done, Lachlan Mansell, and very nicely done, Todd Herring. And for a guy under a high-pressure situation like he is at the moment, Will, where they're hurriedly trying to get the car on the grid for the race at 7:30 tonight, he looked as cool and as relaxed as a cucumber right there.
Oh, yes. Well, he likes a challenge, and that's, again, the sort of challenge that this semi-amateur sort of thing, I mean, they run a professional outfit, but it's not supercars. It's not supercars budget. It's not supercars sponsorship backing and so on. And so, you know, the competition is what it's all about. And he's got some extra competition tonight. So, fine.
Indeed.
So, we now have 26.
Yes.
And half of them will not go through to the third session. So it's the top 13 that will fight out ultimately the top 6.5 grid positions, the top 13 grid positions of the 40-odd that are available to all the starters in this Sydney 300. The third time, as we have a look at that, I'm going to do a bit of beak cleaning. What's going on here? Wonderful stuff. Great to see Australian wildlife doing well here. We worry about the weather, the rain and all the rest of it. What about the birds? How does that bird cope? Where does it go to stay dry? Where's it going to sleep tonight?
Not sure.
Where's its food? Hopefully no cats around here to give it a hard time. But it's surveying the scene. It certainly didn't pay any admission money. And it's here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the home of motorsport in New South Wales.
I have fond memories of many afternoons after school watching Grandma throw little pieces of bread out for the magpies. God rest her soul. And yeah, it's one of those things though, if you're wondering where they're going for food, they're always going to find someone that's willing to entertain them with some breadcrumbs and the like. They don't like them too big. They've got to be, you know, scrunched up and thrown. And they don't like to come too close to you, those magpies either. So I'm glad that we've got plenty of wildlife and great nature being part of the fun of the fair here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Now, if you're watching at home on the platforms at Blendline TV, as you can see, we are live, and we are live right through until about 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight. It's not too late, however, to pack your raincoat or umbrella in the car and come out and join us here at Sydney Motorsport Park, because it is free entry here for the Motor Racing Australia event. And I stress that because when you get to the gate, you need to tell them that you're here for the car race, because there's a show and shine in the same precinct where they, or a car show at least in the same precinct, where they are charging spectator or participant admission. So you need to stress, if you are coming out to Sydney Motorsport Park, that it is free entry. However, given that it's much warmer from the comfort of your lounge room, if you want to rug up and crack open a cold one in front of the fire and watch the Sydney 300, you can do so live and free on the platforms of Blendline TV.
I've got a much better idea. I'm going to refuel at the garage there. Garage 1. You'll see the ads coming up here, and it sounds very good to me, so I'll be back later. Hooray.
All right. Lovely to see you. No.
How would you like your coffee, sir?
White and 2. Actually, make it 3 at the moment and give it an extra shot of the coffee. No, we're having tremendous fun, aren't we, here in Western Sydney? Yeah, okay, the weather isn't ideal, but that's motor racing. You just don't know. You deal with the cards you dealt on the day, and these guys are doing that. As you said earlier, frustrating for some, headaches for others, because they're tearing their hair out, constantly second-guessing what the skies are going to deliver, what the track's going to be like. As a result, it took a long while for the water to start to disperse earlier this morning and for a dry line to appear as the green flag waves and session 2 of qualifying is underway here as cars make their way out onto the Sydney Motorsport Park circuit once more. And
lights going on now on a lot of cars. Always amazes me on cars on the on public roads.
Yes.
And they can be dark coloured and oftentimes no lights at all. In fact, I was driving through the paddock here late last night, 10 o'clock, and there was a car behind me driving along and he had no lights on at all. Beats me.
I agree.
Anyway, that's the 26. They've come out and they have now 15 minutes to determine the top 13 that go through to the final part of qualifying. That will determine pole position, the front row, etc. Back down to the 6th row, plus 1 on the 7th row, and then the 13 behind that, who, with the times that they do from 14 to 26, will take up the 2nd position on the 7th row and through to the 13th row.
So, what's in store for us now? Because, as I said there earlier, we haven't had, actually, just as I say that, I put the mocker on myself. Well, I'm looking outside the commentary position here
30.
for us here at Blendline TV, and just a little bit more drizzle falling from the sky right on cue, just to spice things up once more. And the more this wet weather plays a part in this qualifying session, the more the all-wheel drive contingent of the Subaru of Chris Sutton and the Mitsubishi Evos are going to be lapping this up. So they'll come round onto the main straight. There is an outright race contender, car number 29, Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan. For all the success that Honda has enjoyed in these races, as I said in the broadcast opener earlier today, they have never won an outright 300. There are quite a few manufacturers represented in this grid that have won an outright 300, but none have been Honda. And between the Integra and the Civic, they've got a fair crack at it tonight. And these guys, along with Benny and Jimmy Tran, provided that they have the mechanical longevity to go 300 kilometres, they stand a chance to take the fight to Todd Herring, and they're getting a tremendous leg up here in the way of track position for the start of the race tonight, should they break his stranglehold on this Sydney event. So we're about to get an indication now from Todd Herring, from Lloyd Godfrey, I should say, as to what sort of pace the track has to offer in this second session. He was a little bit taily coming out of 5 on the run up to 6, and now he's heading up over Corporate Hill.
Now this is confusing.
Yes.
Oh, well, no, it's giving us a total qualifying time, nearly 25 minutes, and
That's
11
right.
minutes 45 remaining in this session.
Yes.
Is part of it.
That's right. And for those of you playing along at home wondering why everyone's reading is 0.00, the clock for these guys resets at the end of each session. So you don't take the time from qualifying 1 into qualifying 2. It's similar to Formula 1 in that regard, that they wipe the slate clean and say, righto guys, go again. So the onus is on these drivers to go out and bank 3 fast numbers if they want to take outright pole position for the Pitcher Partner Sydney 300, including, of course, pole for the 9-lap sprint race over just under 36 kilometres this afternoon.
It was good to see that Honda Civic there of 777 in the final 26.
Correct. Caught up with those guys at lunchtime. They're quietly confident that they've got a car that can at least take out Division B honours tonight, and maybe be an outright top 10 contender as well. They were fast early on this morning. They just, of course, keep their fingers crossed for the car to hold in one piece throughout the course of 300 kilometres.
Once again, the really quick guys like Tran in car number 818, they're not worried about where they are in the 13, only that they're in the 13.
Yep.
At this stage, they want to stay comfortably within that, not stretching the car, the tyres, etc. too much and getting into illegal lap times for them. They just want to, and scything down the inside there, some nice work.
That there on the left-hand side was the multicoloured tie-dye almost livery car of Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess. And for all the history that Todd Herring has at stake here tonight and on the line, we've got slow-moving Tim and Richard Herring on the right-hand side of screen there as well in the green Mazda MX-5. Adam Burgess is a 3-time winner of a 300 as well, Will. So Nathan, Jess and Jake Shelley could, if either Adam Burgess or Todd Herring win tonight, be joined in the 4-time club by either 2 of those guys. A lot at stake here with regards to the overall history of these 300s, which stretch back to Wakefield in 2008. Lloyd Godfrey, the fast man early on in this session, Q2 as we call it, 148.0564, 0.27 up on the BMW M4 of Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Maneve. Cody Brzezinski very quick there in the CXC Global Racing Mitsubishi Evo, and I spoke to Dylan Thomas at lunchtime, of course, who you've seen in the TA2 series, in Formula V, in production car racing over the years, in this Mitsubishi Evo, and he said, look, I'm going to sit back and let the young bloke do the hard work in qualifying, and then I'll get in and have a steer later on. So what a great decision that's turned out to be to this point, because Brzezinski has not let him down. Whoa, Benny Tran stretching the legs of the Honda Integra through turn 2 there, nearly running it off the road, just barely hung onto it, but pulled it up. And that's again evidence of how slippery this racetrack is at the moment.
Here's the Tran car. Car that was lost it last year on penalty, not on speed. Very quick car, well driven, Honda Integra.
Important to note as well, only 20 to 5 local time, but already track lighting has been turned on at various points of the circuit, not in this precinct up around Corporate Hill, but other parts of the circuit, the lights are ablaze at this point, and the circuit will be fully lit within about half an hour. And that's I guess the pitfall of a rainy day here, Will. It gets darker quicker.
You say 26
yes, mate,
are in this, but only 23 so far, with 7 minutes 20 seconds remaining, have done a time.
So there's a couple that are potentially leaving their run a little bit late.
Yes.
And you don't want to leave it too late, because if, for instance, we get
you don't
a
want
red
to
flag,
do it. Daniel Ricciardo, he leaves
right.
it late all the time.
Because if you get a red flag, bang, there's your opportunity gone. I would have thought the onus would be on these guys to get out there early in the piece, bank a number, and then see where it takes them from there. A couple of guys gambling big time tonight. Lloyd Godfrey, Josh Buchan in pit lane at the moment, 148.05, 0.27 clear of Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Beneath. It has a whole new element of intrigue and excitement to it, this qualifying session, in the absence of Todd Herring. Because when you look at the form guide, he came here as the form man, he came here as almost an unbackable favourite. Despite, as I've said before, victory falling into his lap on 2 occasions, once off the final corner of the final lap, and once by way of a 5-lap penalty for the Honda Integra last year.
Still only 23 have done a lap time. Haynes in 41 and Masters in 121 have, in fact, one of those, Masters, has gone into and now a complete lap time. But Haynes still, oh yes, he's got a lap time there. It just, it's not showing the third sector. But that would make 25 that have done a lap time. Headed at the field at the moment by number 29 Godfrey from Wilson at 82, Cooper in 111, and Brzezinski in 68. Then followed Tran in 818 or 81 as it's shown in the program. Stannard on 44, Burge in 33, Sutton in 321, Wilson in 6, and rounding out the top 10, Sewell in number 4. Tim Herring is 12th at the moment.
And in pit lane as well, Will, we're hearing with a suspected gearbox leak, the news coming through from Lachlan Mansell, who will have another update from there for our viewers tuning in all around Australia or indeed the world on the platforms of Blend Line TV as soon as qualifying 2 is in the can here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Lloyd Godfrey, Adrian Wilson, then the Harrison Cooper entry, Cody Brzezinski and Benny Tran, the top 5 at the moment, but they are all in pit lane. Stannard in the Porsche is 6th. That is a terrific run from the Porsche. Of course, sharing with the next gen racer from the Bates family line, and we know the history and the pedigree of that name. Of course, young Zach Bates is in this field tonight with Stannard in the 44.
Looking at 88 there, it slipped down to 22nd in the field. Jackson Fraser, here he is. So he's not in the top 13 that he needs to be. P-plate on the rear. Quick dab of the brakes there. Gun runs a little bit wide, misses his apex by half a metre. So what can he do? Can he get out of what would become 22nd grid position? Jackson Fraser. But then we look at 321, who is 8th fastest at the moment. Sutton in that Subaru. Has every right to be 8th fastest on a wet track.
Currently, as it stands, 6 different manufacturers in the top 10. Holden being the last of those in 9th place through Wilson. Of course, that is Glenn Wilson in the Holden Commodore.
Very steady stuff there from 321. Chris Sutton in the WRX, which he's driving solo through the event. He's at the moment 8th fastest as people and times move around a little bit.
We've got a red flag. Not terribly sure. Oh, that's why. Oh, no. The 46, the fire under the bonnet. Oh, no. That's not good news for Tom Vasucevic and John Ewan. Thankfully, the driver out of the car, as you can see, an A-OK, but quickly trying to get an extinguisher to that car.
I suspect it's had a mechanical problem, and some of the liquid has caught fire. But the driver's attending to it himself as an official makes his way down by the fence, and a vehicle with lots of lights arrives with people feeling some degree of urgency. But I think it's all out. I think it's under control now.
And we've got breaking news as well from Race Control, and that is that qualifying 2 has been declared. This part of qualifying will not restart, and that means that we have our top 13 set. And as I was saying there a moment ago, we have 6 different manufacturers in the top 10 with Honda, BMW, Mitsubishi, Porsche, Subaru and Holden, all featuring in the top 10. Lloyd Godfrey fastest in Q2 with a 1 minute 48.0564, and the last of the 13 is car 777, that Honda Integra, of course, which features Miles Jones and Ben Connell. So everyone beyond that is now set, including the naming rights sponsor, Will Hagan, the picture partners number 7 entry of Charlie Viola and Ben Hanrahan sitting down there in 18th place. Daniel Kapitanovic 19th, the Wakefield 300 winner. That's well worth referencing. And yeah, not an ideal way for that session to end for the guys in the 46, Vasucevic and Ewan. But unfortunately,
Tom, having come incidentally from number 73, where he was in the Honda Civic with Rob Popovac, but he moved into that car. But interesting now to see the final 13 establish the top 6.5 grid rows.
I'll stress this, hopefully they can get whatever has caused that issue sorted, and those guys can get onto the grid tonight. But I guess that's another downfall, if you like, of a one-day meeting, whereby it might have been one of those issues that would be fixable overnight, more so than in a tight turnaround window of about 3 hours. It may not be. We'll wait and see. But we saw last year a fair rate of attrition between qualifying and the start of the race. We lost 4 cars last year, starting with 44 and ending with 40 taking to the grid for the 77 lap race. I believe we've got Lockie Mansell standing by down in pit lane, and I'm hoping that he can hear us down there, and I've asked him to round up one of the all-wheel drive competitors who would absolutely be loving these conditions at this point in time. And I stress that because look at them: Lee and Jerry Burgess, Chris Sutton, Cody Brzezinski and Dylan Thomas, the Cooper entry, they're all inside the top 10. So that's 3 Evos and a Subaru at this point in time. Really bringing the fight to the heavyweights, BMW, Honda, and of course Mazda in the Sydney 300 of 2022. So qualifying 3 just around the corner. Don't forget after that too, ladies and gentlemen, we have race 1 for the XLs over 15 minutes and the APRA Pulsars as well. Then the sprint race for the Sydney 300 will be immediately following that. So now the waiting game begins, Will, for the top 13 that will take to the circuit for qualifying 3 in just a few moments' time.
And they have 10 minutes to do their dirty work to decide the first 6 grid rows, plus who is the slowest of the 13 to start the 7th grid row. So
now, the other point as well that I'm hearing from Lockie Mansell is that Adrian Wilson has driven that number 82 BMW M4 through qualifying 1 and 2. He will hand over to young gun Lachlan Maneath for qualifying number 3. So now I can tell you that standing by in pit lane for us is Lockie Mansell. Go for it, mate.
Well, Daniel Kapitanovic, you like making it hard for yourself. 16th on the grid of the Wakefield 300 and unfortunately eliminated from qualifying tonight. You'll start 19th on the grid for the 300.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit trickier. We went out with green slicks, so the gamble didn't quite pay off for us, but we'll try and cut through some cars early on and hope for an early safety car.
How were the conditions out there? It seems like the track was actually drying out, but then obviously there was a shower of rain which caused things to get a bit slippery again.
Yeah, I think if it had stayed dry just towards the end of that first qualifying session, I think that we maybe would have had lap times falling, but by the time we got started again in Q2 it was deteriorating probably a lap into it. So
thinking ahead to tonight's race, in terms of strategy, we saw at the Wakefield 300 that your co-driver Adam Thompson did a really long first stint and then you jumped in for the sprint to the flag. Are you going to go for a similar strategy again tonight?
Anything's possible, Lachlan. We'll see how it falls. We got an extra 2.5 minute pit stop, so we've just picked our dry strategy, so we'll see, hopefully.
Right, well, looking forward to seeing the number 86 car charging through the field tonight. Go well.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Lockie Mansell down there with the Wakefield 300 winning driver, or one of the winning drivers in Daniel Kapitanovic. Of course, after years of contesting these races and chipping away at it and coming close, he finally broke through in what was a cracking and compelling Wakefield 300. This one, no different, apart from obviously we are teetering between wet and dry conditions at the moment, and of course the field is bigger and the track is bigger, but the storylines, they are endless and they are popping up left, right and centre at the moment. The big one that we're following, for those of you just joining us, is Todd Herring and the head gasket that they are desperately, urgently trying to replace in readiness for the Mazda MX-5 to join this field from the rear of the grid, starting in position number 4. He wouldn't be the first outright contender to start that far down the order. We've had a few cars over the years have issues in the lead up to the race, in qualifying, and then have to fight their way back through. But it's never been a huge talking point in this particular race, the Picture Partners Sydney 300. So, the battle between Honda and BMW this year, will not Honda and Mazda. Honda and Mazda has been the narrative of the last 2 years as far as qualifying for this race is concerned. And BMW have proven that on their day they are capable of mixing it with Honda and Mazda, and we're not getting an indication of what Mazda's bringing to the table because Todd Herring's in pit lane.
Mind you, the most bounteous brand here, 10 Mazdas in the field.
Exactly.
Of the 15 brands.
And it's interesting because
Eight
once upon a
of
time.
them MX-5s.
Exactly.
Which in their early days were a very modestly performing sports car that outsold the best-selling sports car at the time. I forget whether it was MGTC or MGA or what. But you know, went on and gradually got better, lustier in its performance. But in the hands of these local people with turbochargers and so on, have become a light, lithe, pretty powerful and quick vehicle.
Gearing up for race 1 of Series X3 very shortly for you, ladies and gentlemen, and that'll of course be followed by race 1 of the APRA Pulsars. But first we must deal with the business at hand, and that is the third and final qualifying session to determine pole position for the 2022 running of the Pitch Partner Sydney 300, the headline act of the Motor Racing Australia season, and an event that has become a must-do, a must-watch on the grassroots calendar, particularly in New South Wales, but also in Victoria as well, because a lot of these cars will make the long trek down the Hume Highway to Winton in November for the Winton 300, of course, the weekend of November 19 and 20. That race wasn't anywhere near what it used to be last year because of COVID and other factors, unfortunately compromising the turnout. But we are expecting big things. We are expecting big things when we get down to Winton in November. I'm looking forward to it immensely as the cars head out onto the circuit for this third and final period of qualifying now. The race for pole position. And so far, BMW top session 1, Honda top session 2. We wait and see what comes of this next 10 minutes. In fact, I'm actually reading our timing screen here, and it looks as though they've gone for a top 15 as opposed to a top 13, and that goes against the grain of what was being said in the drivers' briefing earlier today. Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan, Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Manette, the two that we expect to fight it out here. What will Benny and Jimmy Tran bring to the table? And of course, down the back end there, you've got the All-Queensland entry, the 84 of James Hay and Paul Ansell, and also the number 99 of Marcus Liddell and Shannon McLean have made the cut for this qualifying 3 as well. So 15 out there, representing a vast array of the field's 14 manufacturers. And that car there is always one to watch, but it hasn't been the benchmark in these dicey conditions.
The Porsche, hey, a car that was intended, designed by Porsche for another car company that decided then that they wouldn't have it, and it became the 924, the 944, and then ultimately the 968. But interesting, in its early days never intended to be a Porsche, but ultimately probably ended up with the best chassis of the three sort of Porsche range, of the 924, 944, 968, the 911, and also the one that I absolutely loved, the 928, the V8, that was meant to replace the 911 until Porsche owners worldwide said, no way, you're getting rid of that rear engine thing with that engine out the back, behind the back wheels that oversteers like crazy. You're getting rid of it, you're mad, we're not going to cop it. And ultimately the 928 went, and the 911 in its various guises continues.
I mentioned earlier...
And designed, incidentally,
yeah,
Porsche's first model in, about 1948. And Alan Hamilton's father in Melbourne was touring Europe when he saw this funny little car. And he went to a nearby place to stay overnight, and the guy was there with this prototype of this car that became Porsche, and he said, gee, I'd like that for Australia.
No surprise.
And he became the first importer distributor of Porsche outside Europe. Alan Hamilton's father in Melbourne.
And look at the mark that Porsche has made on motorsport in this country over a long period of time.
Well, I just think it's very clever. You run a race series so people drive hell out of the cars, crash them and wear them out. You promote the cars and flog it at high prices. I think it's some of the cleverest marketing I've ever seen.
Speaking of driving the hell out of the cars at the moment, these guys haven't held back. They're holding they're leaving nothing on the table is what I'm trying to say, because they have decided to pull in and distribute the heavyweights to qualify in this third and final period. For instance, in that car, Josh Buchan in the number 29 Honda Integra, of course, sharing with Lloyd Godfrey, third in the TCR Australia Championship at this point in time, which resumes in a fortnight at Queensland Raceway. We've also got Harry Bates in the Porsche, sharing, of course, with his co-driver there, of course, Chris Stannard. We've got Cody Brzezinski in the Dylan Thomas CXC Global Racing Mitsubishi Evo 9. So the young guns, the heavyweights, the Leadfoots of the Sydney 300 paddock are now at the helm, trying to put their cars on pole position, noting, of course, that we remind you earlier that Adrian Wilson did Q1 and Q2 with the BMW number 82, but Lachlan Manif is behind the wheel for Q3. At the moment, it is Wilson on top, Manif on top, 1 minute 49.3425. 4 3/4 minutes to go. We are inside the final 5 minutes. Not only does this determine the starting grid for the sprint race, but also the 300 itself. And Cody Brzezinski is leaving nothing on the table at the moment. He is throwing everything at that CXC Global Racing Mitsubishi and then some, seeing what it can handle, what it can take. How much punishment before it gives in as they head down the start-finish straight here. Let's see what Brzezinski can lodge as far as competitive times are concerned. Straight up into P3. 1 minute 53.19. Yes, it's 4 seconds away from Wilson and Godfrey, who may as well be in a different postcode, Will Hagan, but that is a very nice number so early in the session from Cody Brzezinski. It's an all-Evo second row at the moment. Oh, no, it's not anymore. Benny Tran, we're waiting for those guys to wind the wick up a little bit, and Benny Tran has gone fourth fastest, 1 minute 53.34. So a swagger cars in the 53s, 4 of them in fact, and then a few in the 54s as well. Glenn Wilson in 12th place is in pit lane at the moment, having not yet set a time. Adrian Wilson 1 minute, and Lachlan Manif 1 minute 49.3425, but Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan's entry with Buchan at the wheel, the Honda Integra, just punched out the fastest first sector of the session thus far.
The Porsche 944 very busy there, trying to make his way forward better than 8th position that he's in at the moment. That'll be the 4th row of the grid, and trying to get around car number 33, and that of course is Jerry Burge in the Ford Mustang GT. But the Porsche falling a little way behind now, appropriately bearing the number 44 to remind us that it is the mid-model of that series, the 944 S2. A very good handling car, not a crazy wild car, but one that handles really well. Had a nice lumpy 4-cylinder engine that was about 2.5 litres, so it had nice torque and drivability, a very good chassis, and quite a handy machine. Typically Porsche, not madly cheap. I forget the prices of them at the time, but they didn't give them away.
Just keeping an eye on this as well, Will, just before you finish the point, we've got 2 minutes left on the clock, 1 minute 50 now, so anyone that comes by the line after that that Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess entry that was the top of picture will be off on their final flying lap. These guys at the forefront may well sneak in 2 qualifying lap attempts here and now, but anyone that hasn't crossed the line to this point, when they do, will will be commencing their final flying lap of the session. We are a minute and a half away from knowing who pole position will be for the Sydney 300. Benny and Jimmy Tran throwing everything at it in that Honda Integra. Godfrey and Buchan sitting there in second place. Tran and Tran in fifth. Two Hondas in the top five. You've got two Mitsubishis third and fourth, but you've got a BMW at the top end of town. Of course, BMW riding a high after victory at Wakefield Park earlier in the year. We're waiting to see. It was interesting last night. Anthony Sewell said that his car in particular, his BMW M4, is a bit of a mongrel in the wet. But clearly Wilson and Manif not having the same issue at the moment. 40 seconds left in this session. Tran will be racing back to the start-finish line to try and squeeze another lap in. And Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan. Buchan at the wheel, 1 minute 48.69. He has found 0.6 of a second on Lachlan Manif's time. And at the tail of the session, Honda have found their way to the top of the summit. Checkered flag is going to fly. It's going to catch Benny Tran. He won't get another lap in. He goes to fourth. 1 minute 52.1468. Here is Lachlan Manif and Adrian Wilson trying to respond, trying to find something in response to Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan. Manif at the helm. He's had a pretty good run thus far. Slower second sector than what we saw from Josh Buchan there. And Wilson and Manif will slot into second. They weren't able to improve on that time. So at the moment, it is Honda on pole for the Sydney 300. Presented by Picture Partners on the platforms of Blendline TV around Australia. And now Will Hagan as Josh Buchan comes into the final sector of this final lap of qualifying. He has gone faster yet again in the first two sectors, and now it's just about putting the icing on the cake. Oh, geez, he won't do it running that wide at turn 10, I wouldn't imagine. A little bit more rainfall here as well at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's getting darker and it's getting slick. To the line comes Josh Buchan, 1 minute 48.85, slower than the 1 minute 48.69 he posted last time around. So in all of that, the Honda Integra, in the absence of Todd Herring, in the absence of Mazda, have ticked the first box of the afternoon. They have found themselves into pole position by way of an extraordinary effort, firstly from Lloyd Godfrey, then from Josh Buchan. 0.6 of a second on Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Manif in the BMW M4. Cody Brzezinski and Dylan Thomas third on the grid. They would be delighted with that because they were saying to me last night they didn't consider themselves to be an outright contender unless the rain arrived. Dylan Thomas was saying to me at lunchtime, it's the first time I've been happy about the rain in about 2 months because there's been too much of it, but it actually really suits our race car. And then the Harrison and Wayne Cooper entry in fourth place. Benny and Jimmy Tran in fifth. The Porsche of Stannard and Zach Bates in sixth. Thompson and Kramer another Evo in seventh. That's three inside the top 10. The next of the Integras in eighth. That's of course the Miles Jones entry. He's of course sharing with his co-driver Ben Connell there. The Honda Civic rather, not the Honda Integra. So in all of that, Honda have ticked the first box, and it's very important as we go down to pit lane and Lockie Mansell now. So we're gearing up for the first of the three Series X3 New South Wales races, and we are gearing up for the first of 5, count them 5, support races to the Sydney 300 spectacle, the showpiece here tonight at Sydney Motorsport Park. Of course, the XL's first up, Series X3, supported by those wonderful people at the bottom of your screen there. Heading out onto the circuit now, an enormous field here in Western Sydney. "44 of them, in fact. It is quite extraordinary, the turnout for this event. But it just again goes to show and highlight the importance of grassroots racing and the popularity of Series X3. I describe it in Queensland in particular, where we've got 2 XL Series up there, and hello to anyone tuning in from Queensland looking to keep an eye on the progress of Max Gagan, Jackson Faulkner and Gavin Faulkner, or looking to track their progress at least. I describe it as they make their way around through the short circuit, so we're going to have a start here any tick of the clock, as walking away at the end of the off-season with a big enough field already, and more than you think you've got, or more than you think you need, but someone sprinkles fertiliser. You lock them up in a factory or you lock them up in a garage, someone sprinkles fertiliser in the garage, you come back, boom, there's another 10 next season. It is quite extraordinary. It is really good to see that XL racing is thriving. It's been 10 years in the making to get to this point, but seeing 40-odd cars on the grid is not uncommon practice these days. Let's remind you of the situation here as far as qualifying is concerned, and the qualifying results reflect the starting grid for this opening race of the program. And I'm being reliably informed downstairs that my commentary colleague Lachlan Mansell can hear me loud and clear, which is good news, and hopefully it works both ways throughout the course of the night. We didn't actually get a chance to get down to him to have a chat to Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey after they claimed pole position for the Sydney 300. We will endeavour to do that at the end of this XL race, but the grid looks like this. It is Will Longmore and Dylan DeVono on the front row, Tony Gardner and Max Gagan the second row, Jason Bargwanna and Tim Colombrita the third row, Monique Skabiris and Adam Bywater the fourth row. Good mix of Victorians, New South Welshmen and Queenslanders on this grid here. Ben Bargwanna, Cody Bircher, who was one of the form men here this event last year, fifth row. Sixth row, George Mawad and Cameron Brown. Seventh row, Hayden Auld and Lewis Bahaja, William Seal and also Matt Woodward from row 8, Shannon Williams and Jeff Neve from row 9. Row 10, John Markwick and also Matthew Robbins, or Moss Robbins I should say, Tim Rouse and also James Stabile from row 11, Brian Skabiris and Shane Nicholson from 12, Preston Brewston, Scott Ford from 13, Connor Cooper and Todd Ford from 14, Tamara Wheeler and Ben Goodbridge from 15, Nathan Goulding and Caleb Heffron from 16. 17 is Tom Dalzell and Dean Alessi, Stephen Muggleton and Gary Hodges from 18, Wayne Jones, David Brown and Andrew Grimer making up the order here as we prepare ourselves for the first of 3 short, sharp, snappy sprint races for the Series X3 New South Wales contingent here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The curtain raiser to the picture partners, Sydney 300. 15 minutes this one. Set for start and away we go. Clean start from the inside. Longmore a nice jump. De Bono went with him, coming across there behind them, Tony Gardner and Max Gagan as well. They make it to the first corner, headlights ablaze. Oh, trouble at 1. There's the number 6. That's Timmy Colombrita having a big spin. A big slip and slide if you don't mind, and a big send as they get to turn 2. So, with the exception of Colombrita, the rest of the field have managed to scramble their way through the first corner. Everybody hoping for a clean run. And now, they'll sort themselves out through the first of these flying laps around the 3.905 kilometre Gardner GP circuit. Round the outside, it's hard to know which racing line here, the inside or the outside in these wet weather conditions, is going to best suit these XLs, Will Hagan.
you take what's available.
Exactly.
What somebody else has left. Fierce and close. Wonderful stuff. 3 wide, no problem in these economy type vehicles that are a minimum of 20 plus years old. Some of them dating back as early as 1985 when the production of these cars started. Good heavy braking down hard on the nose there in the leading car.
So that was Longmore, of course, and this fight for second. Have a look at this at the moment, if you don't mind. So the elbows are out. Max Gagan and Dylan De Bono, and it's Gagan up to second. So, of course, qualified inside the top 5 and hasn't wasted any time pushing his way forward in this opening lap. Uh-oh. There's a crunched up front end.
Several cars involved, 32 and 56.
As they come towards the main straight, there may be a bit of debris on the circuit there up around Corporate Hill. We'll wait and see. Gagan being hotly pursued by De Bono at the moment. Gardner, of course, one of the fast cars in qualifying 1 for the XLs. Of course, so big the field that they split the session into 2. He sits there 4th at the moment, and just look at the sea of headlights as they come down towards turn 1. Longmore, Gagan, De Bono, Gardner, Bywater and Benny Barguana up there in 6th place now. Whoa, at turn 1. That was 68, Monique Skaviris having a big slide.
Good view here of this tight corner at the top of the very late apex on it as you get to the top of that hill. And then you come round and turn right and go over the tunnel that brings competitors and officials into the paddock area here. Then down from there, over that hill, over the tunnel, turn right then to go up towards Corporate Hill at the left-hander. Great variety in corners here. The size of them, the steepness of them. Then round the side of Corporate Hill. All put in because of a landowner who was the last to sell and who didn't want to sell when they were buying all the land necessary to make this racing circuit.
So there's car 18 in Lewis Bahaja at the moment, sitting there in position number... He's actually up in the top 6 at the moment, Bahaja. He started there in 14.
And that's the hidden part of, with a car stopped, the hidden, and right near the apex too, a hidden part of the circuit to the general public. No spectators there, and you can't see it because of the hill from the grandstands in the paddock area.
Bahaja's had a terrific run so far. Will started 14th, run 6th at the moment, closely following Gardner and Barguana here, so we've got a 3-way scrap for 4th, but we have got that Parks car at Corporate Hill race control monitoring that situation closely at the moment. Now the safety car is deployed, right on cue. So the race will be neutralised, and we've got Longmore, Gagan, De Bono, Gardner, Barguana the top 5, Bahaja in 6th, and that has been a tremendous run in the opening 2 laps from Louis Bahaja. So just to give you a clearer understanding of who's been involved in incidents around the back there, car number 23 is Gavin Faulkner. That's wretched luck for him, because the reality of the situation is that Faulkner had a car written off in round 2 of the Queensland Series up at Morgan Park, now has run into trouble here at SMP on that 2nd lap and is limping his car back to pit lane. We've got that other car stranded up there at turn 7, but Longmore leads, well, the safety car leads the field. I spoke to the safety car driver Alan Grix this morning. He said, I've already won 1 race today. When he led the Alpha field across the line earlier on, he said, I'm hoping I win a few more, but they don't let me do a post-race celebration.
They had a race at Surfers Paradise which they had to stop early because the safety car was running out of fuel.
Yes.
And it's a true story. This is the equal biggest field that we've got here, and it is the cheapest field.
Yes.
These Hyundai XLs, old models that they are, designed from 1985 till 2000, and on sale over that period. in the building and the evolution of the Hyundai Motor Company. Now, even brought up to the race appearance and standard that they have here, which is outstanding. They look terrific, they work really well. But the safety car bringing the field back into shape, into line. Everybody must maintain position. And look at the number of cars with that car right on the apex of the thing. Get it out of gear, get the brake off, and push it down the hill till it runs up against a fence.
Can I be the bearer of bad news? Race control in my ear saying checkered flag this time by. This race will not resume. They will wave it early. The checkered flag this time by. So Will Longmore, Max Gagan, Dylan and Bono will be the top three here. Fourth will be Tony Gardner, then Bargwana, Bahaja, Bywater, Bircher, Mawad and Woodward. The top 10 here in race one of this latest round of Series X3 for 2022. Disappointing anticlimactic conclusion here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
So, with how many laps done?
That's only three.
3 laps coming up now, one under safety car, so
That's
two
right.
racing laps.
Yep. So that makes Louis Bahaja's performance all the more impressive, doesn't it, from 14th to 6th?
That's perhaps why they didn't bring the safety car out until the 3rd lap. They could declare it then.
Well, that's a fair point too. That's a very fair point. Now, apologies too, confusion on my part. It wasn't Gavin Faulkner, of course. It was the 32 of Ford. So I had a dyslexic moment. I got 23 and 32 mixed up. It's very easily done in a field of 44. But yes, it's the Ford entry up there at Corporate Hill that they'll have to bring home. Todd Ford from Corporate Hill, and after that we will have the MRF Tyres APRA Series on circuit. We're getting ready to head down to pit lane because Lachlan Mansell is there. I'm reliably informed that he can hear me now. He's in his earpiece down there, so we can go down to Lachie Mansell, and he's going to have a chat with the pole sitters for the picture partners Sydney 300, and we're going to pick up him and Josh Buchan in the Honda Integra now.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks, Will. Yes, indeed, I am down here with Josh Buchan, who was qualified on pole position for the Sydney 300 in the Honda Integra that he's sharing with Lloyd Godfrey. Josh, you had to deal with variable weather conditions throughout all 3 segments of qualifying then, but in the end it turned out that full wet tyres were the right choice, and after a close battle with Lockie Manif in the final segment, you managed to grab pole.
Yeah, it was excellent. It was a good session. It actually got quite slippery in the end there, and between turn 5 and 6 there was oil down from a fire in Q2, so it actually made the entry to turn 6 very, very tricky. And with our car with not a lot of power, I kind of need all the traction I can get on exit. So kind of lucky to get it there. The Manif car with Adrian Wilson's very fast, and another DNA prepared car. So very happy with the result.
It's an interesting front row of the grid, isn't it, for tonight? You've got the front-wheel drive Integra with Hugh and Lloyd, and then you've got the rear-wheel drive turbocharged BMW M4 with Lockie and Adrian Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, this event throughout the history of obviously the 300s has always been very eclectic in the cars that are in contention for the win. So every time we're battling, it's either between a freaky turbo at MX-5 or an M4 or another fast Honda or an Evo or something like that. So that's the beauty of the category, is that there's so many cars, so many variations of build that you can make to go fast and win.
How do you see tonight's race panning out? Because for the first time, I'd say ever, it looks like we could actually have mixed weather conditions in the race. So we could have a combination of both wet and dry. How do you approach things, especially with regards to tyre selection?
Well, Lloyd's going to start the race, so that's a him problem. That's not really up to me. I'm going to jump in about halfway through, and whatever tyres they give me, I'll send the thing to the moon, and hopefully it's good enough for a win.
All right, good stuff. We look forward to you and Lloyd putting on a show. You've come close to 300 wins on a couple of occasions. Let's see if you can get the job done tonight.
Thanks, Lockie. Thank you.
Good on you, Lockie. Thank you for that. Just while I've got you actually down there, I know you can hear me. I'm not necessarily sure I can hear you in terms of chatting off air, so I'm going to chat on air. What's the mood like down there at the moment? Because the all-wheel drive boys would be very happy with how they've fared so far.
Indeed they are, and Harrison Cooper in particular was very, very impressed with the performance of his Mitsubishi Evo 10. Also, I reckon Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski quietly confident as well. And the other slightly, I suppose, dark horse as far as the Evos goes is the Lee and Jerry Burgess car. It's a slightly older model, but with two very experienced drivers on board, and they've qualified there or thereabouts as well. So if this intermittent rain continues throughout the evening, that's a car that could pop up and spring a bit of a surprise for us as well.
How would you approach this 9-lap sprint race if it was you behind the wheel?
I'd be taking it very cautiously. I mean, in the end, the sprint race, it's a bit of fun, there's novelty value, but it's not the main prize. So I'd be using it as a bit of a test session with my eyes towards the 300.
Exactly right. And one thing you've got to be mindful of is if you run into any trouble here, there's only about an hour and a half to turn it around to get the car back on the grid for the 300, and that is too tight a window as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly right, and I mean we've already seen a few cars with some mechanical problems. Now it's not just one but both of the Herring Mazda MX-5s. We know that they're replacing a head gasket on the Todd Herring car, but now the Tim and Richard Herring car, they've got a gearbox select that they're dealing with as well. So I think, to be brutally honest, the sprint race is the least of their worries. They're focused on making sure that they've got two reliable cars for the 300.
The attrition has already started, rather unfortunately, but here's one for you, and I asked you this the other day and you weren't able to give me an answer, but I'm hoping you can find some sort of clarification. How come we've got a standing start for the 9-lap sprint race and a rolling start for the feature?
I don't actually know, and that's probably a question that I'll have to try and ask Terry Denovan at some stage when I try and catch up with him this evening. At this stage, every time I go and try and interview him, he has to run off somewhere to deal with one of his many tasks that he's got to deal with throughout today. So we will try and catch up with him, and we'll try and round him up, even if it involves dragging him, kicking and screaming in front of the camera. But yeah, I will try and find an answer to you on that question a bit later on.
Look, if you don't succeed, he'll be up presenting trophies on the podium, so we'll definitely have a chat to him if you don't. Looking forward to this one immensely, mate. Obviously, the 9-lap sprint race, as you say, the least of concerns for some of these guys. But the Pulsars are coming up after that, and that was an interesting qualifying session as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I mean, the Pulsars, they've got an interesting format as well, with a couple of 30-minute races. So, you know, sort of mini endurance races for the Pulsars as well. So, yeah, really enjoying the mixture of race formats. And these changing conditions, they're very much keeping everybody on their toes.
Indeed they are. And obviously, have you changed your mind with regards to your tips at this point, or are you still happy with where you're sitting?
And I'm going to stick with them at the moment.
All right, mate, we'll leave that in your capable hands for the moment. The run down pit lane. We'll have a chat to you later on. Thanks, Lockie. All right, very nicely done from Lachlan Mansell. Let's, at that point in time, just remind everybody that we've got the APRA Series coming up very shortly. The Pulsars for race 1 over, well, it's saying 20 minutes here on my timing screen, but it said 30 minutes on the program, so we'll find out which one is right and come back to you. This is the picture part, the Sydney 300, the headline act of Motor Racing Australia in 2022, live on the platforms of Blendline TV right around Australia. We'll do our best to come back to you to Sydney Motorsport Park momentarily as soon as cars are on the circuit. Hope you're enjoying our coverage this afternoon. Remembering the big one, the Sydney 300 for Picture Partners, is coming up 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Continuing for you live from Sydney Motorsport Park, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Pitch Partners Sydney 300, live and loud on the platforms of Blendline TV right around Australia. What a sight that is. Sydney Motorsport Park lit up under the recently erected permanent lighting here at Sydney Motorsport Park in Western Sydney. The old Eastern Creek, of course, opened in 1990. Has been playing host to this event since 2019, a one-year sabbatical, if you like, in 2020, thanks to the pandemic. But we are back, and this showpiece event is ready to ignite once more in 2022. Just a small hold-up while we wait for the APRA Series Pulsars to hit the circuit here at Sydney Motorsport Park. An opportune moment for us to remind you of the schedule for the rest of the season for Motor Racing Australia. Of course, Terry Denovan's baby, the AASA sanctioned series that holds events both here and at Wakefield Park in Goulburn, and the next one is of course coming up in August 27 and 28, the final weekend of the month. That will of course be at Wakefield Park. Back here on Saturday, October 15 for round 7, and then the final one on Saturday, November 12 of 2022 for the 8th and final one of the year on the GP circuit. Incidentally, the October meeting on the Brabham circuit here at SMP. So, terrific to have your company. Thanks to all of those of you who are interacting via our social media platforms. I'm not in a position to respond to them accordingly because I can't follow along with the live comments given the limited capacity of our broadcast bunker here. I'd love to have 15 screens if I could, to have timing on one, stats and info on the other, comments from Facebook and YouTube on 2 different screens as well. It's just not physically possible. However, we are grateful that you're tuning in and enjoying your Saturday night with us. And what was interesting as well in that 300 qualifying session, and even more to the point, the XL race just now, was still the amount of water on the circuit. You are seeing patches of dry around there, but not fully dry as yet. They are still trying to dry the circuit. And if we get any more rain between now and race start, I think that'll cease the chance of having a full dry track at any point tonight. It's been rather interesting thus far. It's been a strange old day, testing and trying and challenging for competitors, because it's a guessing game. It's a gamble. How you set the car up, how you prepare it, what treaded tyres you run. Do you run treads? Of course, Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson did it the hard way in qualifying. Qualifying 19th on slicks. But they will have the option, I believe I'm right in saying, they were only allowed to run the one tyre in qualifying, but they do have the option of changing to treads if they so desire for the race now that qualifying is in the camp. And what's going to be interesting, more to the point, is the tyre selection and the strategy game that's played in this 9-lap sprint race, which is coming up very shortly as well. Still waiting for the APRA Series Pulsars to join us here on circuit. So we might take this opportunity to run you through the grid and remind you who's starting where. Of course, they have a full field of Pulsars waiting for them in the Parc Fermé area, in the dummy grid area, if you like. And this is how they will line up. Brock Stinson from the front row alongside Harrison Inwood, Dan Smith and Chris Manning from row 2. William Foote and Josh Craig from 3, Matty Boylan and Jamie Craig from 4. And the 2 Scots, Tidyman and Thompson from row 5. Shane Tate and Chris Butterfield from 6. Kane Alderton and Ian Ashcroft from 7. Ian Joyce from row 8 alongside Greg Duffy, Jerome Perosi and Andre Courts from row 9. Row 10 will be Jamie Canellis and Jeff Lawrence. Row 11, Martin Miller and Peter Cannon. Row 12, Graham Manning and Kane Fraser. Row 13, Tim Solly and Brianna Woodland. row 14 will be Rod Albronda and Dennis Barbaro, and row 15, Adam Lisi. So, that's how the Pulsars will line up. We'll take a break from here in Central Commentary. I just wanted to nip that in the bud now because we saw how quick the warm-up lap for the Pulsars, for the XLs was, rather, because they actually ran through the short circuit. So we want to take a... we wanted to take that opportunity to nip that in the bud so that we didn't get caught out by the shortness of their warm-up lap a little bit later on in the piece. No word from race control yet as to when the Pulsars will be hitting the circuit, so we'll take a quick opportunity to grab a break, grab a breath, and when we come back, Pulsars will be on the circuit, the MRF APRA Series.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Or indeed the world on the platforms of Blendline TV. We are live from Sydney Motorsport Park with the feature partner Sydney 300, and the curtain raiser continues now with the Pulsar Series, the APRA Series. Now this race has been trimmed from 30 to 20 minutes unfortunately, so it will be a short sharp sprint for these guys as well. But as we said all along, it will also be a short sharp sprint through the formation lap because they cut through the circuit at turn 4 and make their way around past turn 8 and rejoin the main track over 3.905 kilometres, and will grid up accordingly in just a few moments. And similarly, the XLs will great promise this little category. One make racing and they turn on a treat.
Absolutely do. Good stuff to watch. Again, a good budget-sized type of vehicle in various forms. As you can see, there's various body types there. Sedans, hatchbacks, wagon sort of configuration, but all of Nissan Pulsar. Once called Datsun, but now Nissan, once made in Australia, but Japanese company that has competed very successfully in rallies and racing over a long period, and also supplied a lot of cars to very happy customers, such as these moderately priced, very roomy, reliable and well-built vehicles that we're seeing racing here in just a moment.
And they're making their way down onto the main straight now to form up, Will, and this is going to be fierce and hard-fought stuff right from the outset, especially if what we saw in the XLs only a few moments ago is anything to go by. The boys didn't mind getting the elbows out there early in the piece. And hopefully when they return to the circuit a little bit later on after the Sydney 300 sprint race over 9 laps, which is coming up next on the program here at Sydney Motorsport Park, it will be a little bit more elongated than what that previous race was, which reached an anticlimactic conclusion when the safety car was deployed at the start of lap 3. So only 3 laps in the can there for them, but enough to be classified. Again, one of the pitfalls of the time certain factor here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But much of a muchness. They've still got 2 more cracks at it. This is the first of 2 races for APRA New South Wales, presented by MRF Tyres. And as you can see, they're supported by all the other great sponsors at the bottom of your screen there. And thanks to the team at Blendline TV working so hard in the truck to make sure that those supporters get due recognition, because as we know, money makes the world go round, and we wouldn't have grassroots motorsport without people backing it. Set for start now. The grid is set. From the inside it's Stinson, from the outside it's Inwood, who will get the jump on the run to turn 1 off and racing. Good clean start from the outside. Inwood got the jump as far as I can tell, but Stinson's coming through on the inside. Have a look there. A few drivers using all the off-track and a little bit more to get the run. On the run through into turn 1. Full throttle, Pulsar action as they head towards turn 2. Stinson 3 wide as they head down towards turn 2. Now, can they pull it up when they get in there? Yes, they can, but look at number 20 from the outside of row 3, if you don't mind. That was Craig up into position number 1, and he's the early leader from 6th to 1st. Can you believe that? Wow.
We'll see the excitement down the end of Brabham straight into that fast left-hander on the next lap, because from the standing start they didn't have enough speed to be out of control. But they may well be on the next lap.
Inwood's under some pressure there at the moment, but has managed to hold Manning at bay. Manning's then got the 26 of William Fuller up, and he's inside, and the 43, of course, of Harrison Inwood up on the outside. So Manning's actually now been able to find a way by Inwood. Stinson holds on to 2nd now.
And a very good lead for Craig in number 20.
He's bolted, hasn't he? He's seen his opportunity and gone, catch me if you can.
Yeah.
Up over Corporate Hill for the first time. How good does Sydney Motorsport Park look, lit up in the dark? In fact,
wonderful sight, wonderful.
It looks almost as good as a Christmas tree, there's no doubt about that. There was an argument, there was a discussion had earlier today about whether the drivers, given how bright the track is lit up, whether they would need headlights or not, and the agreement was, yes, we will, because if you end up off the road in one of the dark patches, and there are a couple of them, only a couple around the circuit, we need to know you're there. So, and that was a fair enough argument as well. Here's the battle onto the main straight. Inwood the lead, Craig the leader. Stinson and Manning there, the battle for 2nd. Inwood is 4th. And they're making their way down the main straight across the start strike now at the end of lap 1. Craig with a huge advantage.
See what they do this time down there when they hit it at maximum speed, perhaps get their braking wrong. This is a fast corner. Thought some very good drivers unstuck on other occasions, but also here throughout today.
Interesting battle there, 2nd and 3rd. Stinson had a look and held the inside line on the run to 1. Manning had a look at 2. Stinson kept him at bay. So the battle for 2nd, 3rd, well and truly alive, but they're bringing 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th along with them as a result.
Manning doing a very good job in the yellow car there in 3rd place at the head of that bunch of half a dozen. He's not at the head of it, sorry, he's 2nd in that bunch. But interesting, because there'd be a difference in weights between a lot of these cars. And I think the wagon versions, the bigger versions of later models, would be heavier cars than the earlier model 4-door sedans. But nevertheless, we're seeing some very good racing with Manning here in the yellow car, number 8. He's got 4 behind him who want to get by it. He's got 1 in front that he wants to get past. Working hard on it. Other work going on as they go round the left-hander off Corporate Hill.
Whoa. Daily moment there for the 39.
Well done.
That was Jamie Craig, of course. Josh Craig at the top of the field. Jamie Craig there in the battle for position number 7 now. Will Foote with 5th place, and Jamie the fastest through the 2nd intermediate.
And Dan Smith went back. There he is. He's trying to have a crack at it again in 3:13. Not able to do it, so he's at the tail end of the 6th in that bunch. The bunch headed by Stinson. He in car number 31. Good racing there. All of them not able to get with Craig in number 20.
Little bit of bush bashing at the top of the hill. But thankfully the driver's able to get back on the circuit without forcing the race to be neutralised. Craig with the fastest lap of the race, 2:03.9141. You can see the time icon lit up next to his name there on your scoreboard at the left of screen, ladies and gentlemen. In position number 6, and look at the pressure being applied here. William Foot in 5th place, all over the back of Harrison Inwood. Stinson and Manning still holding down 2nd and 3rd, and they're a 2.5 away from Josh Craig at this point in time. So Craig is comfortable at this point, but he can't afford to get complacent, Will. One mistake and all these guys lunge back onto the back of him.
Mate, nobody in those cars in these conditions is complacent.
No, that's it. Yeah, exactly.
They've got everything bound up. As 26 goes down the inside, doing a very good job there, Will Foot. And Manning's done the job too.
Manning on the inside of Stinson. Stinson looks to fight back on the outside, the run up over Corporate Hill now. If Stinson can hold there around the outside through Corporate, he'll be on the inside for turn 8, and that's important. Whoa, contact at the top of the hill. Stinson covers it up.
Well caught.
Very well caught.
It's cost Manning ground as well, two in front of him.
And Will Foot, the big beneficiary in all of that, from 4th to 2nd. And Inwood went with him as well. Stinson and Manning, that fight not yet over. And Smith is playing into it as well. So too Jamie Craig, plenty going on in the Pulsars.
So Manning at one stage running a consistent 2nd in the pack, then getting to the lead in the pack, now is 5th in the pack. But what the decision now is going to be, well, we've seen what you guys are serving, I'll get amongst it as well.
How quickly things can change.
It's going to get tougher.
They come down across the start-finish line once more. That's the end of lap number 3.
Behind the 6, have a look at the pair, and there's Manning going back a spot, and in fact losing ground. I wonder if he got something slightly bent or put out of shape in that previous episode. But here's the pair behind that group of 6.
Yeah, Boylan and Tate.
So
the
they're in 8th and 9th.
Yep, number 66, of course, and number 147. So 66 Boylan, 147 is Tate. Keep an eye on them. We haven't actually had an opportunity until now to take our eyes off the front 7. So it's good to be able to highlight what they're doing back there, 8th and 9th at the moment as they head up over Corporate Hill. Sorry, over the crest of the tunnel.
33 entered for the event, 29 qualified, and it's 29 very keen young guys and gals, very busy in these Nissan Pulsars.
Car number 96 with a little bit of a tank slapper out of turn 5 there on your screen as well. Of course, that was Butterfield. So head down towards turn 6 and up the hill once more. So Craig leads Foot. The margin now out to 3.1 seconds. Foot trying to claw some of that back. 2.8 through the 2nd intermediate. Craig, Foot, Inwood, Stinson. Then Jamie Craig in 5th. So Craig's top and tail of the 5 at this point in time. And I know you love your little facts and stats. What have you found out about the Nissan Pulsar?
Well, the interesting thing is they actually started production of the Pulsar model earlier than the 1985 start point for the Hyundai XL. Nissan Pulsar started from 1978 and it went to the same time as did the Hyundai XL until 2000. So it had a very long run and would have got heavier as it got better equipped and so on, and different body styles available later.
So they make their way through turn 9 on the front to 10 once more. We pick up car number 83 there on screen at the moment. We've gone a little bit further into the field now. That's, of course, Solly and Manning and Cortez as well. Round onto the main straight. Cortez, of course, triggered that stoppage earlier in proceedings here. He's having an okay run on a drying racetrack here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the Picture Partners Sydney 300 program here in prime time on a Saturday night. The Picture Partners will, the Picture Partners team have also in the past supported this category, and they are still a sponsor despite not being the naming rights sponsor. MRF Tyres, of course, being the naming rights sponsor of the APRA Pulsar series as they stretch towards the end of this first race. We're about 6.5 minutes away from that marker. So by my count, that's going to be 3 laps this and 2 more. Will Foot, fastest lap of the race, 2-minute 1.1814. And the margin between first and second has shrunk to 1.62 seconds. It was as high as 3.3.
30 minutes for this race, and a good one it is too for the 29 cars that drifted up to the start of it. All of them chasing Craig in number 20. Joshua Craig doing a very good job. Be nice to know the year model of these cars, but
yes.
Doing a very good job indeed. You see they got a little bit of a wing in their later period of production.
Yeah, is that just me, or is that the discrepancy between the N14 and the N15 perhaps? I'm not sure. No.
But it became, what changed it, there's the wing, was the Nissan Bluebird. But you go back to a Datsun 1600 as we see 31 and 39 having a respectful little change of place there. Brock Stinson
that's the pole
and Jamie Craig.
Brock had pole for this one after a captivating qualifying session earlier in the afternoon, but he's under tremendous pressure to hang on to his spot in the top 4 at this point from Jamie Craig. What a night it's been for them so far, the Craig boys. Josh leading, Jamie in the top 5. Dan Smith, the former champion in this category, and also the New South Wales Production Car Championship, sitting there in 6th place. Good to see him back on the grid.
Another standard Nissan wing on the back of that car. And there they are again. 31 and 39.
Just joining us here at Sydney Motorsport Park, we are approaching 6 o'clock local time, and we have got Sydney 300 sprint racing coming up for you.
We have.
That'll be followed by race 2 of the Hyundai XL, and I get the feeling, Will, that this race was shortened to 20 minutes from 30 because of the fact that we are slightly behind the schedule that they were hoping to run with for the day by maybe 15-20 minutes. So we'll wait and see what impact that has going forward. Remembering full well that the cut-off time on track tonight is 10:30. Cars have to be off track by 10:35.
Look at what's happening at the front of the field though. Craig in 20 is being caught, and Stinson and Craig in 31 and 39 are not that far back either.
No. Harrison Inwood, fastest lap of the race just now as well. So both William Foote and Harrison Inwood have led the charge to catch Josh Craig. Now, that's a great thing about these one-mate categories. If you're pushing one another along and not dicing, it's easy to make up some ground. If you're the leader, it's almost like you're a sitting duck because you're just waiting for them to catch you. You punch a lot more air on your own, and therefore it's not always as fast as being in a pack going along without, of course, getting caught up in battle. Because if you get caught up in battle, that very easily becomes a way of losing time.
On their 7th lap at the moment.
Whoa.
And with Foote very nearly down into the lead there. Good battle now, 3-way at the front of the field.
I mentioned earlier one slip up from Craig and Foote would be through, but he can't even afford that right now. He's under tremendous pressure all of a sudden. Josh Craig at the front of this race.
Harry Inwood, as he calls himself, Harrison, and here they come, the leading trio.
Ooh. And it's tough for Will Foote.
Very clever. He'll be quick out of here if he can chop back.
Exactly. Oh, actually, why not do it around the outside?
Exactly, around the outside, which is big stuff.
Williams still to the lead.
Still got an outside run to the next corner, but if he can stay there, he can, and he's done it. He's got through, but if he could stay there, he would have been all right on the inside. Hey, he went pretty wide then. 5-second penalties, keeping to the track. Not that it's my decision, but he was very, very wide in that run up to the top corner there. Now on Brabham Straight, now coming down to complete their 7th lap, and with Craig having a crack back at him. Craig down the inside in car number 20, wants the lead back. He's got the lead back. Tucking in behind him is Stinson. Good stuff, great camera work.
A last lap thriller here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Checkered flag will be out next time by. Look at Foot down on the inside, trying to wedge his way up on the inside of Josh Craig there, but also got to be mindful of the presence of Harry Wood as well. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You've got to think on your feet here, because you want to keep Inwood at bay, but you also want to find a way by Craig, and you might compromise yourself one way or the other. Into turn 4 for the last time. Craig and Foot and Inwood putting on a clinic at the front end of the field. This is what One Make Racing's all about. The battle for 4th will and truly on as well. We'll capture the tail end of that, I promise you. Foot was a little bit loose out of turn 5, and now Inwood's looking to capitalise on the inside at 6 and can't do so.
Craig's been very clever in car 20 in covering potential overtaking under brakes on the inside of corners. Let's see what he does down here out of Corporate Hill. This is a fast section.
Whoa!
Running up wide.
Wide goes Craig.
And too quick, way off track. Now way back as he regains the track without damage, leaving it to Foot in 26 and Inwood in 43.
Extraordinary stuff. So the boy from Newcastle and the boy from Bathurst are going to bring it around onto the... There's a car parked on the inside of the gravel trap there at turn 9 as they make their way around onto the main straight. Checkered flag in the air. William Foot from 8 on the grid is going to find his way to the top step of the podium in race 1 here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Foot gets the job done. Quite extraordinary. 5th on the grid, my apologies. Harrison Inwood there in 2nd. Photos all round, particularly the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Josh Craig got the better of Jamie Craig. Stinson, Smith, Manning and Boylan the top 8, and Boylan finished with the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes, .9245. William Foot gets a win in APRA, New South Wales, and there's a few drivers bush bashing on their way to the line.
Absolutely, and a look at Boylan. And Peter Boylan has been on the board of the ARDC at the time when they decided to stop calling it Eastern Creek and to call it Sydney Motorsport Park. Been a very successful competitor and involved in motorsport over a long period. I don't know if he's related to the guy in 66, Matthew Boylan, but it wouldn't surprise, because this is the sort of category that Peter, I think, would like to see an offshoot of his involved in. 29 started the race, a lot of them still dribbling in this enormous field. The bigger fields are the XLs and the Sydney 300, and then 29 for the Nissan Pulsars.
Indeed. All right, let's take this opportunity to get down to Lockie Mansell in pit lane. Go for it, mate.
Thank you, Zach. Countdown continues to the Sydney 300, and I'm down here with... We were talking before about some of the Mitsubishi Evos that were establishing themselves as dark horses, and I'm down here with the drivers of one of those cars, Stephen Thompson. He and Ed Kramer have qualified in position 7 on the grid for tonight's Sydney 300. You guys seem to be just creeping up on it, not attracting too much attention or too many headlines, but you are there or thereabouts. How's qualifying?
Yeah, good. We in the first session we were right up there, but obviously that doesn't count as you go forward. But and then conditions changed. We swapped. I started, Ed finished. Yeah, as you say, P7's good, and haven't broken anything.
A few years ago, you and Ed delivered us what would have to be the undisputed heartbreak story of those 300-kilometre endurance races. You came literally within a couple of 100 metres of winning the race when your car had a mechanical failure coming out of the last corner on the last lap. Can this year be the year that you and Ed make amends for that?
Well, let's hope so, eh? I've actually been dining out on that story since, so it might even be a better story than if we'd won. But yeah, let's hope so, eh? Car, we've been top to tail with the things that's gone wrong with it last couple of events, so fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
In terms of strategy for tonight, any thoughts on who's going to start the race? Have you come up with a plan?
Yeah, I'm going to start. It was really coin toss. I think last time, and Ed and I are good mates, last time, and splitting the costs, last time he started and I finished, but the car broke, so he said, no, you start, and simple as that. No more or less strategy than that.
One of the final things I want to mention, Stephen, is that your business, Allworth Homes, is very actively involved as a sponsor of motorsport. I know that you are quite heavily involved in the New South Wales Production Touring Cars Championship in particular as a major sponsor. So just want to say a big thank you to you for all of the support that you provide to grassroots motorsport.
Oh, you're welcome. Obviously, being part of it helps. And you know, the more businesses see the benefit of, you know, even small amounts of sponsorship, the better.
Good stuff. Well, go well tonight. Hopefully you and Ed can redeem yourselves from 2019.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you, Locke.
Thanks as always to Lachlan Mansell patrolling pit lane for us today in the Picture Partners Sydney 300 of 2022. Cars heading out on circuit now for the Sydney 300 sprint race. The real entree to tonight's main course, and whilst I've said in the past that the curtain raiser is the XLs and the Pulsars, if you like, this is the true entree. And a big hello and welcome to a friend of mine in Daniel Smith, who brought it to my attention that I got my maths wrong this afternoon, and the only reason I did that was through sheer inexperience of recent years of New South Wales APRA Motorsport. Daniel Smith, I got caught out by same name, similar pace, different person. Daniel Smith, of course, watching on from home, the former APRA champion, the former New South Wales production car champion that I was talking about. That's a completely different Daniel Smith out there on the racetrack. So apologies for that, but great sense of urgency to get that message through to me from Daniel himself. I got the message during the APRA race just now, but wasn't able to relay it to everybody at home, so apologies for that. However, we are now gearing up for what should be an enthralling 9 laps, Will, of the Sydney 300 sprint race.
Absolutely. This sets the tone, settles them in to the sort of performance they've got to put in for another 68 laps later. This done from a standing start. The race later, the 77 laps done from a rolling start, and it will indeed be interesting. To put things into perspective, the last part of qualifying qualified 12 cars,
yep.
And then we went from grid position 13 to 27, and we went from that then grid position 28 to 43. So Lloyd Godfrey on pole position.
Now, I was just about to say, as you say that, Will, the car's rolling into position here, but the memo from pit lane is that a lot of cars are thinking big picture and sitting out this sprint race. And I can only think of 2 reasons to do that. One is looking after the car, nursing it to the finish line. Second one is, obviously, with nothing at stake here, as Lachlan said earlier, there's nothing at stake with regards to how this impacts the start positions for the main race itself. It's a much of a muchness sort of situation. There's nothing to gain, but there's plenty to lose.
Well, compared with the Pulsar field that we just saw,
yes.
This is small. This is about 22 to 25. A bit hard to count them there. But as you say, quite a number with no points to be gained, prize money particularly, reserving themselves for the later 77 lap main race.
Set for a start. Picture Partners Sydney 300 sprint race reduced to 6 laps again because, as I said earlier, we are slightly behind schedule on time here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Racing now Great start on the inside from Stephen Kramer and Ed Thompson's 57 Mitsubishi Evo entry, and equally the 3-2-1er Chris Sutton in the Subaru WRX, and it's Sutton up the outside and to the lead. The Subaru WRX leads the field, and we said all along that the greasier the track stays, the more it works in to the creature comforts of these all-wheel drive entries. Tran back down there on the inside of the 777 entry of Connell as they make their way around for the first time. Only 6 laps, but by gee, there's plenty of excitement about it already.
Absolutely, and that's the sort of thing that should be able to be done in a WRX, or Rex as they're colloquially known, or in a Mitsubishi Evo.
So, up through the first intermediate.
Oh, look at this bravery.
Look at the Mini.
The Mini, absolutely. This is a BMW Mini, not a Mini, as done by Alec Isagonis many years ago, first released in 1959, but cut such a swathe through the small car market that BMW later decided that they wanted to be able to call a range of cars bigger than the original cars, but sort of related to them. Yeah. They wanted to call them Minis as well.
I mentioned that there was no real significance to this because qualifying sets the grid for both races. That's not a progressive situation. Of course, the main reason we should reiterate to our viewers at home that the sprint race became part of the showpiece here in the first place was because of the Australian 1000 series, which is on a hiatus at the moment. And of course, with 300 kilometres being the distance of the feature race at Winton Wakefield and here at Sydney Motorsport Park, they had to find a way to get that extra 100 kilometres, and that's where the sprint races came about.
And the blue lights,
yes.
Zach, show they're in the fastest 10 cars, is that right?
Correct. So the fastest 10 cars will sport those blue lights as a way of alerting the slower cars in the field through divisions 3, 4 and 5, especially later in the race, that they are coming through. So please give way, as they say. Benny Tran straight down the inside there at the end of lap 1 on Chris Sutton to go to the lead. So the Honda Integra leads the Subaru, leads the Mitsubishi of Ed Kramer. Second of the Mitsubishis, sporting a bit of a new look this year. Lee Burgess and Jerry Burgess is fourth. Tim Herring, they've got that problem sorted with the 78 Mazda MX-5. It's now just a matter of getting the 77 sorted. They're out there in 5th place. And then the 99 entry of Liddell is 6th, and already now on our screen as well. Not yours at home, so we'll have to decipher this information for you and relay it to you. We are now getting a clear indication of who's in what division for the Sydney 300 tonight. Benny Tran in A, that's no surprise. Chris Sutton in Group C. And Kramer in Group B. So you've got 3 different groups in the top 10 here already. And the first of the Group D entries in Kendrick sitting there in 11th place right now. In total, we had 29 entries take the start for this sprint race. And Todd Herring showing out there as well. So maybe, just maybe, they've got that Mazda MX-5 issue sorted already.
If it's ready, he'll want to settle that head gasket down and retension the head studs after this 6-lapper. So he'll be revving it fairly hard. He'll want to put some work into that new head gasket on car number 77. That's not Todd. That's...
now this is interesting. A pit stop already.
That's Todd in another car, isn't it?
Well, yes, Todd's in 77 down in position number 30, but Tim Herring is in 78. Of course, there's 3 Herrings in the race.
Todd's car that had the trouble was 4.
4? No, it would have been 77.
77? I've got it wrong. Okay, sorry.
That's all right. No, all good. Number 4, there's a lot of numbers and a lot of people to remember today. Number 4, of course, being Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess.
That was cunning, actually, to do that pit stop there, too.
Pit stop practice, I like it. Preparing for the bigger picture of the pressure cooker situation that will be pit stops during the 300s, because as we know, races of this nature can so often be won and lost on the lane. And we're looking forward to seeing how this chapter of Sydney 300 history plays out tonight. There's the 88 entry, the Frasers.
Yeah.
They've been good so far.
M. Fraser, but it's not Malcolm, the former Prime Minister.
No.
Mind you, he was a keen motorist and indeed Alfa Romeo owner.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he was.
Ah.
He appeared at the Fangio meeting at Sandown with Jack Brabham, David Mackay and others, and went round in historic Alfa Romeo.
Here's Glenn Wilson in the number 6. Then, of course, in the 84 entry, sitting back there in position number 10 at the moment is Paul Ansell. Behind them, Kendrick in the number 32 entry that he's sharing with Michael Osmond tonight. And at the front, there is Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson's 57 Mitsubishi Evo. Trying to go with Lee and Jerry Burgess, who have found their way into third. Chris Sutton sits second at the moment. So all-wheel drives, second, third and fourth at the moment, but the Honda Integra has the muscle and the legs to lead the way.
When you say Jerry Burgess too, it only got one S, and that's very different to the South Australian Jerry Burgess with 2 S's.
Yes.
That between his team management, Wayne Gardner, Mick Doohan, Rossi and others, he won or guided people to 13 World Motorcycle Championships.
Legend status in that sport for Jerry Burgess, no doubt about that. And the other difference too is Jerry is GE as opposed to JE on this particular occasion. So just having a look further back in the field here. And again, we say the variety of this race. You've got a Holden fighting with a VW Scirocco here at the moment. And look at this.
Looking at Wilson, he's in 9th place in car number 6, but then we come to car 84, and where is he? There he is. He's in 9th. P. Ansell. There was a Ted Ansell years ago who was a flag marshal at Paddock Bend at Warwick Farm, but who also raced cars in a fairly modest way.
Just having a look here as well. Lots of teams sitting out the sprint race was the memo we got from Lockie Mansell, one of those being the Thomas Brzezinski entry, but they said that they were happy to do a practice pit stop there, and they are currently sitting 29th as a result of that. Again, no bragging rights on the line, no championship points here, because for the second time in its 3-year history, the Sydney 300 is a standalone event. So, and it's not a compulsory requirement as per the supplementary event regulations for competitors to compete in this sprint race. Move there on the inside as Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson's entry is passed by Tim Herring and Richard Herring in the 78 Mazda MX-5 into turn 1. So those guys running in Group B tonight are looking strong. We've got Burgess, Sutton, Herring, Kramer and Liddell, the top 5, of course. Marcus Liddell there in car number 99, having an almighty run. But what this looks like when we throw the final third of the field, currently sitting in pit lane, twiddling their thumbs at the moment, just watching on and enjoying the spectacle that this is.
A lap and a half to go. They've done 4 on their 5th of this reduced 6-lap race, brought back from 9 to get them into gear, to get them up to... And
777. So that was the Honda Integra, of course, of Connell.
Still going. I think when he sees clear track, he'll get away from there. Held it well. Looking at 24, which is in 19th position at the moment. Fowler in Division D, but ahead of a number of cars. Harris behind him at 74 is in Division C, so a quicker class. And there another of the Mazda MX-5s, 8 of them in the race. Todd Herring making the brand and the model very popular. And checkered flag out at the end of 5 laps.
1 lap early. Lee and Jerry Burgess chalk up first bragging rights of the night at Sydney Motorsport Park in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. They win the sprint race here. And very nicely done. Second place to Chris Sutton. Third to Tim Herring, I should say. I've slipped up on that as well. Ed Kramer, Marcus Liddell, and Benny Hanrahan in Charlie Viola's Honda Integra for Picture Partners there in 6th place. Group B to Lee Burgess, Group C to Chris Sutton, and it's a list of Group B and C entries right down through the top 10. Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess there in 7th. Ferrero was 8th in the Group C or Class C 250 entry. Glenn Wilson, Paul Ansell, Kendrick, Fraser, Gorick, Boydell, and Connell made up the 15 there. Joshua Heath, good to see him, and Father Graham, of course, in the Toyota 86 in this field tonight. They were 16th. Scott Freestone, then Baskus, Billy Harris, and Vermeulen made up 18, 19, and 20. Ian Kegg coming home in the only Hyundai in the field in 21st. Stephen Head 22nd. Fowler in for 23rd, and then we've got the Thompson Kapitanovich BMW, the Wakefield 300 winner, coming home in 24th. Angus Lithgow and Parry Anastakis next behind them. Kelsey, Mork, Brzezinski, Tran, and Herring, Todd Herring, rounding out the field. Benny Tran, a non-finisher in this race. Hopefully, touch wood, there is not an issue with that Honda Integra, and that maybe they just wanted to trial something and then park it like a third of the field did by not taking to the track in the first place. So that's been fun.
And now we have a big field. The XLs are back.
The curtain raiser continues very shortly. That was the entree to the main course, but we're still in curtain raiser mode with the XLs coming up very shortly. That was very good to see that all cars that started essentially came home, with the exception of Benny Tran, who was in pit lane for the last 3 laps of that race. So there we go. We got through that without too much trouble, without too much attrition, and that's a good sign going into the 300 a little bit later on this evening. You're right, though. The XLs are standing by. We'll have them for you shortly, and I'm hoping Lachlan Mansell can hear me down in pit lane now, and we'll cross down there and hear from Lockie very shortly, with no doubt the amount of any number of different guests that he's got at his disposal down there. There'll be plenty of people willing to have a chat. He is actually standing by. He is ready. Let's rock and roll down there now. Go for it, Lockie.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks, Will. I don't actually have any guests with me at the moment, but what I do have for you are a couple of updates. So we saw a pit stop for the CXC Racing entry of Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski. They were taking the opportunity to practice a pit stop and driver change in race conditions. So they swapped drivers and they did a tyre change as well. Also, a bit of news on car number 77, the Todd Herring entry. It started that sprint race. It only did 1 lap and then it came back into the pits. The reason being that off the start line, Todd Herring broke the throttle cables, so a bit of another issue to go with the head gasket problem they had earlier on, but thankfully it's not too much for a problem to fix and it should be right for the 300. I'll head back up to you guys to the XL race and I'll catch up with the Trans and find out what their story was in that sprint race.
Thank you very much, Lachlan Mansell, down there patrolling pit lane and absolutely loving life at the moment. Is the voice of the 300s, and I say that because this is the 22nd time he's been involved in the commentary team for a 300 broadcast, and it's terrific to have him on board. Now, we're gearing up for the XLs here. We'll grab a quick break from here in commentary. No, actually, I'm just hearing word that the XLs are about to be released from the lane, so therefore we will stay on air here in Central Commentary and run you through the grid for the second race for the Hyundai XLs, and we can only hope that it runs full distance, unlike the first one. what a cracker of an opening race that was a short while ago as well. While it was green, Louis Bahaja, the standout performer, moving from 14th up to 6th. And he will start the outside of the third row. At the front, Will Longmore, who led from the front, alongside Max Gagan, who moved his way up in the time that we were green. Dylan DeBono and Tony Gardner sitting there, second row. Ben Bargwanna and Lewis Bahaja, third row. Adam Bywater and Cody Bircher, fourth row. George Mawad and Matt Woodward, fifth row. Sixth row, Monique Skaviris and William Seal, seventh row. Hayden Auld and Cameron Brown. And, oh, we've got a car pulled up on driver's right at turn 2. Can't quite make up the number at this point in time. Struggling to get back on the black stuff. He's come amiss and ended up in some very treacherous, greasy grass, and you never like that, Will.
No, he's busy trying to get back onto the bitumen, where there is some degree of grip. Not necessarily a lot. You've got to be fairly smart with what you do, but it's a lot better than where he was.
Got a couple of people messaging me personally here in the commentary booth, Will, with regards to the broadcast and the commentary. A few people loving the broadcast thus far, and we hope that you'll continue to enjoy it throughout the course of the night. But I had one question, and it was with regards to you, my friend. They said, is Will Hagan a walking, talking encyclopedia? And I said,
no. No. I mean, no. There's a lot of things I've experienced and remember, but there's a hell of a lot that I forget.
Yes.
Somebody sent a picture the other day of 1981, me on a boat with Lofty England of Jaguar, and I'd completely forgotten the function, for goodness sake. And there's a photo of me with this senior guy from Jaguar, with Mike Cable and David Mackay and other worthies, you know, and way beyond my thing. I'm going to have to refer to a lot of people if I'm ever going to put it down into print.
Oh, 100%. I think you've even spoken to me about it as well. And I hope, as someone who enjoys hearing your stories, I hope that someday, before too long, you will put it in writing and distribute it for all and sundry.
I'm working on one book, Australians on Wheels, Winning with Wheels. And that's even got to mention a bloke who won the Tour de France.
Yes.
But, you know, Speedway, 2 wheels, 3 wheels, 4 wheels, whatever, and guys and the engineers and the team people behind them, hey, where's my spot? Behave yourself. Oh, here it is. I belong there.
Yeah.
I couldn't see a spare spot.
That was either Hayden Auld or Cameron Brown. I think it was Cameron Brown in the 21.
I love it when they get the go, and these 2 lines suddenly become 6. Here we go. The grid is all in order, and in a moment, chaos and mayhem on an enormous width will occur.
Racing now!
Here they go. I'll go left, I'll go right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's about 8. Oh, don't hit him, don't hit him.
No.
Close.
And a couple of cars trying to wedge their through the middle as well. What a start from Lewis Bahaja it was. He moved from 14th to 6th in 2 laps in the first race. He's moved from 6th to 3rd already in the second. Max Gagan, a good start. Up into second, maintained second place, chasing Will Longmore, and then the battle for 3rd in shoes.
Good stuff in these lovely cars. You can flog them hard and not worry about whatever happens, whatever goes wrong, and have a whole pile of fun if it goes right.
Yep.
Really working well here. I think I'll duck down the inside. Look at them. We've got alloy wheels never seen on these cars. They were on steel wheels when they came out with nice little hubcaps.
Reminds me of 2 a.m. in the local establishment, and they call last drinks. Everybody races towards the bar.
Yeah.
A similar sort of urgency here at this point in time. And
down the inside, but not quite pulling it off in 02 was at De Bono. Again, remembering old names, there was a Jack De Bono, spelt differently to this. The D-E-B is all one word here, but De Bono, Jack, years ago in Formula V and things was separate words.
The space down the middle between the E and the B. So, out of turn 8 for the first time.
These
Longmore.
conditions suit the cars quite well because they haven't got the speed to have to knock off enormous amounts of under brakes.
We don't have a tremendous view of the racetrack from our vantage point here in central commentary, ladies and gentlemen, but there's still a fair amount of surface spray out there, despite the fact that we haven't had any rain in the last half hour.
I was out there a while ago. It's never going to be dry.
No.
You know, the grass, the soil, the bitumen itself, it's just a wet Sydney day. Having said that, if it doesn't trickle rain again, well then they might get dry patches on the track later in the 77 lapper, as we see a very good battle going on here further back in the field. We're looking at 5th place there with Gardner in 161, being kept very busy indeed. Lots of aggression going on there for 5th, 6th and 7th place. And then another trio, battling trio too, coming over the top. They've all gone for alloy wheels, or most of them have. Less unsprung weight, better brake cooling. But Longmore's the man in 84 who's at the head of the field, as 171 is being challenged, and he's going to stick to trying to stay in front and go across the front of 102. Very brave stuff, but he managed Bargwana to do it and to stay there, and now they come under heavy brakes for this right-hander off Corporate Hill, downhill. Hard to get the thing stopped.
Out of turn 8 once more. Good scrap this. 171, of course, one of the early pace setters here at Sydney Motorsport Park today, Benny Bargwana, and his dad, Jason, was a particular pace setter, it's important to note. Of course, fastest or second fastest in that opening qualifying session, down the inside to Bono, coming onto the main straight, and in behind them as well
is Gardner.
Is Tony Gardner at 161. So you got 171, 2 and 161, all within the arm's length of one another at this point in time.
As we watch the leading trio, Longman from Gagan, from Buhaja, and then have a look at this battle. A trio there, then a pair, and now this group of 4. One bravely down the inside.
Whoa!
And, he'll hang on. He
Bargwana!
He recovered well, but
very well.
Then was going very quickly into this late apex corner. If you apex that corner too early, then you're very slow on the exit and you run very wide for this right-hander then over the tunnel, which they're coming away from now, down to the infield, if you like, heading their way up to Corporate Hill.
Extraordinary atmosphere already here at Sydney Motorsport Park as the excitement builds towards the main course, the Sydney 300 for Picture Partners tonight. And how could you not enjoy what you're seeing here at the moment? The XL's putting on a real show, and De Bono's still under pressure there from Gardner. 4th and 5th at this.
I've seen less traffic than that in Seoul in Korea at quit time at the end of the day.
Yeah. Now, 5.5 minutes left in this race. Longmore the fastest over the race, 205.36, 1.05 the margin at the moment. Bahaja to second, got by Gagan. Louis Bahaja, 14th to 6th in the opening race, 6th to 2nd so far in this second race. It just goes to show that race pace and qualifying pace are two completely different things. He has had a real good run here so far, and now we've got a safety car deployed. So therefore, with 4 minutes and 57 seconds on the clock, I think, you know what I'm going to say, Will? I can see checkered flag being waved next time by. now that they've just
There's a
completed lap
caution flag
3.
being shown too.
That's right.
Down the end of Brabham Straight, which
So-
means no overtaking when you're in the area of that flag. And you can see everybody knocking off a lot of pace and maintaining their positions, behaving themselves. And that's the
that's
reason.
why.
And it's Chabaris
That
in 58.
is also off the exit of turn 1 on the run to turn 2. There's a lot of runoff area down there, a lot of gravel, and she is well and truly beached, unfortunately, down there. So next time by checkered flag, that is being confirmed in my earpiece right now. Longmore will therefore be the winner, and that'll be 2 from 2, but Louis Bahage is going to have a real red hot crack at him off the front row in the final race here, and his fan club, his biggest supporters, his mum, Jeanette, would be absolutely beside herself with joy right about now, I can assure you.
Chabaris was in 12th place, but has parked on the outside of the track there, and as you say, will bring an end to this XL race, and it's not their last race. They've got their 3rd race after a bit of a break for officials coming up now, but Pulsars then have their 2nd race, XLs have their 3rd race, and then at 7:30 Sydney 300 starts. 43 cars listed on the after qualifying, and 29 started.
44, because Herring wasn't out there for qualifying.
True.
Yeah.
So going to be a chock-a-block field for a very difficult long race where 6 or 7 guys are going to do it solo, 2 or 3 are doing it 3 up, and there are, I actually counted, originally it was said to be 14 brands, but I counted 15 in the qualifying thing, or in the mix of practices. And here's another car under tow, that being Shannon Williams in the pink XL, and just waiting for the field to get through for that car to be taken back to the paddock area. As we look at 136 to it, they're so nicely presented. Cody Birch's car, a lot of good paintwork done, very nicely presented and very reliable. You don't see any blow-ups or problems. They just get out, flog the hell out of them, go back and get ready for the next meeting.
Indeed. Checkered flag. Longmore goes 2 from 2. And unfortunately it's 2 from 2, finishes behind a safety car for Series X3 here today at Sydney Motorsport Park, or tonight now, as the artificial light takes over from the natural. And how sweet does it look? For those of you that haven't seen it before, Sydney Motorsport Park under lights is something to behold. A real nice addition to what was already a great venue of Australian motorsport circles.
And it's 1 hour to the start of the 3rd Sydney 300 here.
That come round quick.
And we've got to be out by 10:30, or finish the race by 10:30.
We can go down to the precinct right now, actually, into the inner sanctum in pit lane, and Lockie Mansell's standing by. He's got Benny Tran with him.
Indeed, I do have Benny Tran with me. Benny, we've done qualifying, we've done the sprint race, and over the last few 300s, the Honda Integra of you and your brother Jimmy has been one of the fastest cars. Certainly the Wakefield 300 earlier this year, you were in a really good position before the gearbox failed. How's the car going so far today?
Cars have been good. We just found out a fuel issue, so we'll get it sorted and get ready for the 300.
What have been your thoughts on the track conditions throughout practice and qualifying? Obviously it's changed between wet and dry right throughout the day.
At the moment we're on the R compound 050s and the car's fine in these conditions. I mean, it's going to be tricky, since if it dries up during the race then we'll probably switch to slicks.
So at this stage, given the track conditions as they are at the moment, are you thinking you'll start on the R spec tyres?
We'll probably wait 20 minutes out and we'll make the call, but at the moment we'll be R. But give another 45 minutes, it might dry up a bit more and we might go slicks. Just save time for pit stops, that's all.
Over the last few years, we've seen that you've had a range of mechanical failures that have cost you your shot at victory, drive shaft problems in a couple of races, the gearbox issue at the Wakefield 300. Are you guys confident you've got those mechanical problems resolved?
We don't hope so. I mean, we'll see when we 50, 60 laps in and see how we go. But, you know, we've got a fresh gearbox in there. It's cooler weather. It's a bit nice on the dry shafts. It's just hard on the front-wheel drive. We've got horsepower, so we're leaning on it, braking on it, turning on it. So it's like it's hard work on the dry shafts. But yeah, we'll keep changing things. If it doesn't work, then we'll keep changing and make sure it works. Yeah.
Right, good stuff. You are a couple of the front-running drivers and a couple of the big supporters of the 300, so we wish you and your brother Jimmy all the best for tonight's 300.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, Lachlan.
Lachlan Mansell down there with Benny Tran and Jimmy Tran. Of course, they're teaming up in the Sydney 300 tonight after, of course, driving with separate co-drivers in a two-car assault last year in the picture partner Sydney 300. We've got a small break here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but don't go away if you're tuning in on the platforms of Blendline TV around Australia, because we've got a very special treat for you. A look back at Todd Herring's success this time last year. Well, in fact, it was a little bit more than this time last year. It was 434 days, in fact, when he won the Sydney 300 of 2021. His second Sydney 300, he's third in total. He goes out in pursuit of history tonight. To achieve it, he'll have to come from the rear of the grid. Here's how he did it from pole last year.
My dad and brother used to race speedway when I was a kid, and I used to go out and watch them, and I asked my dad if I could race, and he goes, well, if you want to race, you can build a car. So at 11 years old, I built my first race car. Every time I get in the car, I want to win, but so does everyone else on the track, so you know they're going to drive as hard as you're going to drive. When you sit in the car, all you're really thinking about is going fast, and you forget about everything else. I don't know, I love it. It gives me just a rush.
So far, the 300 is still to come. Good go, we last time. Got there and then goes, isn't it full yet, isn't it full yet? We didn't put enough fuel in the rig.
Sorry, I get a little bit antsy in the car. The Sydney 300, I think it is the biggest race for grassroots motorsport endurance racing.
It's like the grassroots races, Bathurst 1000 really.
No matter what class you're running in, people have to strategise and have race plans, and it's just another level of competition that you don't normally get with sprint events.
So if you come in right at the beginning of the pit window, we're going to be like 35-40 seconds worth of fuel in it.
So lap 35.
We can make it home from lap 37. Just don't do a wing cut.
I reckon.
Yeah, listen to what we say on the radio.
I'll hang over the pit wall.
Once he stops, you'll know your rolls, tether, and extinguisher.
So one of the important things in the race is making sure we can communicate, because with a long race we all want to be on the same page. We want Todd to know what's going on.
Is he popping the field lap?
Yeah. I'm sure he is.
Can't hear a thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's that, mate? Can you hear me, Todd? Can you hear me, Todd?
On the start grid, I heard another team come over the radio. Where it was locked at, it was on a channel that was just constant squeal in my ears.
What are you doing?
So we thought, oh, not again. We've had him in the past, and we thought, not another radio drama. So we're trying to frantically see if we can sort out what's going on with the radio, because we know how critical that is. We just have to assume that he can hear us, and I've just got to keep broadcasting.
Set for start, the Sydney 300 of 2021. Freeman Racing. Great start from Todd Herring, who blasts up the inside to take the lead. But Tran wants to race early, wants to go hard. Benny Tran up on the inside.
Benny come flying up on the inside, and I went, holy and he gave me a little tap, and I went, righto, sprint race it is. It's on, let's go.
Benny Tran, new race leader. It only took 2 corners for the first bit of action.
It's on for young and old here.
Todd believes his best chance is to put Benny under pressure and try and make him run as hard as he can at the beginning of the race. They were door to door, and they were both going at it.
The plan for the race was Class A cars have to do 2 5-minute stops. The Class B cars have to do a 5-minute and a 2.5. So already we're 2.5 minutes behind.
We know that we've got to make up about 2 seconds a lap to catch up to any cars. If we get a safety car, we know we have to come in.
2 by 5-minute pit stops, safety car deployed. Now, if the boys have read their regulations, they know that at the end of lap 9, the one that we're on now, they can come into the pit lane.
We know we can't come in on that lap, but can we come in on the next lap and take advantage of it and have all or most of our pit stop done under the safety car conditions?
Because when the first car goes across the finish line, that's when the pit window opens, and then I'm doing the maths and I went, oh, what if I got it wrong? So I'm moving over to the pit lane, and Benny's come with me, and I thought if he dives, I'm going across the grass. And obviously he was going, well, if Todd doesn't go, I'm not going. But if I dived in, and then the next car didn't go over the start-finish line, we would have went in before pit window opened.
It's very important to get it right, but then you get it wrong, it finishes your race.
So he stayed out, I stayed out, let's go.
Didn't get a chance to take advantage of the first safety car, and so we knew that as soon as there was a safety car called, we were at the point where we just had to come in.
1.7 second lead, mate. 1.7. Any sign of the safety car, come to the pits. Is that double yellows or safety car?
And there it goes. Flashing lights.
Safety car.
Pit lane's a hub of activity, Will. Both Herring and Tran in, but the leaders taking advantage of this safety car.
You guys right? Tether it up.
I just floor it to get to the pit entry as quick as possible, because I know it's going to come down to seconds after the pit stops.
So the next critical thing for the pit stop is we had to make sure that we didn't let Todd leave too early. All he wants to do is get back out on the track, because as soon as the safety car comes back to the top of the main straight, they close the pit exit and you can't leave. So effectively, if you can't leave before the cars get to the top of the pit straight, you go an extra lap down.
Lights out this time by restart at the start of lap 18, ladies and gentlemen.
I was trying to do the maths, and I'm going, they're going to be coming on the straight when they're going to have to release me. So I'm sitting there wanting to get out, and Vern's going, just wait, you've got plenty of time. And I went, no, I've got to get out.
10 seconds!
And then he released me, and I moved, and the red light come on.
Go! Oh.
Herring stuck at pit exit as we wait for the field to make their way by.
And I'm just thinking, oh, it's like, I'm done. Like, there's no way I can win this now.
Potentially this could have been the end of the race. That one extra lap is just a massive amount to make up.
So when I didn't know where I was. I knew I'd be like laps down.
29th at the moment, 2 laps down.
There was no baby in it, there was no looking after the tyres, it was just drive it as hard as you can to try to get that lap back.
Well, he's got to get on with it, and he's further back in the field there, but he's made a little bit of ground.
He's still 40. Yeah, he's still the perfect time. I just said, man, just keep doing what you're doing.
There is Todd Herring closing in.
First place in white, second place in black. The monster Mazda MX-5, turbocharged.
Todd Herring goes back to the lead.
so it all becomes about fuel between those two pit stops.
You've got 9 laps of fuel left, mate. 9 laps of fuel, P2.
I was driving along, had no comms, I didn't know where I was. And I'm going, I can't bloody hear, like.
About 7 laps of fuel left.
Burns made up the board in case we lost comms and ran me through all the squares and the numbers, and by the time I got out there and started the race, I forgot all about what the squares were.
And we're getting down lower and lower in the laps. I'm not getting any real reaction from Todd.
When he's doing the countdown, I'm going, what is that box? It must be fuel. It's got to be fuel.
And then we get down to lap 1.
And I've gone past. I went, 1, what? And then I went past the next time, and he's circling, he's got his finger around the 1, going, come in, like, come in. And I went come up over the hill, and the car's going, and I went, oh, it's definitely what that square means.
Todd Herring on the lane. This is the critical point of the race.
Next lap, thankfully, we see him coming down pit lane, 3-second pit stop.
Herring's pit stop here needs to be as close to 5 minutes as possible.
Second pit stop, I asked Vern, do I go out and dry the wheels off it, or do I just go out circulate? He goes, push mate, push.
Let him off the leash and let him bring the car home.
There's Herring back out on the racetrack, 5 minutes more.
The last 20 laps, I knew I was in the top 3, so I was happy at that.
Todd Herring, the effective race leader based on all the calculations, comes around on the main straight one more time. Now, he took the week off work to go over that with the finest tooth comb you could ever imagine. He checked every nut and bolt.
I get such a buzz out of building my own car. Everything on this car I've either designed or built myself. It means that much to me to see it all come together and work how I planned it to work.
This is the pinnacle of grassroots motorsport, and that guy's the benchmark at the moment.
If you can hear me, Todd, there's 3 laps left after this. You've got a 1-minute lead.
Vern's hanging out over the wall going, slow down, and that's when I went, I've got this. You won't tell me to slow down if I'm not winning it.
This has just been a superb drive from Todd Herring, and there's not anything anyone in this paddock has been able to do to stop him tonight. He's done it solo again! A magnificent victory, an emphatic victory, a dominant victory.
He's a machine! He's a machine. That's crazy.
He doesn't need any more use of those tyres. He can light it up and smoke it up and celebrate big time.
Todd, you've just won the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. How do you feel?
Todd is just a racer at heart. It means everything for him to win.
Let's go!
I was that excited, I was that happy. I just went, oh, we've got it.
You did it, mate.
Again. My childhood dream was to race a V8 supercar, but I knew I'd never have the money to be able to do it.
Todd, he's the first person to help anybody. Even if you're the car that's most likely to beat him, he'd be the first one to help you.
The grassroots guys, they put their heart and soul into their cars, they bring it to the track, and it's all it's a bit more respect, I think.
To put it all together, race it on your own, and for the car to run almost flawlessly is just amazing.
I have to ask, Todd, what makes an MX-5 go so bloody fast?
A few little tricks I've learned on the way, mate.
Your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
So here we are, all ready for the last three parts of this enormous program. We've got the Pulsars in their second race. It's scheduled for 30 minutes, but it won't be that long, because the XLs in their third race are scheduled for 20 minutes. That's 50 minutes, and we've got to start the Sydney 300 in about 50 minutes' time. And so both of those races, I think, will be shortened. The Sydney 300 must start at 7:30. It's probably going to be a slower race this year because of the wet conditions, and we must be out by 10:30, the last car off the track at 10:35. So all in readiness now for, as I say, the last three parts of this massive one-day program. A little bit of warm-up done yesterday here, last evening, in ferociously difficult conditions, very wet on occasions, with massive amounts of spray, but really just sort of a bit of a settling in and testing program for the various drivers. But what we'll see after the 29 cars in the Sydney 300 took on the sprint race that went over only 6 laps, this will be a full field. It could be as many as 44 cars starting in these wet, dark and slippery conditions. Very different to motor racing in the dark that you'd see, for instance, at Le Mans, because there the only lights are around pit lane. They then, with their headlights on, go out into the dark all round that area of where the first French Grand Prix was held in 1906. It was held around the Le Mans area. The lap actually was 108 kilometres long of that first French Grand Prix, and they ran them regularly until 1914. A really great build-up to the to what's become in 1950 World Championship Grand Prix car racing, Formula One. In 1958 they then brought in a manufacturer's title as well. And that's on this weekend, the French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard circuit down in the south of France. Earlier this week, on Thursday, we lost Max Stahl, a guy who really laid the foundation through his editorship of Racing Car News magazine, but also he was the advertising manager too, because he'd come from an advertising background and had his own advertising company. But he had a massive stroke on Monday at his home in Scone in New South Wales, and then didn't respond to treatment and died early on Thursday morning, as also did, he was 87 and only just 2 weeks past his 87th birthday, but Paddy Hopkirk, the great Northern Irish rally driver who won the 1964 Monte Carlo Rally. He died too on Thursday, but the other side of the world, over in Britain. Greg Rust was 52 earlier this week, and Ray Berghaus, photographer who copped this. He started off as a photographer. He became ultimately putting out magazines and still does Muscle Car Masters and Old Bike Australasia. He has 250,000 trannies, roughly, he said, and probably about 1 million black and white photographs, and for decades and decades has always been in a helicopter over the Mount Panorama circuit to photograph the opening laps of that October race. But, Zach Cabin, I imagine that you're looking forward to the last two races of these demonic categories that have put on such good, fierce, close racing for us earlier today.
Absolutely, Will. Good evening once again to you. Hi, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that piece on Todd Herring and his success in the 2021 Sydney 300. That was absolutely superb and well done by all involved.
It
Producers,
was. Congratulations to them. It was a well-done film indeed.
And the Herring Racing stable as well. But how about this in the meantime? As you say, the support racing, the curtain races have been terrific here so far tonight. And they will continue to be so, I would imagine, as we gear up for the second race of this APRA Series round. And the grid will read like this. Front row will be William Foote and Harry Inwood. A very nice performance from Will to win that opening race after Josh Craig come unstuck in the closing stages. Daniel Smith, not the one that I was thinking earlier, with Chris Manning, Matty Boylan and Shane Tate in the third row. Greg Dovesey and Butterfield from the fourth row, Stinson and Ashcroft from row 5 as the field makes its way around onto the main straight to form up for what will be a very entertaining 30-minute race. They are hopefully going to be able to run this one to its full distance, Will. After the previous race was shortened from 30 to 20.
We'll
save a little bit of time in the schedule.
So the grid sheet here sees 29 cars listed for this Pulsar race, and I'm sure you all remember how entertaining it was, fiercely fought it was earlier on, not that long ago. All of this got to be completed, this one scheduled for 30 minutes. They have 2 races, whereas the XLs have 3, and their next race, their third, is 20 minutes.
And look at this, again, it's almost as though a few of these guys are late to the party trying to find their grid spots.
Yes,
they're not in any order of sequence.
No, it's a funny old business, that.
Just quickly through the rest of the grid here, we got down to Shane Tate in 9th. The results read that Kane Alderton was 10th and Greg Dovesey 11th and Chris Butterfield. There were a couple of post-race penalties applied here by the look of it, considering the grid is a little bit out of order. But nevertheless, we'll work it out as we go, and that could have been a consequence also of the fact that they triggered some timing loops on the way round too. So the timing sheet that we're getting live is not reading a reflective of the finishing order of race 1. But that'll all soon be forgotten because race 2, the final one of this round, is underway. And it's a beautiful start from the outside from Harry Inwood. On the inside, it's William Foote not running the headlights. The lights ablaze on Harry Inwood as they head to turn 1. He's got his guys in front. And around the outside as well, have a look at that. Seeking redemption, it's Josh Craig, who brought himself unstuck in the tail stages of the opening race. He's going out in pursuit of what was rightfully he's going to take him there in race 1. He's wide in turn 2, however. And that'll allow Foote and Inwood to submit themselves 1 and 2.
He can get to second
Craig,
here. And he has.
Slicing
well, he's still arguing.
Up on the inside and slipping and sliding as well. Down they go.
4 wide. Actually 4 wide.
Thankfully, they thought better of it and tucked back in and followed one another through. Or otherwise that could have been very messy.
Great stuff, these front-wheel drive cars. Tremendous racing. As I said earlier, they started production of the Nissan Pulsar in 1975, the design of it. and the sale of it in Australia, and that went on until 2000. So it's a very old model indeed, 25 years, albeit that it did change considerably over that period.
Foot's the leader up over the, Inwood's the leader up over the top. Foot in second spot now, having lost the jump on Harry Inwood, and again that's a direct consequence of the more rubber going down on the racing line actually helps those starting positions 2, 4, 6, 8 off the standing start. So I think there'll be a few people up and down the Sydney 300 paddock in the starting grid right now. We're very thankful that it's a rolling start.
Absolutely. Inwood there in 43 leading the race, being kept very busy and honest by Foot in number 26. Craig is behind them in 39. And now the line starts down Brabham Straight. 29 of them kicked off, 6 of them in pretty close company at the front of the field. Then the yellow car back there in 7th place is Manning.
So, almost 7 minutes in the can, 23 to go. Of course, bearing in mind for those of you that are new to racing here at Sydney Motorsport Park, we need to reiterate that the 30-minute time window allocated to this race actually starts as the cars are released from marshalling, not as the green flag is waved and the red lights go out. So therefore we lost probably a good 4 3/4 minutes getting through that formation lap.
That's why 7 minutes 20 seconds of the race gone, and they've only completed 1 lap there on their second. So yes, but oh, look at what's going on up there at the front. Good battle off there in the distance, and it's still 43 Inwood leading, but only just leading. Number 26 Foot.
And William's brother Daniel was also a carter back in the day, to the point where commentators went, oh, tank slapper for William Foot, but he hung onto it nicely.
Just a little bit sideways, he was all right.
Just a little bit of drift work. That was Manning running wide at turn 9 as well. Did he gather it up? No, he didn't. He's dropped down into position number 7 there, potentially, by the look of it. Jamie Craig actually is the big mover here. He's moved up into 3rd place.
Onto 2 wheels there. Inwood just kicking the inside front and rear up very slightly and momentarily, but showing how hard he was cornering, and indeed the grip that he was getting from the outside pair of wheels. So 2 battling for the lead, 4 behind them battling for 3rd to 5th place. 6th place is Manning, pulling out of the slipstream but not able to do anything about it.
And Josh Craig side by side with Daniel Smith as well. How's that at 200 kilometres an hour? Wow. Been a hit and miss sort of night for Josh Craig, Will. Was right in contention in that first race, come unstuck in the last lap, finished 3rd, and it's so far slotted into 6th place in this race, but is fastest on circuit, 2:01.21.
Now Craig doing a very good job there in number 20. You've got to think about it beforehand, position yourself, sometimes dropping back a little bit and then slingshotting up towards the tail of them. In a corner, as you under brakes for the corner, will do better than if you're up their tail and then you lose the speed that they've got. But if you can arrive at the corner at the apex quicker than the one in front of you, I mean, sometimes you need to leave a gap to get there. So good battling here. Inwood in charge though. And he'd be very entertained if he could take some time off and have a look at the rear vision mirror, as we do with Craig in 4th place at 39.
So it's Jamie Craig and Josh Craig side by side there at the moment. 4th v 5th, 20 v 39. Jamie holding on for the moment. Josh with the outside one, wedges his way in front.
He goes back 1.
So Jamie Craig drops back to P5, and Josh Craig continues his charge back through the field, having started this race in 3rd place, going now out in pursuit of the original pole sitter after the qualifying session, Benny Stinson. Down the main straight, still Inwood and Foot line astern, nose to tail. Oh, this is what good Pulsar racing is all about. You got battle packs for first, third and fifth at the moment, and that is just the half of it because these battles ignite right throughout the field.
Yeah, some great battles going on there. Everybody trying to dig up some more speed. 12th place is number 48, and that's Tidyman. And Scott Tidyman doing a good job there, but a long way off the leading battle, the pair out in front, Inwood and Foot, and then the trio in behind who are having a fierce old... In fact, it's broken up really into a two-way battle for third and fourth. Stinson and Craig. Good battle going on there. Craig in 20, he's in fourth place. Just in front of him, Stinson in third. And behind, it is Smith in number 313, being followed by Manning in number 8.
So, we're not quite half race distance here, although we're about to be, because I'm just getting word from race control, and if you're following along on live timing at home via NatSoft, you'll see that this race has been slashed by 5 minutes, trimmed from 30 to 25. So therefore, the urgency is on.
Surprise.
Yeah, absolute surprise. The urgency is now, and the onus is now on the drivers to make every post a winner from here, because there's less time to catch up, or play catch up, if you run into trouble at this point. Inwood and Foot side by side on the run down to turn 1. At the line, Foot had his nose in front last time by, now Inwood's got his nose back in front, so Inwood back to the start.
3 pairs of cars side by side in the first 6, and swapping places, and pushing back into 6th place. Craig in 39.
And it was the car in 8th place, Matty Boylan, that had the fastest lap of the race that time around, Will, as we edged into the 159s. So we're sub 2 minutes for the first time today, a sign that the track may just be ever so slightly drying up. It's certainly not full wet anymore. And I'm not sure we're even at a point where it was full wet during the race meeting per se, but it certainly was last night. So Inwood and Foot through turn 4 up to Brocco 5. Inwood very wide on the exit there of 5, but he gathers it up. Foot tucks in behind. Line astern only about a car length in this at the moment. Throw a handkerchief over them. I was saying earlier that William Foot's brother Daniel, also successful karter. They both plied their trade in karts once upon a time. Daniel was state champion winner at his home track in Newcastle many years ago. No doubt watching on Blendline TV tonight. Good evening to you, mates. No doubt proud of what the little brother has achieved. In fact, there were a pair of commentators named Wazza and Jimmy who called one of the big karting series back in the day. And because they put the two together, that they were siblings, they were brothers, one got called left foot and the other one got called right foot.
Absolutely, that's the way it ought to be.
I can't remember which was which though. Round onto the main straight. There's Jamie Craig in 39. Smith in 313 onto the main straight. Manning is in close tow and pursuit at the moment. The battle at the front still alive and well with Inwood and Foot. But slowly but surely, chipping away at the deficit is Josh Craig, looking again to seek that redemption. That he missed out on getting the victory earlier, so he wants his share of the pie, if you know what I mean.
10 minutes remaining in this shortened race, back to 25 from the original 30 scheduled.
Foot was wide through turn 2, but he managed to salvage it on the exit of 2 and keep Craig at bay, albeit just. Now he gets down on the inside, does Josh Craig. Foot will go wide through 4 in the hope of having the inside run as they get to 5. In fact, he's already covered it off. And that's the thing, in these one-mate categories, there's more. We talk about the racing line a lot. There's more than one fast way around here in a Pulsar, same in an XL. And they're proving that tonight. I guess when you just add water, it spices things up in terms of the way in which you get yourself around the racetrack as well.
You can see that the latter of those two cars is wider than the one in front. It's obviously a later model. It's got a standard Nissan rear wing on it as well. There's quite a range of difference of body types, of weight and so on in these cars by comparison with the Hyundai XLs, which didn't change very much over their entire history. Manning's an interesting character. He's been in some good positions and had the ability to score some very good results, but he makes the odd error and fades away a little bit, albeit that he's still in a very respectable 7th place at this stage in a field of 29.
Apra Pulsar Racing proudly brought to you by the people at the bottom of the screen there, most notably MRF Tyres and the naming rights sponsor of the Sydney 300, the great people at Pitcher Partners. Round onto the main straight. 8 minutes, 10 seconds to go here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the second and final race in this afternoon round, if you like, into the early evening of the APRA Pulsar Series with thanks to MRF Tyres. A stable on the MRA bill for 9 years now. In fact, it might even be 10. It's been a success story of grassroots motorsport in New South Wales and Victoria. Unlike the XLs, which have kicked off nationally and grids are booming everywhere, these guys have found their wheelhouse in New South Wales and Victoria motorsport. Across the short chute, Inwood, Foot and Craig, 1, 2 and 3.
Oh, a good manoeuvre there by Smith in 313. Still on the inside, which he needs to be as he comes round Corporate Hill, goes downhill. He's got to do some heavy braking in just a moment. We saw some drama there earlier, but he smartly swapped to the other side and got there, or hasn't he? No, he didn't. Very clever though. He came from being on the left side of the car to being on the right side of the car, on the inside on both of those corners around Corporate Hill, yet he still couldn't get by. So it was good stuff done by the car that 39, Craig, that he was trying to get past.
Oh, jeez. Well, using all the road and a little bit more up there at turn 10 and 11. Smith and Manning side by side nearly on the run down the main straight. And speaking of side by side, look at Josh Craig down there on the inside now of William Foot. The elbows are out now because we're at the business end of this thing. I'm hearing in the earpiece that it could be flagged earlier than the 25 minutes. We could have a checkered flag next time by, which would mean that we'd only get to 20 minutes, which is rather unfortunate. But again, we've been stressing right throughout the night that we are at the wrath of the powers that be, Will, in the sense that Sydney Motorsport Park does have a circuit curfew of 10:35, meaning it would be time certain at 10:30 plus 1 lap for the Sydney 300 if we start too much later than what we're planning. And of course, with the being mindful of the fact that we are greeted with less than perfect conditions in a track sense, the slower the lap times, the slower the race. So we're always mindful of the need to get the main course off and running as close to 7:30 as possible. Inwood and Foot. Craig is third. Good little dice further back here as well, Will, between the 113 and the 222. These guys, believe it or not,
18th
fighting
and
for
19th.
Yep, and Fraser in the 19 just ahead of them in 17th as well. But at the front, it's Inwood, it's Foot, it's Craig. Craig, of course, having got past Foot. He's picking in the middle at the moment, but watch for the drag onto the straight and see if he can get it in the run to the line on Harrison Inwood, who has done a beautiful job and led pretty much every step of the way here in this 8-lap race at Sydney Motorsport Park. William Foot won the opening race. He's going to have to settle for third. The boy from Bathurst, Harrison Inwood, can he fend off Josh Craig in the run to the line? Checkered flag in the air and at the ready. Craig won't get a chance to have a lunge. Inwood gets the job done by the narrowest of margins, 0.1 of a second. Inwood gets the job done from Craig and Foot. So the top three remain the top three, just in a different order. Fourth to Stinson, then Jamie Craig, Dan Smith, then Manning, Boylan, Duffy and tied him in the top 10. And still that battle for 17th is on for young and old.
So very entertaining one indeed. I couldn't see how they were going to get in the 30-minute and the 20-minute races, and in fact it is less than 15 minutes now to the start of the Sydney 300, and we've got a scheduled 20-minute race. So I think my earlier forecasts were correct, that they were never going to run them to the 30 and the 20 minutes scheduled for the Pulsar race and for the XL race to come.
Look, I feel sorry for the guys in the support categories that have come here and paid their money and don't get their full allotted track time, but we all know that that's part of racing occasionally. You wouldn't want it to become a regular habit, or you'd start getting sick of handing over your hard-earned. But in this particular situation, this is the first and only time in any given calendar year at Motor Racing Australia events at Sydney Motorsport Park where we have a 300-kilometre race, and the onus is on us to get that run to its full distance, barring of course any late race incidents that might trigger an early conclusion, of course. So that is, it's rather unfortunate that we had to cut that one short, but no shortage of entertainment. If you're watching on from home, you certainly got your value for money. And look at that. Plenty of spectators out and about, plenty of people still lurking around the paddock, soaking up the atmosphere of Sydney 300 race day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And at this point in time, as we wait for the XLs to join us on the circuit, we'll take a break from here. APRA, of course, continues later in the season as part of the Motor Racing Australia series. Back with the XLs on the other side. Series X3 Hyundai XLs getting ready to take to the circuit here at Sydney Motorsport Park as we gear up for their third and final race of this round of the championship. And again, a huge thanks to Nicole from Series X3 for sending through some valuable information that we really haven't had enough time to cast our eye over with regards to all the competitors taking part in this race, and there are 1,000 of them. Let's be perfectly honest, a field of 44 started qualifying earlier today. Matt Woodward, of course, the fastest car from Bathurst, started in this series in 2019. Top 10 car and driver. Dylan De Bono coming second in the endurance round so far this year. Timmy Colombrita, of course, tried his hand at Pulsar Racing, now finds himself in the XLs. Tamara Wheeler and Monique Skaviris, the only females on the grid. Louis Bahaja, of course, third in the endurance round at the moment. Won a state championship in KA3 in 2019 in karting. And of course starts on the front row after starting 14th on the grid in race 1 in this third and final race here. It's fair to say the slick conditions are suiting Louis Bahaja down to a T. Jackson and Gavin Faulkner, of course, coming down from Queensland, signing up and joining the series as interstate members. There's a cavalcade of stories here that we're delighted to be able to share with you when given the chance. And of course a lot of these guys will be preparing to come to my neck of the woods later in the year, up to Morgan Park Raceway in Warwick for the XL Nationals as part of the Showpeaks event on Morgan Park's calendar this year, which incorporates, or shares the bill I should say, with the improved production national race meeting as well.
Excellent stuff. I reckon that this will be about a 10-minute race. In fact, it'll be less than that. 19:21.5, with the main race due to start at 7:30. So it's going to be a short run for XLs, but it will be just as close and fierce as ever. And a massive field. There's 41 of them listed. Behind the pole position of Will Longmore, pardon me, in 84, from Lewis Bahaja in 18, Max Gagan in 53, and Dylan De Bono in 2. That's the first 2 rows. There's a swag of them, and they're all coming down now to settle up and to take up their grid positions. Pole position over on our right-hand side, their left-hand side as they look at it.
Row 3, of course, will be Tony Gardner and Ben Barguana. Row 4, Cody Bircher and George Mawad. Row 5, Adam Bywater, William Seal. Row 6, Matt Woodward and Monique Skaviris. Row 7, Hayden Alden, Tim Colombrita. Row 8, Jason Barguana and Cameron Brown. Row 9, Preston Bruce and Tim Rose. And, of course, Jeff Neve and James Stabble from row number 10. I'd love to get through the rest of the field, but I think I might run out of breath. It is an extraordinary field, a great turnout. This is easily one of the most popular one-make categories at state level anywhere in Australia.
And here's, again, the funny thing of, hey, where's my grid position? Where's the slot? Can he find it? Where is it?
And it's, yeah, exactly. I don't know if he can find it. Let's see if he's going to slot in here. There we go. Position number 8.
That was the same one as before, for goodness sake.
You're right. Position number 8, George Mawad on that particular instance. Grid set, ready to go racing. Final part of the curtain raiser before we reach the main course, the picture partner Sydney 300, De Bono and Bahaja. And also Longmore. Watch for them as we get underway. Longmore and I start. Bahaja jump well as well, side by side, first and second. Bahaja giving Longmore a run for his money as they head to turn 1, but he's got to be mindful of Max Gagan on his inside as well. Good clean start all the way. Now the race up towards turn 2 and the first of the overtaking opportunities. Bahaja defending the inside. Gagan goes to the outside.
You'll never get there around the outside in this corner. No chance.
I wouldn't imagine so, not
there
in these conditions
look,
anyway.
Lost 2 lengths.
So this could be the first time tonight where we've seen Longmore under any sort of pressure, because we know that Bahaja's been on some sort of a charge right throughout the course of the day. As they make their way up and over the rise and down into turn 4, Gagan down the inside of Bahaja. And looking to go into position number 2 here. As they make their way up towards Brocco 5. No, Gagan not able to get the job done. Bahaja holds on for now, and look at the swagger cars. all trying to find a way through and try and find their own clear bit of air and real estate. It's not going to happen.
Bargwana back in 5th in 171, just ahead of Gardiner in 161 in 6th place, and then Morwood in number 100 in 7th, ahead of Bywater on 83 and 8th, rounding out the top 10, Bircher in 136, and Woodward in number 4. Great stream of Korean economy cars of long ago in production from 1985 until 2000. So the youngest of these is probably 20 plus years old, but they do their job remarkably well. They just keep going, and they were a very popular model, selling in Australia way back, I forget, but you know, probably $7,000 or $8,000 new.
Yeah.
They would have been well under 10.
Well, that being said, we know that the economy's not what it used to be. Everything's now costing a hell of a lot more than that. 8,000 was a big amount back then.
I heard a politician say that the other day, that the economy's not what it should be. And I heard a Labor bloke say it, and I heard a Liberal bloke say it. They must be right.
I was going to say, it's very rare they agree on anything. Oh, big one at one, sliding through into the gravel. The gravel's going to catch him. He was lucky not to tip it.
Oh, he was lucky he didn't get that sideways grip earlier, because it would have fallen over. But now it's dug in so deeply that that's going to create a problem, Zach. We'll have a safety car and a red flag, I suspect. It's at 19:26 and 33 seconds.
That's Tony Gardner just quickly as well, pointing that out. Thankfully, our camera position was able to pan in on that and pick it up for you. We've also got the 132 pointing the wrong way at turn 2. And that's, of course, Scott Ford.
But got
safety
going
car
again.
Deployed. Safety car deployed. That'll be more so for the car at 1 than the car at 2, which has already got back underway.
Only one racing lap done, and so the safety car now in charge of the field of 41. The start of this race, one parked way off in the runoff area there, very lucky not to fall over on its side at least, but went off at phenomenal speed.
Not wrong. I mean,
it's just lucky it was able to slide until finally it got enough grip to lift up and nearly fall over. But it dug itself into the runoff area at that stage, and it just saved it from doing more damage and making it a bit more exciting for the driver.
And it's still on a little bit of a lead in that gravel trap. So the gravel trap certainly did its job. There's no disputing that.
No question of that.
No. And thankfully, driver will walk away, tail between his legs, no doubt. Disappointed that not ended that way, considering he had good pace at the start of the day. But he will at least walk away, and that's the main thing.
2 laps done now by the first 8. Everybody following around. Yellow flag waving, safety car in front. And a whole pile of Hyundai XLs. Well, I think the smart thing they could do would be go off and get a good Asian meal.
Chinese, Japanese, Korean,
they'd
Indian.
have no trouble finding in Seoul in Korea. I have a jumper at home that's lovely that I bought from a stall on the street in Seoul in Korea. And it's really nicely designed. It's very nicely done. Very impressed.
So,
bought a couple of years ago.
Only a couple? I was going to say, it's been a couple before any of us could travel overseas, so it'll be a little bit more than that.
Indeed. Longmore at the front of the field in 84, from Bahaja in 18, De Bono in 2, Gagan 53, Bargwana 171, Mulward 100, Colombrita in number 6, followed by Bywater, Scaberis and Woodward. Bywater in 83, Scaberis in 68 and Woodward, number 4, rounding out the top 10 of this enormous field of Hyundai XLs in the final race before we get to our 77 lap Enduro, due to start very soon indeed. The third Sydney 300 here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Still 38 of the cars that started the event running, and the field was 44. 41 were listed on the timing sheet at the start of this race. 39 started. Gardner the only one to come unstuck thus far, but it's unfortunate that 3 races in a row, and I guess this is another downfall of these greasy conditions. We do see more intervention of the safety car, more deployment of the safety car in these conditions. But it's now 3 from 3 for the XLs. Hopefully this isn't the one that finishes under the safety car and we'll get back going. But yeah, it's been a frustrating day for the XLs, because no sooner do they get going and get the elbows out, then the safety car has control of the field again. So they're coming down across the start-finish line now, and that will be for the conclusion of lap 3.
Yeah, Matt Woodward there, bringing up 10th place in car number 4. We saw there just momentarily. But the man they're all chasing is Longmore in 84. He's at the head of the field as they've completed 3 laps. Still the yellow flag waving, still the safety car in front. So they can't start racing unless the safety car comes in towards the end of this lap and lets them go as they finish lap 4. A lot of tyre warming being done by some of the cars further back, but most of them just tooling around, I think, recognising that there's not much racing still to be done in this XL field.
But by gee, we'll be excited if there is a restart here, because the onus will be on the drivers to get the job done in probably no more than 1 lap.
There's the rescue business going on down there at the exit of the turn off Brabham Straight, and they're still busy with flashing lights and with vehicles that have to get away from the trackside activity or the trackside area. So I think we won't see the safety car in at the end of this lap.
And as a result of that, you start to get the feeling that we're going to go in the same direction as we've gone in the previous 2 races, in which that they'll reach an anticlimactic conclusion and we'll have a checkered flag early. No one likes to see that, but again, that is modern day racing. That is also racing in intermittent conditions. So, confirmation in my earpiece right now, actually checkered flag this time by. So it'll be a clean sweep for William Longmore. It'll be 2 seconds for Louis Bahaja, but he can be very, very proud of the effort he put in after a disappointing qualifying to go from 14th to 8th and 8th to 2nd, or 14th to 6th and 6th to 2nd, I should say. He got all the groundwork done, denied the opportunity to have a proper crack at Longmore.
And while these cars come round slowly, heading towards the checkered flag to finish their 4 laps in their 3rd and final race, imagine the activity over in the pits. Some 43 or 44 cars ready to go, ready for 77 laps, 300 kilometres. They've got to start thinking about pit stops. They've got to start thinking about the tyres and the weather conditions. It's a pretty cool night here. It's a fairly frosty, slippery night in terms of the racetrack, wet in some parts, and all of that preparation going on among about 37, 36 cars with 2 drivers, 6 or 7 cars with 1 driver doing it solo, and a couple of cars with 3 drivers, including a father of the 2 boys that he's in with. So now the cars going round in this XL race, going round to come off track, and very soon after that we'll get underway with the feature event of this weekend, the 3rd running over since 2019 of the Sydney 300. Sydney 300 at Motorsport Park, I have to say,
Well,
because there's been a lot of Sydney 300s. And indeed, there was one earlier this year at Wakefield.
Indeed, there was.
Much smaller than this one in terms of the numbers of people competing.
Exactly right. So, on that note, we're getting ready for the Picture Partner Sydney 300 of 2022. And as we gear up for the main course and the drivers to join us on the circuit, we're going down to pit lane and Lockie Mansell.
Good evening, Zach. Good evening, Will. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Blendline TV's live and exclusive coverage of the 2022 Picture Partners Sydney 300. I've spent the last 15 minutes dashing up and down pit lane, working out what tyres everybody's going to start the race on. I can't remember the 300-kilometre enduro where tyre selection has been such a major part of the storyline, but with the changing conditions today, it's absolutely critical. I've just had a look at the weather radar and it is as clear as it's been all day, so there's a very good possibility that we'll get through this race tonight without any more rain showers. But because there's no air movement, it's so calm, and because it's so cold, the track is taking a long time to dry. So what tyres is everybody starting the race on? I'm glad you asked. The cars on the front row of the grid, so the pole sitting at Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey Honda Integra, and also the second place BMW of Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Manif, they will both start on full wets. Every other car in the field will start on semi-slick or grooved slick or intermediate tyres, bar two. The 19th place Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson BMW A36, and the car that is going to start this race from position 43 and last on the grid, Todd Herring. Both of those cars will start on slick tyres. What will be the right tyre choice? Slicks, wets, intermediates? We won't know the answer to that question, I don't think, until we get quite a few laps into this race.
Looking at the Wakefield 300 that was held in February this year, and it was won by the BMW 328 ahead of 35 cars that took part in that race, but 6 non-finishers, including the Trans in the Honda Integra. And you keep worrying about whether they'll make it to the finish of one of these 300 races.
And this is the thing, as it dries up and the lap times become quicker and the pace becomes hotter, that becomes a concern all over again, because we know that they've had the one lap consistency over the years. They had one of the fastest times in the qualifying sessions earlier, but the problem is, being a Division 1 or a Division A car, they've got to flog the thing to death for 300 kilometres due to those 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops, and that sometimes is the result of their downfall.
Indeed, and in that film that we saw earlier of Todd Herring winning here 2 years ago, 2021, sorry, a year and a half ago, 2021, he made the point of their planning in terms of what to do when the safety car occurs, and when to drive the car flat out and when to take it easy and so on. A lot of strategy goes into a 300-kilometre race around a very tight and demanding circuit in a very big field of cars, particularly for the guy who's trying to win his 4th Sydney 300 race, and starting from the tail end of the field after having done a head gasket. I assume they've retensioned the bolts on the head gasket that they got into the car and did 6 laps with in the sprint race, but big task ahead of them. And in fact, 2 things.
Yes.
If he gets a top result, well, it's brilliant, and if he doesn't run into trouble again, he's probably a bit lucky, because you don't really want to do 77 laps of racing on a head gasket without having called in and checked it.
Correct. And
so we shall see.
You've seen enough of these endurance races over the years, Will. We know that the unthinkable is inevitable, because there's so much that can unfold and so much that can happen in these races. So what sort of history awaits us tonight? Well, to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through some race facts and stats here for you, and I'll just rattle off some things that I prepared earlier in the week. 14 different manufacturers on the grid. And I think I might be right in saying that it's the first time, it's definitely the first time in Sydney, but it could be the first time in a very long time, with the exception of that Wakefield 300 earlier in the year that only had 26 cars, where every single car that qualified starts the race.
Oh yeah, 26. Sorry, I added it up wrongly. Yeah.
No. So whether the only uncertainty, the only question mark in all of that was Daniel Beckinsale's entry and Travis Annabelle in the Project Race car. They were saying they weren't sure if they'd get back out there. We will wait and see. But if that's the case, 43 cars start, and that is a Sydney 300 record as far as those that take the green flag. We've never had more than 40.
What about the Honda Integra that came 5th at Wakefield with Viola and Hanrahan driving? So if you look at the models and brands, there was a BMW 328i ahead of a Honda Integra in second, a Mazda MX-5 in third, a BMW M4 in fourth, another Honda Integra, another Mazda MX-5, two Toyota 86s in seventh and eighth, Holden Commodore in ninth, and another Mazda MX-5 in 10th place, followed by an MX-5, followed by an MX-5, followed by another BMW. No wonder Mazda is the most popular model here. 10 of them entered for this race, and 8 of them MX-5s.
You think
the biggest selling sports car, two-seater sports car in the history of world motoring.
You think grassroots motorsport, you would immediately, especially in Australia, and you think Mazda MX-5s, there is a huge following for them, and they have proven pedigree as well. Let me just run through a couple of things here for you. February's Wakefield 300 presented a new record, and that was that prior to that, the Wakefield 300 had never been won from outside the top 10. They won it from 16th, Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson. We also saw... We've got Lachlan Mansell down there in pit lane, actually, just having a look around, and you can see it on your screen there as well, ladies and gentlemen. It is an enormous field, and just as Will was saying, the vast variety, the array of vehicles manufacturers, that's what makes this great race even greater. This is such a special occasion to be a part of, and the spectacle of it being in prime time, in the dark, even more so. And I want to have a look too at a couple of other talking points coming into tonight's race. This is the first Sydney 300 to be held in July, and the first 300 to be held in July since 2011.
I think.
I'm just waiting for confirmation as to whether Lockie Mansell's got anything for us from down there in pit lane. If he does, we'll cross back to him momentarily.
Well, he was actually in that group over there, not in pit.
All right, we are standing by to go to Lockie. We will do that in just a moment. But as we do that, so much history riding on Todd Herring's success tonight. We've been through all of that. Same to Adam Burgess. And at this point in time, we're going to go down to Lachlan Mansell before I come back and run through the grid for you. Go for it, Lockie.
One last quick tyre update for you, Zach. So the Jimmy and Benny Fran number 818 VYP Honda Integra. Talking about mixed tyres, they've got slicks on the front and treaded slicks on the rear.
Yeah, that's glass half full sort of stuff, isn't it? Mix up, if ever there was one. I don't think I've heard of too many cars doing that before.
Well, in a lot of areas it wouldn't be allowed.
Well, that's
the rules on tyres are so strict in supercars and in Formula One and so on, you wouldn't be allowed to mix them. Another nice aspect of this race. Let people do what they want to do. See whether they get it right or wrong.
This is the 27th 300 sanctioned by the Australian Autosport Alliance dating back to 2008. Such a rich history, this event. It has fast become the pinnacle of grassroots motorsport. The most cars to finish on a lead lap is 4. And that occurred on a few occasions at the 2017 Lakeside 300 and the 2012 Wakefield 300. Division time brackets, we'll talk about that as we get going, the importance of not breaking out and not wearing the wrath of the penalties that go with that as well. Todd Herring smashed the race record here last year, 2 hours 25 minutes 0 seconds. I don't think that's going to be of concern to us this year, Will, given that we haven't yet seen a lap on a fully dry racetrack completed today. Let's have a look at the grid for the picture partners, Sydney 300 of 2022. And I can tell you that it's Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan from position number 1. Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Beneath from 2 in the BMW. Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski from 3. And then from 4, it is the All Cooper entry, Harrison and Wayne in another of the Mitsubishi Evos. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 5, and the 5th place car is Benny Tran and Jimmy Tran in the 818 entry, the Honda Integra. Position number 6 now. Stannard and Bates in the Porsche. Position number 7, Stephen Thompson and Ed Kramer. So 3 Evos inside the top 7. And then Miles Jones in the 777, the next to the Honda Integras in position 8. Anthony Sewell, of course, with Adam Burgess in position number 9 in the BMW M4. And 10th is Lee and Jerry Burgess. 11th is Chris Sutton in the Subaru, the only Subaru on the field. 12th is Glenn Wilson in the Holden Commodore. 13th is Tim and Richard Herring in the Mazda MX-5, the Volkswagen Scirocco of James Hay. And of course, fellow Queenslander, the 84 of Paul Ansell, starting alongside him there, or driving with him tonight, I should say. Marcus Liddell is from P15, Charlie Corey from P16 with Andre Nader.
And it's a rolling start, don't forget, for this race too. The 77 lapper. It'll be interesting to see if we get to 77 laps, which is another thing for them to consider in their strategy. 2 safety car periods in 2021, over 5 or 6 laps. This one difficult in terms of driver changes, refueling, and also the compulsory pit stops that they must do.
All exciting elements that add to the spice and the intrigue of the next 2.5 hours.
Now, they're forming up,
yes,
in grid position.
So, this is what we refer to as a championship start at AASA level. For those of you watching along at home, the safety car will lead the field away on, this is a sighting lap. It'll be followed by a formation lap. At the end of the formation lap, the safety car will peel off. The field will be in the hands of the pole sitter, Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Beneath. And we will then go racing. Sorry, Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan, my apologies. It is Wilson and Beneath from the outside. And we've now got an indication, courtesy of Nat's office, to which drivers are starting the car as well in the instance of those entries with co-drivers. So, yes, they'll come back around. And as they get to turn 9, the safety car will pull away from the field and they'll be in the hands of the Honda Integra for our race start. Ahead of 77 laps, 300.685 kilometres. And yet again, Will, but for the 14th time today, we're talking about drivers not being in their grid position.
But what I'm looking at is the black car to the left as we look at it, just in front of the flashing light vehicle at the back end of the field. That's the winner of the last Sydney 300 and the Sydney 300 before that, and another of the 300 races before that.
Wakefield in 2021. Now, it's important to point out that if Todd Herring wins tonight, he smashes all sorts of records. All sorts of records.
Well, he joins some other 4 times winners.
That's
but
right.
Here they go now. They move off.
I should finish running through the grid sheet, shall I? Let's do that. Brad Bill and Will Harris from 17, Charlie Viola and Ben Hanrahan from 18, from 19 is Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson, the Wakefield 300 winners. Michael Osmond in position number 20. 21st is where you'll find David Cruiser. He's starting up alongside the All Fraser entry in position number 22, the Mazda MX-5. From 23, it's the 41, of course, of Josh Haynes and Michael Ricketts. From 24, I should say, the 121 of Craig Masters, and alongside him is Glenn Gorick. From 25, Tom Vatucevic, and alongside him, the driver who's going to team up with originally in Bob Popovac. Hayden and Betty Crosland from 27. From 28, Adrian Weir in the 250 entry. 29 is Oscar Butts, and of course Troy Derwent from 30. It's the 791 of Jason Walsh. From 31st, Josh and Graham Heath. From 22, the 50 of James Keenan Scott Freestone. From 33, David Johnson and Martin Vermeulen. From 24, Richard Vasquez in car 11 in the Nissan Pulsar. From 35, Jamie Martin in the Mazda MX-5. From 36, it's Dion Pangalos in the Ford Focus ST. From 37, Daniel Beckinsale and Travis Annabelle. And 38, Philip Alexander. 39th position is Martin Lyle. 40th is Ian Kagan, the only Hyundai in the field. Harry Anastakis and Angus Lithgow from 41st, and the only Peugeot in the field. Adrian Sarkis and Richard Mork in 42nd place, and Owen Boak and Stephen Head from 43rd.
Well,
Todd Herring from 44th.
That is a field. That really is. That's gigantic. And I'm sure if you see Todd Herring there, ahead of one car. What's that car doing that's behind him?
Before we get going, we have to take stock of where we've been, where we've come from, and where we're going to. It's been a trying, difficult few years for grassroots motorsport and some of the 300s around us. But the one constant performer in all of that time is the picture partner Sydney 300. In just 3 years, 4 months and 13 days, this event has established itself as the must-do event on our calendar. And as they head to the main straight and they come to green for the very first time, this is the pinnacle of endurance grassroots motorsport in this country. This is the Picture Partners Sydney 300, live and loud on the platforms of Blendline TV, right around Australia. Saturday night prime time for everyone to enjoy. There's one car a little bit too keen to get going there in position number 5. As they come to green, it's Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey that will lead us away. Good start up on the outside from Lachlan Maneve from the BMW. Down on the inside, Buchan and Godfrey will slot into second. So we've already got the car that started second leading the way through. And a good sense of patience in the heat of battle here, Will Hagan, from all and sundry, knowing full well that at 77 laps it's not going to be one on the first corner. Everybody not too eager to go racing on the opening lap.
Absolutely. You could see from the way he was going in the formation and warm-up laps that he had the power to jump away at the start. Now how well will he manage as he flashes one of the blue lights that indicates one of the 10 fastest cars in qualifying. How well will he manage his run in the race? So we will, that's why we're here. We're going to see how it all evolves.
So it's a good start from the front row, who lead them up towards turn 6 for the first time. And now there's Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson making a lunge there on the inside of the Porsche of Stannard and Bates. And they've made quick ground early in the piece here. And as we said, the fact that it's very slippery off-road, it's very slick on the track at the moment, works well for these all-wheel drive entries. There's Adam Burgess and Anthony Sewell in the M4, and the 777 getting by the Porsche as well. So the Porsche's lost a fair bit of ground on this opening lap.
Unlike the Hyundai Excels and the Nissan Pulsars, that Porsche's worth a lot of money. So he's going to treat it with great respect, I suspect, albeit that Todd Herring has spent a lot of time and clever design and building into his turbocharged Mazda MX-5.
So Todd Herring, let's keep an eye on his progress on the opening lap, Will, as well, having started right down the back of the field. Now, unfortunately, we started with 43, the Nissan Pulsar, the Project Race Car entry of Travis Annabelle and Daniel Beckinsale, not out there. And I know that because Mr. Beckinsale is in our truck, directing us when we cross down to Lachlan Mansell throughout the course of the evening. So bad luck to those guys. It's unfortunate that they were due to start their first 300 and weren't able to do so. They did have some panel damage sustained in that 6-lap sprint race a short while, or was it one of the qualifying sessions, my apologies, a few hours ago now. It's been a long day at the office. So the opening lap is in the book, and car number 77 of Todd Herring hasn't mucked around. He's already up to 29.
Well, that's 10 places he's tucked away. Well done. Of course, it's easy to make, much easier to make ground on the slower cars at the back end of the field than it is when you get up towards the front. But good running for Todd Herring to be in 29th position from his 44th starting position.
Up over Corporate Hill for the second time. Second of 77 laps. That first opening lap, rather moderate tempo to that, with it being a 1 minute 56.40 for Lachlan Manise, significantly slower than the pole time, as we see the two Evos side by side, and the WRX, I should say, of Chris Sutton. So you've got Burgess, Thompson and Kramer, and Sutton fighting over the same piece of real estate. Sutton's got through on Kramer and Thompson.
And the other aspect, of course, of the race strategy is how well does your other driver compare with the other driver in the cars that you've been leading or battling with. And that's often becomes a deciding factor.
Whoa! Little bit of paddock bashing and grass cutting as they come down the main straight from the 33 of Lee and Jerry Burgess.
That was Burge.
Under pressure from Chris Sutton as they get to turn one. So the racing's on early here. They eased into it on the opening lap, Will. They were all sensible about clearing out the congestion and finding their own piece of clear air, and now they're going to work. Beneath the leader, Godfrey is second. He'll hand over to Josh Buchan, and I tell you what, that Honda Integra is going to be in very capable hands when the TCR pilot hops behind the wheel. And of course, Manif is proving his pedigree as well in TCR this season as well.
Herring is in 24th place now.
So in just 2 laps, he's moved up 20 positions, or 19 technically, because he would have started 43rd in the absence of the number 19 Pulsar. But with 43 starters, we have broken yet another Sydney 300 record just by getting this race underway. The most cars to
He's in
start
22nd position.
He's making light work of the Division 3 or C, D and E entries.
He's got Masters in 121 immediately in front of him. Ricketts ahead of him in 41, and Nader in 31 ahead of him. But Herring making his way through the field in that little live black Mazda MX-5 turbocharged.
Remember last year how we were talking about we only had one Division E car and it didn't make it to the finish, so therefore we didn't have a Division E winner last year? Well, there's 7 of them this year, and that's not including the car that didn't start the race. And the leader of the E division at the moment is Richard Vasquez and Jonathan Hovey in the Nissan Pulsar N15. Of course, the reason for a more populous Division E, slowest division in the race this year, is because the bracket was brought forward from 1 minute 57 and slower to 1 minute 54 and slower. Here's a couple of sparring partners side by side going to work. That's Anthony Sewell and Cody Brzezinski. Of course, Anthony Sewell has, in the past, teamed up with the co-driver of Cody Brzezinski, Dylan Thomas, in these 300s as well.
And remember that Brzezinski, in the B Series car that's in 4th place, car number 68, has 2.5 minute advantage in his pit stops. The A cars in front of him have to do 10 minutes, he has to do 7.5.
So we are on lap 4. For the benefit of those of you watching along on the platforms of Blendline TV across Facebook and YouTube, it's nice to have you along for the ride. You can obviously see the scorecard there on the left-hand side of the screen. It doesn't give you a lap counter, so that'll be the onus will be on us to inform you of where we're up to and where we're going. But at the moment, the Mitsubishi Evo of Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski keeping that BMW M4 at bay.
In fact, the first 3 cars are A-class cars that each have to do 2 5-minute pit stops. Then we have 3 B-class cars that have to do 1 5-minute stop, 1 2.5-minute stop. Then Burge in car number 33 that ran wide there just a little while ago. Sorry, Sutton in 3:21 that's in 7th place outright, he only has to do 1 5-minute pit stop.
Yeah.
So the pit stop situation, Cooper's in a similar situation in 9th place in number 111. But if we look further down at 6, that's a B-class car for Wilson, and Todd Herring is in 18th place now.
25 positions in 4 laps for Todd Herring. There is a real chance that he'll find himself in the top 10 before we get to the first round of pit stops, remembering that the pit window opens at the commencement of lap 10. You'll hear the hooter go off in the distance as Wilson has a look there on the 7-11 as they come up into turn number 2 and gets through on the inside.
The compulsory stops can be done any time between lap 10 and lap 70. You can do your other pit stops at any time, but...
And my apologies as well, it was the 111. I misread the number there as they were blasting on through turn 1, so the 6 got by. Incidentally, in there as well, wedged in that battle, is the Honda Integra of naming rights partner, picture partners, and Charlie Viola and Van Hanrahan. Division D winners in 2019, Division C winners last year, looking to go back-to-back in Division C this year, but as you say, Chris Sutton is going to be more than formidable competition
and
for
Tran
him.
in that Honda Integra, number 81, is with his slick front tyres and cut slicks on the rear of the car, is the 3rd of the 3 A-class cars in the first 3 places.
Hanrahan gets through, and Viola, I should say, at the wheel of that number 7 at the moment, gets through on the 111 as they make their way around. And of course the 111 was the Harrison Wayne Cooper entry that qualified so well at the start of this race, qualified 4th and has dropped down now outside the top 10, sitting there in 12th. It is Wayne at the wheel. Harrison will take over a little bit later on.
There's a little bit of the Gulf Porsche looks about that blue and orange striped car that we see coming down here. He's the 3rd of this group, and that's was a very popular Le Mans colour that's just gone in behind the scoring screen there, behind car 111. But Viola in number 7 ran very well at the Wakefield 300 earlier this year. It was the 2nd of the Honda Integras, came home in 4th place.
One of our former division podium regulars in David Bailey, watching on from home tonight, unable to participate in the race this year, but good evening to you, good sir.
Todd Herring is in 17th place, and the car immediately in front is the B-class car of number 78, R. Herring.
Yes. Do you reckon there might have been a little bit of team strategy there as soon as Richard noticed Todd in the rearview mirror, just pulled to one side and let him go on by?
Well, he hasn't got past yet.
No, he hasn't. Okay, so that'll be the next job.
And then in front of him he's got Stannard in car number 44.
Good scrap here. Down the back of the field, that's the Josh and Graham Heath entry. Finding way by Fowler and Pagalos. Car number 24, of course. Those guys fighting it out down the back end of the field. Graham and Josh Heath in the Toyota 86, of course, and Dion Pangalos in the Ford Focus ST.
So Manifa's gone out to a 7-second lead, 7.2 seconds, and it's 1.8 seconds further back to Tran in 3rd place in the Honda Integra. And indeed, Tran has just been overtaken by the B-class car of Sewell, number 4. So Anthony Sewell, sharing with Adam Burgess in the BMW M4, has just gone ahead of Tran, who's gone back actually to 5th place. Brzezinski has gone past him as well. Has Tran... Oh, is he pitting? He's back in 7th place.
We'll have a look, of course. Our timing screen, his name will light up blue if he comes into pit lane. We haven't seen any unscheduled stops just yet, but Jimmy Tran's in some trouble. Jimmy Tran is in some trouble.
Well, he's pitting, I'd say.
That Honda
Well,
is
actually, he can't
somewhere around the circuit.
Yeah.
He can't come. He can come to pit lane before lap 10, but it wouldn't count as a compulsory stop.
Yeah, not one of the compulsory stops. So this is Tran, who's gone back. I'm trying to see where he is now.
Oh no!
Well,
car number 88, the Fraser entry,
and something
to turn 2.
Something funny is occurring because they're now showing Tran back up in second place.
Okay.
So it's a lap scoring thing.
We are about to have our first safety car of the race, I would assume, ladies and gentlemen, given the treacherous position in which that car finds itself. Drivers left at turn 2 at the heavy braking zone there. A safety car will be deployed, and this is the earliest we've ever seen a safety car on the Sydney 300. This is going to neutralise the race before the pit window, so this does no one any favours whatsoever, except perhaps the Division B, C cars, and anyone that might go laps down as this race goes on. Anyone that's not yet a lap down, they get a free kick back onto the queue, and it'll take just a little bit longer for them to fall out of the contest here. So we track the progress of Todd Herring up to 16th now. Jimmy Tran and Benny Tran, I'm going to hazard a guess for the benefit of anyone playing along at home that there might have been a slight timing discrepancy with that vehicle, and that's been rectified. So we've got BMW leading Honda, leading Mitsubishi at this point in time. 3 Hondas in the top 6, Subaru, Chris Sutton 7th. And a couple of Evos, 8th and 9th, and the first of the Commodores in Glenn Wilson in 10th place at this point. And we have now, as they come around onto the main straight, Lockie Manif leading the way with Adrian Wilson. We have now completed 8 of our 77 scheduled laps tonight here at Sydney Motorsport Park, a smidgen over 31 kilometres into the race. So 1/10 of our scheduled race distance. So, plenty of action. No shortage of entertainment in that opening 8 laps here, but we are 2 laps shy. Well, actually, no, sorry, 1 lap shy of that pit window opening. And the leader has to cross the line at the completion of lap 9 to commence the start of lap 10 before that hooter will sound. The safety car letting the field by so that it can pick up the rightful leader of the race, which is car number 82, Lachlan Manif and Adrian Wilson. And at this point in time, we'll take this opportunity to cross down to our man on the spot, Lockie Mansell, our trackside pit reporter.
And I'm down here with the very happy Adrian Wilson because his co-driver Lockie Manif is leading the race, doing a magnificent job in the first stint. How's the car going so far, Adrian?
Mate, amazing start from Lockie. You know, he really got off the line beautifully. Put all the power down that he possibly could given the conditions on the outside of the track. Super stoked with how it's all going, and yeah, can't wait to see how it pans out over the next 70 laps.
Being in a Division A car, you guys do have to make 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops. Lockie's starting the race. Is the plan for you to get in and do the middle stint and then for Lockie to finish?
That depends on how many safety cars we have, but that would be a traditional kind of approach. We'll just see what happens. Long race, so not a big challenge.
Last year you had a pretty quick car as well, but as I recall you had a few mechanical problems that set you back a bit during the race. What work have you done on the car since last year?
Just made it obviously a bit more reliable, added a little bit of power, which doesn't really help in this condition, so we're having to manage that. But yeah, look, I think last year we were a bit unlucky also with a couple of decisions we made strategy-wise, so hopefully this year we'll be right up the front somewhere.
Oh, good stuff, Adrian. We'll let you get back to watching the race. Cheers.
Lachlan Mansell, our man on the spot down there in pit lane. As our coverage of the Picture Partners Sydney 300 continues for you. We've got a car pulling up, drivers left, our rights, as you see it on your screen there. on the main straight on the run to turn 1. I've got a nasty feeling it's one of the Evos, Will.
I can't see what it is, but stopped at a dreadful spot because it's got a lap.
Oh, actually, no, it's the 11, not the... I was thinking it was the 33. That was my first gut instinct on that, but it's not. It's one of the 11. So that is Baskus, the Pulsar. So Baskus and, of course, Jonathan Hovey. One of several Nissan Pulsars in the field tonight. Of course, we've already seen a fair share of entertaining Pulsar racing today, and already the attrition has started.
Oh, indeed. And, well, that's the thing that you get in these categories. The cars are not as race-fettled and have as much money spent on them as do cars in Formula One, supercars, whatever. And so they're more liable, susceptible to mechanical trouble. That's aided, of course, by the lesser experience of the people that prepare them and the people that drive them.
You were on Todd Herring watch, as we all were. We've all got one eye on the defending two-time champion here, and he made light work of the field in that opening 7 laps before the caution flags were flown, moving up into position number 15, and here he comes into pit lane right now. Todd Herring is on pit road, and the reason for that is that the pit lane compulsory pit stop window opened that last time by the strike, so he's now taking this opportunity to come in, check things over, and knock off one of those 5-minute compulsory pit stops that he has to complete tonight. Remembering, Division A is 2 5-minute pit stops, Division B 1 5-minute and 1 2.5, Division C, D and E 1 5-minute pit stop. They're the requirements as per the subregs.
And of course loses less time than under the safety car than he would if they were racing. John Newen is the other car that's pitting at this stage, 46. He's down to 29th position, but we'll see the next time round. Likewise with Todd Herring, who's shown as 18th, but they're going to lose more time than that because of basically being in for, I suppose, 2 safety car laps.
And this is exactly where the race could work into a variety of different drivers.
This is Herring, just waiting there. And he's doing a refuel as well.
Well, take this opportunity and then you can run the tank empty and then pit later in the race.
But are they allowed to do that in the 5-minute stop?
Absolutely. Absolutely they are. Refueling is one of the key components of this race, and refueling is the reason why these pit stops are 5 minutes long in the first place. It's all about the safety aspect of it, not rushing the job to spill fuel unnecessarily and all that. Take your time, get it done safely and get back in the race.
I like the driver's side window, a bit of perspex with some holes punched in it. There's plenty of weight cut out of that MX-5, which is very well prepared, very well designed and conceived originally, and then on top of that, oh dear, what are we checking? Is there a problem, or are they just checking?
They might be just... Remember, I think you said something about half an hour ago about not having an opportunity to check the head gasket after they got it
too hard to get at it. They'd have to get the rocket covers off and everything.
Yeah, so...
And go through a whole pile of bolts, so it'd be a 10-minute job at least. They're having a look to see whether they could see any leakage of water or whatever, but that's the engine top that they put back together earlier today that took them out a lot of their preparation and practice times, and indeed qualifying.
Now, what we've also missed whilst covering Todd Herring as well is that Jimmy and Benny Tran are in the lane, as are Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan. The key Division 1 contenders from Honda and Mazda are on pit road, knocking their first pit stop in the bud, in the hope that they'll only have to stop once more between now and lap 70.
But Lachlan Manif is not doing that.
No, nor is Anthony Sewell.
And Adrian Wilson might find later in the race that he's got a big job with that BMW when it has to do 2 5-minute pit stops during racing time, albeit that perhaps they'll get another safety car that might fall their way. That's in the lap of the gods, isn't it?
Exactly right. And we mentioned earlier the slipperiness of the circuit. Well, you're a passenger if you hit a blade of grass tonight as well. So many tricky elements to this race in these conditions here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Good news, Australia. We're going back green this time by with 66 laps to go. It'll be 11 gone, 1/7 race distance. Lachlan Manette will lead us back to the start-finish line. The safety car pulls off, the green flag waves, the race is back on. The picture partner, Sydney 300, live from Sydney Motorsport Park. Will Hagen, Zach Caban with you here in central commentary. Lachlan Mansell down in pit lane. Stanza 2, restart one of the night, let's go.
And Lachlan Manette in the BMW has done the fastest lap of the race as well as leading the race since the start.
And this is going to be absolute bedlam of this restart here, Will, because whilst the safety car picked up the leader, lapped cars weren't waved around, so you've got a mix of those that are on the lead lap trying to get by those that are already a lap down, trying not to lose too much ground to the guys that they're trying to race.
Tran, Godfrey and Kapitanovic in car numbers 81, 29 and 86 respectively are back in 25th, 26th, 27th position, still doing their pit stop while the rest of the field is at racing speed. Whereas, and in fact they've gone back to 32, 33, and going back further, so they got into the pits too late by comparison with Todd Herring.
So the 777 there, of course, Miles Jones and Ben Connell arguing over the same piece of real estate with Cody Brzezinski and Dylan Thomas. It's, of course, Jones and Brzezinski at the wheel of the respective vehicles at the moment. Integra versus Evo as they head up over the rise at Corporate Hill and down to turn 8, one of the slowest points of the racetrack. And, whoa, we've got a car off the road through Corporate Hill as well, running wide through the grass, but obviously at a slow enough speed that he could pull it up.
That's where one of Alan Horsley's Mazdas, driven by Alan Grice, went wide on the Saturday in the last session. And here's some damage flapping off the side.
That's critical. That's Ben Hanrahan and Charlie Viola. They are the defending two-time division winners. D for first year, C the second year of the Sydney 300. And I don't know if race control will view that flapping bodywork too favourably.
He'll have to. They won't. There's no question. He'll have to go into the pits.
You mentioned Daniel Kapitanovic. I quickly want to acknowledge that that's smart work from them as well, because they've got 2 pit stops as well in Division B. They've got a 2.5 minutes invoice to pay, a 5-minute invoice to pay, and having a look at where things sit at the moment, by the looks of it, they opted to take the 2-minute 30 pit stop first and then get back out on the racetrack. So they are on their way again, and they've only got the 5-minute stop to come. Whoa, contactors, Viola is trying to weasel his way through. That was on Richard Herring.
Well, I've damaged the car already. I might as well have another bump. Yeah, no problem here. But he's suddenly going back up to speed as if to say, hey, there's no problem. And there wouldn't be in terms of the way the car's working. However, it's that bit at the rear of the car that may come off at some stage and therefore affect the performance and race history of other cars. So I suspect that they'll want him in the pits to rip that section off the back of the car.
It's peak hour traffic in the mid-pack at the moment. We've got a yellow. Oh no! Jones has had a big one. We've got our second safety car. Jones has come off through turn 10 on the run to 11. In the wall, he's lost a headlight, and we're under caution once more. And that is one of the key Division B Honda Integra contenders out of business.
He was in 24th place, but running in Class B, so 2.5 minutes lighter in terms of compulsory pit stops. But all of this is going to make the race difficult in terms of getting to its full 77 laps. We'll be able to work out very shortly the likely progress of that, or the potential of it. There are 64 laps remaining at the moment. They're on their 13th lap, completed 12, and that's one of the fast cars. The blue light flashing indicates that's off, and now,
right now,
we've got Manif into the pits. Safety car stop, a 5-minute compulsory stop.
And if anything, that's leg up for them on what we saw for Todd Herring and everyone that stopped at the midway point of the first safety car intervention. They had the sense of the moment, they had the awareness that we were going to end up under caution. They dived straight for pit road, and so quickly. You've got to be able to think on your feet in these situations, in these races, because it's okay to go in with a game plan, but you've got to adapt to the changing way in which it ebbs and flows, and the script goes out the window, and the BMW boys were right onto it. Well done. And also with them, Stephen Thompson and Ed Kramer, Richard and Timmy Herring, as well as Andre Nader and Charlie Curry. So we're not quite yet at the point where the Division C, D or E cars reap any reward from pitting this early, Will, but certainly Division A and B. We are only on lap 14 for those of you just joining us. We had a question come in for someone that missed the action earlier in the broadcast and missed the start of the race. The reason why Todd Herring started from the rear of the field, for those of you joining us, was because of a problem with his head gasket. They got it sorted. They got him back out there. He stormed from 43rd to 17th, and then during the first safety car intervention, as soon as the pit window opened, he dived in to complete his first 5-minute stop. He's back out there on the racetrack at the moment, but well down the order in position number 39.
Manif in 82, Thompson in 57, Herring in 78, Todd's brother, and Nader in 31, all in the pits in 20th to 23rd grid race position at this stage, but they'll go further back as another lap comes past them. Two more coming into the pits saying we'll have a little bit of this, because it could take a while to here's a third one coming now. Could take a while.
That's and Hanrahan to get that bodywork fixed,
to get rid of the car.
And now we start to have the conversation about what safety car after safety car means for this race. For Todd Herring, it's a tremendous leg up, because every time you bunch the field up, the traffic's all there in one hit. No one's spread out. The workload becomes a little bit more intense, but a little bit easier, because the cars and the path to clear air is a lot closer than what it otherwise might be. You've got Group B, or Division B and Division C cars all of a sudden creeping into the outright contention discussion as well, including Chris Sutton, who is second at the moment. Anthony Sewell hasn't yet dived to pit lane. Sewell, of course, a Division B entry, not a Division A entry, and there's the damage on the bodywork on the panels of the Honda Integra. Charlie Viola and Ben Hanrahan, the team there, hard at work to get that sorted. So you were right, race control didn't like it.
You imagine what that part would cost to replace, and they're ripping away at it and going to throw it in a bin.
I would say so, and I would say that they'll be running without one for the rest of the night. So it was interesting too, because Anthony, you've got two BMW M4s in this race. One is the 82 of Wilson and Manif. One is the number 4 of Sewell and Burgess. But the Sewell-Burgess entry is running Division B, and the Wilson-Manif entry is running Division A. Another great, fascinating element of this race. Two cars, but a discrepancy in terms of lap times, which enables the boys in the number 4 to stop for 2.5 minutes less on their second time through the lane, and that may be why they haven't jumped the gun and headed down pit lane just yet.
The best placed car A, category A car at the moment is Manif in 32nd place. There's a whole swag of BCs and indeed an E-Class car, Derwent, number 79, in 9th place at this stage. The next E is Martin in 179, and he's in 23rd place. Followed then by a number of E's together: Alexander in 69, Keg in 95, Lithgow in 426, and Lyle in 61.
Safety car off, race back on at Sydney Motorsport Park. And still in pit lane, Cody Brzezinski, Dylan Thomas, Charlie Viola and Ben Hanrahan. And it is Anthony Sewell that leads the field to turn 1. Sutton slots in behind Lee and Jerry Burgess third. And look at Wilson ranging up there on the inside, trying to get by lap traffic rather quickly. And also, well, that lap traffic won't be easy to get past, because I think that was one of the Integras trying to force the issue there as they make their way through. This is lap 16 of the Picture Partners Sydney 300 for 2022. We've had two now, there's the other talking point. We mentioned the potential for the safety car to intervene with this race a little bit more throughout the course of the night because of the different conditions in which this race is being held under. And I'm talking about the ambient, not any rule or regulation changes, just to avoid any confusion. Well, the record for safety car interventions in a Sydney 300 is 2. We've had it on 2 occasions. So already we're at the same number that we've had in the previous 2 editions. And the likelihood is that we'll set a new record there tonight as well, because going 60 laps in these conditions without another safety car appearance, based on what we've seen thus far, the odds are very much against it. Sewell and Sutton. Burgess is 3rd. Harris is 4th. Liddell is 5th. Hey, what about the Group C entry? The 74, one of only 2-3 driver pairings in this race. Andy Willenbill Harris. Sorry, not Andy Willenbill. Of course, it is Brad Willenbill. Andy Harris, of course, a former winner of the 300. Brad Willenbill, same stable, of course. They're running a beautiful race so far in 5th place. And the more and more time we keep spending bunching the field up, the more and more we're going to talk about the potential of a non-outright car winning this race tonight.
So, racing again, and 16 laps completed on their 17th. 61 laps to be done, and part of this lap that they're on now, and they've been racing for 35 3/4 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see when we do some calculations.
Yes. We'll do some calculations, but in the meantime, whilst we do that and crunch some numbers, let's go to Lockie down in pit lane.
I might be able to try and help you with some of your calculations, guys. So just a bit of a strategy update based on the pit stops that we saw. We know that all of the Division A cars can now tick off one of their 5-minute pit stops. Lachlan Manife's actually emerged in a pretty good position because he managed to get all of his 5-minute pit stop done under safety car, whereas some of the other cars, the race had gone green before they'd completed their 5-minute pit stop. So that's handed a bit of a strategic advantage to the Manife-Wilson car as far as the Division A cars go. We also saw some tyre changes during that flurry of pit stops. Josh Bucket and Lon Godfrey, they put slick tyres on the front. Lachlan Manif and Adrian Wilson, they went from wets to slicks all round. So a few teams taking the opportunity to change tyres during those pit stops.
Thanks very much to you, Lachlan Mansell. We'll chase some clarification from you as well with regards to Charlie Viola and Ben Hanrahan, and whether that was a compulsory pit stop that they completed just now, or whether they've got to pay another invoice.
17 laps done in 37 minutes is an average of 2 minutes .17 per lap.
So around about 2 minutes 10 a lap.
So yeah, so 77 times 2, 154 is 2 and
34.
Yeah, 34.
However, of course, there's still a lot to play out here, and every
Oh yes,
safety
and they
car-
won't have that necessarily that number of safety cars slowing things up.
But every safety car will slow things up, and that's the key point. So there's a fair bit of traffic still as the field sorts itself out. It's only been a couple of laps under green in this third stanza of the race, and it feels weird saying that when we're only 18 laps in to 77.
And to look at it another way, 2 hours remaining in the race to 10:30, and there's 60 laps to go, means they've got to average 2 minutes a lap, which it's under control at this stage.
Absolutely. And as long as it stays under control, everyone goes home happy. I don't think anyone here would like to see it go time certain. It wouldn't be the first 300 to go time certain, but we would love to go full race distance if we can. Here's a move on the inside as the 88, who was the cause for the first safety car, has got itself back out on the racetrack, of course. That's the All Fraser entry, Jackson and Matthew.
Looking for A category cars, we have to go a long way down the list to get to Maneef. Lachlan Maneef in the BMW, number 82, he's 32nd. Tran in the Honda Integra, number 81, is 33rd. And behind them, I was going to say Todd Herring, but Godfrey's just got in front of him. No, that's right. Maneef, Tran, Godfrey in 29, and Herring in 77 is in 35th position. Godfrey just did get past Todd Herring. Godfrey in car number 29.
Greg Boyle, former competitor in the race, couldn't be here, but like David Bailey, streaming YouTube to his television, watching on from home. Good evening to you. Also, good evening to some friends of mine from the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, who I've done some commentary for in the past. They're cheering on Parry Anastakis, one of their members tonight, and a few of them tuning in from various parts of the country, including up there in Queensland as well. Good on you, Nick Photiadis. Anthony Sewell continues to lead this race. Adam Burgess will take over from him at some point, and we know what a gun steerer he is.
I hadn't found a Class D car, but I now see it as Ben Crosland sharing with Hayden Crosland, the Honda, and they are in 9th place outright. Behind Sewell in number 4, Sutton in 321, Wilson in 6, Burge in 33, Harris in 74, Liddell in number 99, C-Class, headed by a C-Class of Harris, and followed by the C-Class of Krusher in number 89. That's the top 7, followed then by Stannard in 44, the Porsche, 21, Crosland, and in 10th place in 79, Derwent.
Interesting to see that Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess's number 4 BMW M4 hasn't mucked around off the restart wheel already, extending their buffer out to beyond 10 seconds.
And Todd Herring's problem at this stage is that in front of him is not only Godfrey in number 29, that's Lloyd Godfrey sharing with Josh Buchan in the Honda Integra, but immediately in front of them are Tran and Maneef. Now Todd Herring, you know, if he wants to make progress, he's got to get past 2 of the quickest cars in the race, and he may be able to do it, but he's going to have to work very hard if he's to achieve it, so that'll be worth watching. Todd Herring in 77, in 35th at the moment, with in a pack of 4 Class A cars.
Just getting word through that there'll be a black flag for the safety car restart infringement as well. It's saying car 77, but car 777 is already out. Sorry, car 777, my apologies. But that car is the one that already crashed out of the race, so I don't think that penalty is no longer going to be applicable, unfortunately. That being, of course, Miles and Connell. So Sewell the leader, Sutton second, Wilson third. So you've got a BMW, a Subaru, a Commodore, and a Mitsubishi, and a Mazda in the top 5 at this point in time. This is some sort of contest. Marcus Liddell, Shannon McCain, a Toyota 86 in 6th place at the moment. David Cruiser in 7th in a Mazda, and that's the first time we see a duplicate manufacturer in the top 7 at the moment. 6 manufacturers in the top 6. That's why we love this contest. But one thing on your comment about Todd Herring and his fight with, of course, Lachlan Maneath and also the Tran entry is that what's also got to be considered here, Will, is that at some point, all these cars that haven't yet come down pit lane will have to do so, and that'll bring the outright cars back into the fight.
And Maneath and Tran have just gone forward 2 places to 30th and 31st, putting Lithgow and Lyle, E-Class cars, 426 and 61, in front of Godfrey, the A-Class car, 34th, car number 29, and Todd Herring, similarly A-Class, 35th in number 77.
Car number 41 on pit road, Michael Ricketts and Josh Haynes. Not sure whether that's because they've met the race officials and been awarded a penalty, or whether that is a scheduled pit stop for those guys, because there's been a lot of chatter in my ear from race control, but I'm having trouble hearing it amongst the noise of the broadcast sound that's being distributed to those of you watching online. A lot of you Chromecasting your televisions via YouTube, and we're delighted to have you on board on a Saturday night. Sewell, Sutton and Wilson the top 3 here at the moment, but there's still a long way to go. 44 minutes in to the Sydney 300, presented by Pitcher Partners for Motor Racing Australia in 2022. A standalone event, of course, this year. There is talk and discussion about relaunching the Australian 1000 concept in the years ahead, and if that happens, terrific. But this event is proof that you don't need it to be linked to a series to be a success. 43 cars on the grid last year, 40 the year before, 44 this year, and 43, of course, starting the race. Of course, I guess the series makes it more prestigious in some respects, even though it is only grassroots racing. We're not racing for sheep stations. But this
Come on, BMW, turn your lights on.
This event stands alone on its own as the must-do, as I said at the start, as the must-do event on our calendar as far as endurance racing is concerned at the grassroots level. That car you were talking about, as they come around onto the main straight, yes, that's exactly what we're talking about, how dim it looked at the top of shot there with everybody else lit up and that not lit up.
Well, in fact, 82, Maneath,
yep,
has come up to 27th place. He's got away from Tran, who's still back in 31st, and he's certainly got away. Todd Herring's now in 34th. He's got past Godfrey. He's got Lyle and Lithgow in front of him, and then he'll have Tran in front of him there. But the guy making good pace at this stage is Maneath in car number 82. He's in 27th place.
Right here and now is the battle for Division A honours, ladies and gentlemen. Lachlan Maneath and Adrian Wilson in the 82, Jimmy Tran in the 818. They are 1.9 laps down, almost 2 laps down on the leaders at the moment, but they are in their own scrap for Division A, and I didn't think I'd be saying that Division A would be scrapping for 26th and 27th, Will.
But this Maneath is a 3-litre car with a turbo, and all the sophistication of independent rear end in that rear-wheel drive car. BMW makes beautiful 6-cylinder inline engines. They've never fallen for the packaging thing of making V6s, which are inherently unbalanced engines, whereas inline 6-cylinder engines are inherently the best balance you can get in any engine, reciprocating engine configuration. Maneath just signalling, saying, I'm coming through, bringing other people with him, but doing a very good job, bringing Tran with him. Tran had made his way through there, but Maneath on the move. Herring, 32nd place now, as I said, ahead of Godfrey. Got Kegg in 95 and Alexander in 69 in front of him, and Boak in 123 before he gets up towards Tran. Maneath now 25th.
And now look at it as they come down the main straight as well, Will. They were trying to find their way by about 4 laps cars there. And
it's got so much poke, that BMW.
Exactly.
It just got massive straight line speed.
Wilson and Manif are real contenders here. They're going to take the fight every step of the way to these Honda Integras. And right there, Tran almost getting boxed in by lap traffic as they try and wedge their way through unharmed at this point. And that's going to be the Achilles heel for the Honda, the straight line speed of that BMW. If the BMW of Manif can keep Tran at bay right through the back sequence of corners, I can't see, based on what we've seen the last couple of laps, that Honda finding a way by down the main straight. Just a quick update from pit lane as well. The Ricketts Haynes entry that came to pit lane, the report from Lockie is that was the puncture. A puncture was the cause of that unscheduled pit stop for those guys. Thanks, Lockie. Up over Corporate Hill once more. This is a good scrap. If this was lap 77, could you imagine how on edge everybody would be watching this? The fight for the outright division, whether it was for the win or just the class win.
Cheeky stuff being done there.
Absolutely.
Manif being kept very busy indeed to fend off Tran in that Honda Integra. It's handier around the corners. It doesn't have the straight line speed. But my goodness, this is a real battle, showing the form of 2 of the quickest cars in the field. Coming round now onto Brabham Straight. They're on their completing their 24th lap of a scheduled 77. So there's 54 laps remaining, 53 now. And by gee, they've got the speed of a lot of people.
Another update from pit lane, the number 777, the car that triggered the second safety car interval this evening, the entry of Jones and Connell. Their night is done. Once they got it back to pit lane, the car's blown up. So they'll shut it down, have an early shower, and unfortunately, the curse of the Integra potentially continues right there.
I love the way this Honda's hanging onto that BMW. By gee, a big difference in cost, size, weight of the vehicles. You can see how big and heavy the BMW is by comparison with the smaller frontal area of the Honda Integra that's got caught behind number 86.
Important to note that's Daniel Kapitanovic, of course, with Adam Thompson, the 300 winner from Wakefield Park earlier in the year. They make light work of him, so it'll be a case of Manif going through into 23rd position and Tran to 24th, Kapitanovic back to 25th now, but still on track and looking good at the moment. Although, I don't want to put the curse on it, the mocker on it, but this is the longest green flag stint of the race thus far.
Todd Herring is in 29th place now. He's making good progress. He's got past Godfrey a while ago, and Godfrey's sort of sticking with him. He's in 30th. But he's got the Class E car of Martin, 179 to get by. Then some Ds, Pangalis, number 24, and Fraser, number 88. But Kapitanovic is next, and he's the Class B car, number 86, that separates Todd Herring from Tran and Manif, who are setting the pace of this race. Manif, 23rd, Tran stalking him all the way, and in 24th at the moment. 2 very different cars, but doing very similar pace here, albeit that Manif goes down the inside, down Brabham Straight, where he's got enormous speed. And there's a crash. 2 cars caught and another coming, and so they're able to move. Don't get the safety car out. Let them get back to the paddock.
One of those was Charlie Viola and Ben Hanrahan. Geez, the Honda Integra has been in a world of wars tonight so far, Will. The other 2 able to get back going, and thankfully, as you say, we won't require the safety car for that. They've sorted out their own mess, which is good to see. but a scary moment nonetheless.
Manif 21st now. Tran past Manif. Tran in 20th place, Manif in 21st. So the Honda has got past the BMW. What a good battle that was, and how well Tran has done to be now up into 19th place. Tran in car number 81, and that's Jimmy Tran that's driving. Benny Tran will be the guy that'll get into it later. But Jimmy Tran doing a tremendous job against Lachlan Manif, and ultimately, after stalking him for quite a while, getting past him, going up into 19th place, leaving Manif back in 20th place, and leaving Todd Herring back in 28th place. So Herring still got work to do. Pangalis and Boydell in front of him, Class D cars, before he gets to Viola in another of the Honda Integras, Class C, in 25th place. But it is Jimmy Tran showing the pace at the moment, getting away from Lachlan Manif. Manif was having to work that BMW hard, perhaps harder than he wanted to work it, on tyres and on brakes, by comparison with the lighter, more aerodynamic Honda of Jimmy Tran. And there they are together again, but back in 19th and 20th place overall. In a race being led by Sewell, car number 14, car 4, Anthony Sewell sharing with Adam Burgess, and he's been in the lead since lap 14 when Manif did his pit stop under one of the safety cars.
Lap 27 of the picture partner Sydney 300, and it's starting to settle down somewhat, Will. We've got...
well, I don't know. When you have a look at what
these two
Jimmy Tran did to get past Manif, and Manif coming back at him, this is a wonderful fight from, as I said earlier, two of the quickest cars in the race, and slicing their way, I was going to say through the field, and they are. They've gone 17th and 18th. So, doing pretty well, albeit that Tran's done 25 laps and the Sewell, the race leader, has done 27. But here's Manif trying to get past Tran again. Oh, it's a great battle. It's a wonderful fight.
It is a terrific contest. In fact, it's probably one of the more intense fights we've had in Sydney 300 history, because these are two guys in the outright division that know that they have to punch out fast lap after fast lap and do it for 77 laps. They're on the back foot by way of the safety cars that we've seen so far, and the fact that they've got a second 5-minute compulsory pit stop coming their way. So it's the all-Tran entry, the Honda Integra leading Manif and Wilson at the moment, and this is the fight for Division A honours as it stands at this point.
They're doing 1 minute 45 second laps.
They're not mucking around.
And they're allowed to go much faster than that, so they've got no trouble with the lap times that they're doing.
And I didn't think they would, considering the...
Tran had to go to the left-hand side there to stop Manif going down the inside of him under brakes, which says a lot for the bravery of the bloke in that big BMW, because that looks like a pretty heavy car. 3-litre turbocharged car in a big 4-door sedan up against a sporty little hard-topped 2-door coupe, albeit that Tran's car, which is also a turbo, but it's got, I think, a 2-litre engine.
In the meanwhile, we've got Troy Derwood and Oscar Butt there on screen as well, and they are running down the order.
2.4-litre engine turbocharged in the Honda.
Yep, these guys
probably got a better power to weight ratio than the BMW.
Yeah, exactly right. We'll come back to that Honda and BMW scrap for Division A in just a moment, but that car, number 79, of course, is sitting down there in position number 11 at this point in time. They are the Division E leader at this point. Now, I mentioned last year we didn't have Division E. We had one entry start the race in Division E. It finished before the end of the first lap. So it's terrific to see a tweak of the time brackets, and Division E is back in full flight this year. And on that note, probably an opportune moment to update everybody on our division leaders, Will, with Anthony Sewell and, of course, his co-driver Adam Burgess leading Division B, Chris Sutton leading Division C, second outright. Third outright, first outright in Division D is the Benham Hunter Crosland entry in position number 9. That is Troy Derwin behind the wheel of the Volkswagen, the Division E leader, and of course we've been detailing in great depth the Division A scrap, the fight for the lead in the outright division, if you like, between Maneath and Wilson's BMW and the All-Tran Honda Integra, and they will leave nothing on the table, those guys, tonight. There is back further in the field, car number 74, of course, Brad Harris, Will Harris and Bill Harris. They're having a terrific run. They are fifth outright at this point in time, second in Group C.
Maneath has done the fastest lap of the race, 43.4043, and that's better than 130 kilometres an hour average. In fact, it's about 135, 136 kilometres an hour average speed.
Oh, the taily moment for the Toyota, and it's ended up crossing the gravel at turn 10. Oh, geez, hairy moment for car number, I think that was the 99, was it not? The Liddell entry that was actually fighting for track position with, down the order, Bill and Will and Brad Harris there at one point, and now going to be passed on the inside there as they head to turn 1. David Cruiser down on the inside. He now takes second in class away, so that mistake has opened the door for Cruiser to go on through, and as I say that, the guy that was second in class, the entry of Harris has dived for pit lane, their first and only compulsory pit stop of the night. However, they are handicapped and hamstrung by the fact that they have got 3 drivers, so if everyone's going to have a drive, they've got to make 2 stops. However, in saying that, the mercy rule, I guess, of the second pit stop is because it's not a fuel stop, they will be allowed to come and go as quickly as they can get the driver change done, because they will not be required to take on fuel, and it's only the fuel stops that require that 5-minute or 2.5-minute mandatory window be adhered to. We are 8 minutes away from 9 o'clock local time. We've got Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess continuing to lead the race. Will.
Maneath in front of Tran again, 16th and 17th. So the Honda BMW fight continues, battle. Further back,
just a small
we have Todd Herring in 21st place now. He's got 1, 2, 3 people between him and Tran. Wouldn't it be terrific if Herring could get into the battle with Tran and Maneath?
Oh, wouldn't it what? I mean, just when you thought it couldn't intensify anymore, add Herring to it and bang, there you go. There's your storyline, there's your script for the rest of the night. But what's interesting now is as the pit stops play out, these guys are creeping back through the field. We were talking about them down outside the top 20 a few moments ago, and as you just said, they are sitting there P17 and 16 at this point in time. The only Porsche in the field, Chris Stannard, on pit road now. Of course, this is the Group B entry, so they've got 2 compulsory pit stops to complete tonight. And the question is, does Zach Bates take over now with 46 laps to go, or a little bit later on in the piece? car 89 David Cruz, your car 99 Marcus Liddell, then the 818. So what's also happened over the last couple of laps whilst we've been checking in on other division leaders, and that scrap for second in Group C as well, is that Lachlan Manif and Adrian Wilson's BMW has slowly started to make way and pull a gap on the Honda Integra, and that could be vital at the back end of the night. Here's Wilson and the Burgess entry on screen now. And the Commodore of Wilson not really wanting to give Burgess any room there, despite the blue flashing lights.
Todd Herring's now 18th. The scoreboard says that Tran is 15th, but it hasn't shown Manif.
The reason for that, Will, is because there's been a name change on the timesheets, and it's Adrian Wilson that's now at the helm of the 82. So when they've come in and completed that pit stop, they may have completed the driver change as well.
Yeah, okay.
And there's another interesting element that I hadn't even thought of. We talk about the Division C, D and E entries that have only got to make one pit stop, one driver change. There may be an element of strategy attached to that, that if they get Wilson out now, they can get his laps in the bank and give Manif another run to the checkered flag, because they've got another 5-minute pit stop to complete. So there's that element to it as well. Here's Burgess all over the back of Wilson. This is the battle, even though we have got 45 laps to go. This is the battle for second in Division B and third outright in the motor race. Glenn Wilson, a Division B runner, despite the fact that he hasn't got one of those flashy blue lights, is keeping the Burgess Mitsubishi honest. But Mitsubishi down the inside of Holden on the run to the fastest point of the racetrack, and Wilson holds on around the outside. The Commodore is having a terrific night at the office. Oh, Burgess forcing the issue on the outside at 2.
No hope there.
No.
Nobody has ever got round the outside of anybody there. It's just far too difficult a corner. In fact, he lost a place. He not only didn't go forward one, he went back one.
And that was Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan's number 29 Honda Integra coming through the middle. Now, we haven't forgot about them, but we haven't mentioned them for a while. Of course, the 29 is sitting 19th in this race, 2.3 laps down. So they're actually further down on Tran and Wilson.
Well, with cars pitting, we've got Wilson in the Manif car, number 82, now up into 10th place. With Tran in the Honda in number 81 in 13th place, and Todd Herring in the number 77, the Mazda MX-5, in 17th place. So 10th to 17th covers our 3 quick Class A cars at this stage. The next one is Godfrey, and he's back in 19th place. And that's about it for Class A cars.
It's been a long while since we've spoken about Division A cars being so far out of the outright contention picture in a 300. For years it was an arduous task. It was almost unassailable to win the race on the handicap system of having to do 2 5-minute pit stops. Nick Cantian and Rob Hay broke the drought at Winton in 2013. Since then it's been done on, I think it's 8 other occasions, including Todd Herring's triumph here last year, but a lot has to fall into place for them to be able to achieve it tonight. Burgess finally displaces Wilson. Burgess has finally found a way by Wilson. Mitsubishi move into 3rd place outright in the picture partner Sydney 300. We've got BMW leading Subaru, leading Mitsubishi, Holden, and then the Cruiser Mazda in the top 5. And off goes Stephen Thompson and Ed Kramer, the 57 in the wars at turn 2. But he's got it back out of there again, and that's the benefit of all-wheel drive in this instance, I would think. The grass very, very dewy, very, very damp tonight, and you are a passenger if you hit it in many respects, but luckily for Kramer and Thompson, they were able to pull it up. So desperately unlucky here 3 years ago, Will. We'll never forget that in the history of 300s. They have been seeking redemption ever since without any luck whatsoever.
Wilson 9th in car 82, Tran 11th in car 81, and Herring 17th in car 77. Godfrey still, only one place behind him, 18th in car 29.
So we've got our eyes on Todd Herring now. So unlucky with the head gasket letting go during practice. He missed qualifying, had to start this race at the rear of the grid, and has been working his way through right throughout the night. And you talk about the if, buts and maybes of motorsport, Will, how different this race may have played out had that safety car interval started one lap later at the commencement of the pit window rather than just before it. Incredible. But Todd Herring, sitting there at the moment, still an outright contender, given that there's 43 laps to go and so much could play out between now and when the curtain comes down on this third edition of the Picture Partners Sydney 300. The signature piece of the Motor Racing Australia calendar. And you talk about drivers not using their headlights. Todd Herring's another one that hasn't got the Mazda lit up at the moment. And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't feel too comfortable with the black car creeping up on my rear end without its headlights ablaze. And you cannot mistake the green-eyed monster here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
In the half hour from 8:30 till 9 o'clock, they did 17 laps. So as opposed to the average of times before, it was over 2 minutes, they've averaged 1 minute 45 in the last half hour. So
they're definitely shaving some time off the clock, which is really good to see. We are now 1 hour and 10 minutes into the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Sewell leads this race by 31 seconds, and we haven't seen much of Sewell tonight. You can't miss the car. It looks like tie-dye, the BMW M4. It is a unique livery. And he leads from Chris Sutton's Subaru WRX by half a minute at the moment. And you mentioned the importance of the time and the aspect of how much the pace of the thing has increased. Well, the opening lap of the race was just on 2 minutes, and now we're clocking regularly anywhere between 1 minute 42 and 1 minute 47 as far as our front contenders are concerned, I should say. Including the fastest lap of the race just now for Adrian Wilson, 1 minute 42.1542. So we've seen the pace, the track come back to the drivers as this race has unfolded with 42 laps to go. Keenan Freestone in the 50, in the Mini. Onto the main straight they come. Currently sitting down the field in position number 15 at this point in time. They are currently, as it stands, unless my maths escape me, Group D leaders, Division D leaders here, and doing a very nice job of it. They've got more than half a lap on the Josh Haynes entry, the number 41, that Haynes is of course sharing with Michael Ricketts. Sewell by 38 seconds to Sutton, and the Burgess entry, the Mitsubishi Evo third. And we've got our eyes on Division D. And that's the unfolding part of the narrative tonight. The division leaders is a part of the story that will become a bit more clear-cut and a bit more easier to gauge and read once we get through the compulsory pit stops. Because so often that's where these races are won and lost.
Wilson in the BMW, 8th. Car number 82. Tran in the Honda Integra, 10th, car number 81. Behind them, Todd Herring, 17th in car number 77. Godfrey in another of the Class A cars, immediately behind Herring, he in car 29. Sewell has been in the race lead since lap 14, so for 22 laps. Where the BMW led the first 13 laps, or had pitted at lap 14.
We didn't see it on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, but there has been a change for second outright. You can see it on the timing loop. The totem pole at the top left of your screen there. Lee and Jerry Burgess, Lee at the wheel, has displaced Chris Sutton, and the Mitsubishi Evo is now second outright, but the Subaru still leads Division C in third outright. That move happened on the run down the main straight to turn 1, Burgess displacing Sutton. And here's the Toyota 86 of Liddell going down the inside of the 250. Of course, the 250 in this race being driven by Adrian Weir, Wade Lillington and Julian Ferrero. The Renault Megane, the only Renault in the field, the second of the 2-3 driver entries in the Sydney 300 in 2022. Here is Benny Tran and Jimmy Tran coming up to turn 8. Beautiful night it's turned out to be here in Sydney. It's cool, but it's dry, and the track is drying, and the intensity is warming up as we watch the Honda Integra come down the main straight once more.
3 cars on the same lap, as the lap leader, the race leader, Sewell, completed 37, followed by Burgess and Sutton. They've completed 37, but 36 completed by 4th place Wilson in car number 6. Sorry, he's just completed his 37th. So he's further back.
Yeah.
But still on the lead lap.
That's a good point you make, though, because with the pace of Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess, it won't take them too much longer. They're about 5 seconds a lap faster than Marcus Liddell in the Toyota 86 in 6th place outright. So very soon, all being fair and equal, Sewell should put him a lap down, the Liddell 86 entry, and then we would be left with 5 cars on the lead lap at the Picture Partners Sydney 300. But this is the battle that we've been interested in. Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Manette with Jimmy and Benny Tran. We've got another safety car number 3 of the night. Reason unknown at this point. Lap 39. Now, is it too early for Division A entries to come in, complete their second pit stop and get home? We wait and see. But the race
it is half race distance.
Time. Yes, it is, essentially. .38.5 is the midway point of the 300, so one either side, 38.39. There is already one car taking advantage, taking the opportunity presented by this safety car. Lee and Jerry Burgess, Chris Sutton, both in the lane, and this works perfectly for them because, well, in Sutton's case, he's only going to complete 1 5-minute compulsory pit stop. Lee and Jerry Burgess 2, this will be their first, and then they'll have to find a way to complete the second 2.5-minute stop a little bit later on in the piece. But this is right into the ballpark of the Division A cars as well.
Anthony Sewell in the smaller, lighter BMW, the M4, car number 4, leading the race with Adam Burgess. Still hasn't pitted, has been in the lead since lap 14. So he's been in the lead for 24 laps. Only 2 race leaders, Manette, Wilson in car 82 and Sewell in car number 4.
We are at a very interesting juncture as far as this...
Tran pitting.
Yes. As far as this race is concerned, you feel as though the third safety car, and we're still not...
Todd Herring pitting.
As to what it's for, works into the favour of so many of these entries, not least the Division A cars, but also Division B. and Chris Sutton, Division C as well. Oh, it's
now
the
Sewell.
Pulsar. It's Hovey and Baskus.
And now Sewell, the race leader, leaving Cruiser from Group C. Car number 89 at this stage, with Liddell behind him in 99 as the race leaders, although we'll have to check it next time they complete a lap. 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, 16 cars doing a pit stop.
It's interesting, isn't it? The further we get into the race, the more it plays out, the more you realise that you just don't know what's going to happen next. And for all the history of the 300s, I was talking about the curse of Honda over the years. It was just pointed out to me by another normally on-the-grid competitor in Matty Shireland, not here this season for reasons I already detailed earlier in the broadcast, that he believes that Chris Sutton, now that he's been able to knock this 5-minute pit stop in the bud during a safety car period, the Group C or Division C Subaru is all of a sudden a potential outright contender, given that he's been able to come in this window. And we've never, in the history of the 300s, Mazda, BMW, Future Racer, Ginetta, Mitsubishi, Holden, Lotus, Toyota and Nissan have all tasted victory across the various different venues. I haven't mentioned Subaru on that list. We've been focused on the narrative of Honda all day, Will, but now all of a sudden we're going to bring Subaru into the same discussion.
In fact, the new race leader, Cruiser, is pitting, and guess what number car is in the lead?
Exactly right. Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess are being shown as the race leaders at the moment. Marcus Liddell in the 99 in the Group C, in the Division C. Toyota 86 now holds sway at the top end of town. This is extraordinary how this race is playing out. What's more interesting for mine as well, we're just having a look to see. Liddell hasn't pitted yet. Liddell's one of several drivers that haven't pitted yet. The Butt Derwent Group Division E entry also hasn't stopped yet.
Not Wilson, Liddell, yeah.
Pangalos, the Group D entry, car number 24, also yet to stop. Phil Alexander also yet to stop in the Group E entry. There are a few cars that have not pitted yet, and this is important to note too, because at some point they are going to have to come and pay that invoice down pit lane. However, they may be relying on another safety car to be able to do it under yellow. I'm not sure they want to do it under green conditions. Ideally you wouldn't, because we know that that's to your own disadvantage. But they only have to stop once. They know that they'd probably be in their window at this point. So the onus is on them to make that decision when to pull the trigger and make their way down pit road. So you saw the Hovey Baskus entry come unstuck at turn 11. Second car to come unstuck in that sequence of corners 9, 10 and 11 in this race so far. And it's the Toyota 86. Now, it's interesting, in all the history of these 300s, the Toyota 86 won a very wet race at Lakeside Park in 2018 and then won the race that ended up being the nail in the coffin for Queensland races in this guise, Queensland 300s, at Queensland Raceway the weekend before the Bathurst 6 Hour in 2019. I mentioned at the top of the broadcast that we've seen a tumultuous 3 years for these 300s because they've been put through the absolute ringer with the pandemic and other factors. And unfortunately, the trouble for Queensland started well before the pandemic.
Liddell is now pitting.
But good observation from you, Mr. Hagan. Down pit road comes the car that was the race leader last time by the line, the Toyota 86. So this is the Group C entry that we're keeping our eyes on, and that is going to potentially allow Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Manette to be the race leader outright as they come back to green behind the safety car. This will, in fact, ensure it, because the safety car's coming down onto the main straight. They're going to go around at least once more, because you can see at the top left of your screen there that they are still trying to remove the stricken Pulsar from the outside of the circuit driver's right. And they are going to do that momentarily as soon as they've got a clear track and an opportunity to do so. So my gut instinct based on that is that we'll go green next time by. In the meantime, let's throw it down to Lockie Mansell in pit lane. What have you got for us, mate?
Thanks, Zach. I'm here with Anthony Sewell, who spent quite a lot of laps in the lead of the race. Anthony, how's the BMW M4 going tonight?
It's all right. It's certainly slippery out there. There's a dry line, but it's very, very slowly forming. So it's taken 40-odd laps to get, where you've got some sort of confidence. But I think, like everyone's finding out, if you go off that line, you can go off the track pretty easy. So it's a little scary, but yeah, we just got, get in the rhythm and just try and settle in and just give it the best shot,
I saw that you took the opportunity to change tyres during that pit stop. Is that because you're suffering a bit of degradation?
Well, we just did the front right. This track's very hard on the front right, and these cars don't like the front right. It's just better insurance rather than, having it blow. So we've had that happen before. So better off just changing. You've got time to do it, so why not?
How well timed was that safety car for your strategy?
Yeah, it was pretty good. We were about to come in. It was probably a bit long, but that was all right. It was good. It's fine. We've only got the 2.5 minute now to do. So hopefully someone else might have a bit of an adventure, and we can take that play into our hands a bit, So we'll see how we go.
You've handed the car over to Adam Burgess to say stay in now through to the end.
Yeah, Adam will stay in through the end. Adam's a great steerer, so I have all confidence that he'll bring it home in a really good, best position we can. So yeah, he'll do a really good job. Yeah.
All right, well, go well for the rest of the race.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Good on you. Good on. Thanks.
Lachlan Mansell down there doing his best work with Anthony Sewell, who is very happy with how things are going so far, and why wouldn't he be? 5th place, the BMW M4. Just having a look at last year's results for Sewell. He had some mechanical issues early in the piece, but the key difference there is that he was running Division A. This year running Division B, and no sign in sight that he's going to get in any trouble with regards to breakout times. So that may end up being a terrific power play and a terrific strategical move from those guys, because they've only got now the 2.5 minute pit stop to tick off.
Yes, it's interesting times with 37 laps remaining. Wilson at the head of the field with his Class A adversaries. Tran down in 17th. Herring in 18th. That'll be interesting to see what Herring can do with Tran. Herring in number 77, that black Mazda MX-5. And then Godfrey, the other Class A, number 29, down in 24th place. So, as you say, different pit stops to come. The A's have to do 2 5 minutes. The B's have to do a 5 and a 2.5. And the C, D and E have only a 5 minute each. 1 5 minute.
3 points of interest here. 75% race distance will be somewhere around 58, 59 laps. We need to be mindful of that, because if we do get a race stoppage beyond that point, they do reserve the right to say, look, that's it, pack it up, we're going home. 2, looking outside our commentary position at the moment, visibility is going to become a factor as well. You would have known. Oh no! That's the Hay and Ansell entry, bogged at turn 1. And that will be safety car number 4, I would suspect. Because that car is going nowhere. So now all of a sudden we start having the conversation about time certainty as well, but that wasn't one of the 4 points I was going to make. Safety car deployed for the 4th time in the picture part in the Sydney 300. No sooner than it just waltzed back into pit lane. Now it reinvents the wheel once more. It spices things up again, and that's unlucky for the Ansell entry. They came from Queensland, those guys, to take part in the Sydney 300. We appreciate the commitment involved in that. it's not going to be a happy ending, unfortunately. I was making a point before that happened, unfortunately, about the visibility. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. Hagan, but looking outside the commentary window here and looking towards the light towers, it looks as though there's a fair bit of low-level lying cloud and a fair bit of mist involved around the circuit. And even those of you watching on from home will be noticing it on our cameras as well. There's a certain haze to the view up the main straight there. It's just to see headlights at the moment as we see a fair bit of pit activity erupt once more. And this is a lucky break for the Division A guys that came into pit lane during the last safety car. This is a leg up for them potentially. And every time we get the safety car and the field being bunched up, it's a free kick for anyone in front of the race leader that's got to go around and get back on the back of the train as well. So it's keeping more cars in contention for longer periods of time.
So Wilson in 82 staying out in front with Creamer, Thomas and Sewell. B-class cars in second, third and fourth place, numbers 57, 68 and 4, all calling to the pits. Sutton in 321 staying out, he a Class C car, so that would put him into second place. And Cruiser, another Class C car, number 89, who was at one stage, very short period, in the lead, would be in third place. Burgess is calling into the pits, number 33. So where does it leave the others? Well, Tran down in 17th place, Todd Herring behind him in 18th place, and then Godfrey, the other Class A, in 22nd place. So, as you say, Zach, it is the people in the classes C, D, E who have enormous pit stop advantage over the Class A cars. They do 5 minutes less stationary in the pits, and the Class B cars do 2.5 minutes less stationary in the pits than the Class A cars. So it's interesting times, but a long way to go still. 35 laps remaining, an hour and a half exactly just gone in the race so far for 35 laps. Sorry, for 42 laps.
I remember a phrase coined by the late great Mike Raymond at the start of Seven's coverage of the 1994 to his 1000. He said, what was once a day-long marathon is now a Sunday sprint, but that's technology. Well, the last 2 years have been a sprint. This one's slowly turning into a marathon. The fourth intervention of the safety car, and as we rightly said, now 34 laps to go, 43 in the can, and we've been racing for 90.5 minutes. So an hour and a half gone, and by my clock it says 9:23 local time, so we are pushing ever closer to potentially running time certain here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and I really hope that isn't the case. And maybe common sense will prevail in the hope that, look, if it's an extra 5 or 10 minutes, we'll wear it, in the hope of getting this thing home full distance. Now, Lachlan Manif, we're just getting confirmation as well from Lockie Mansell down in pit lane, even though it's saying that Adrian Wilson is behind the wheel of car number 82, and it's actually still Lachlan Manif behind the wheel, so that's a glitch on our screens. And car number 21, the Group D entry, the Honda of Hunter and Benny Crosland, and good on the Crosland boys, because they actually sent through some information for me yesterday with regards to the exploits of those guys. Benny straight from QR this week, where he'd been testing a TA2. Hunter's been doing great things in Formula V. They are unfortunately in the pit lane, and they are there with a clutch drama at the moment. So again, another Honda with a mechanical issue. But it is smooth sailing at the front of the field for the 82 of Wilson and also Manif. Manif at the wheel, we're being told. 1:42.15, 4.2 the fastest lap of the race. Chris Sutton sitting second outright, but he is a lap down. However, and here's the interesting part, Sutton has fulfilled his pit lane obligations. He's right to go to the flag. Wilson and Manif still have a 5-minute pit stop to come as we now go down to Lachlan Mansell in pit lane.
And I'm down here with Cody Brzezinski, who's jumped out of the CXC Racing Mitsubishi Evo 9 that he's sharing with Dylan Thomas. Obviously, changeable weather conditions, changing strategies with all of these safety car interventions. How are you guys looking from a strategic point of view?
I think we're okay. It's one of those things, as in you don't know where you are till the end. So for us, we pitted early under the first safety car, and then you just feel like you're passing cars forever and you don't know where you are. So I think we're okay. The boys tell me okay. The car feels quite good, so we just put some fresh tyres on now, and we'll see where we end up in, I think, an hour and a half time.
How did the car behave during your stint?
Changed quite a fair bit. So I think early on the track was still damp, so it really suited the all-wheel drive car. Then towards the end, I think I cooked the front tyre a little bit, and then from then on the tyres just go off. So we all know this track's hard on tyres, so we've put a fresh set on. Hopefully that gets dealt to the end, but overall balance feels really, really good.
We've seen this year that you've been racing in the Aussie Racing Car Series. In fact, you won the last round of that series down at Winton. How are you finding jumping out of the little Aussie Racing Car into the full-size Evo?
Oh, it's crazy. I think I've driven the Aussie car here and it was out of control, absolutely wild, and then I jump in this, it's got power steering and it's quite easy to drive. So, yeah, no, I've loved it. It's Dylan and the CXC team's really welcomed me really well, and I think we're going okay. The car's really fun to drive compared to the Aussie car. The car's quite loose, so just two completely different strategies, but yep, it is what it is. We'll have fun.
All right, good stuff, Cody. There we go. Cody Brzezinski and Dylan Thomas still right in the game here at the Sydney 300.
Indeed they are, and we spoke about the potential for these all-wheel drive cars to play a bigger role in the outright fight, given the conditions in the skies above, and they are certainly doing that. Chris Sutton, of course, the best placed of those, the Subaru, second place at the moment. But that strong fight for the Mitsubishis led by Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson in 7th, Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski in 8th place. Interesting of note too, Will, BMW, Subaru, Mazda, Toyota, Holden, Mitsubishi, Porsche, all in the top 10 at the moment. 7 different manufacturers, and I say that because Zach Bates is running 9th and Phil Alexander rounding out the top 10 at the moment. So we're on lap 45 and we are getting ready for the resumption of racing. Whether that's this time by or next, it remains to be seen.
See, Herring and, well, not to mention some of the other cars, but of the Class A cars, Herring and Tran have both done their 2 pit stops, as you were pointing out. And that's absolutely critical. The race leader at this stage has not, as you said just a little while ago. So, safety cars, driver changes, refuel, who knows how things will evolve over the remaining 33 laps of this 77-lap race. Coming up to 9:30, and the race must be finished in an hour's time, 10:30. With 3 laps to go, 33 laps to go.
Rightio, we still don't have a resumption of play here. We're going to get one more lap behind the safety car by the look of it. So with that in mind, back down to Lachlan Mansell one more time on pit road.
And I'm down here with a couple of brothers who've teamed up for the Sydney 300 tonight. We've got Hayden Crosland and Ben Crosland. Having a great fun night, but unfortunately your Honda Integra's in the garage. What's gone wrong?
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the master cylinder. I think it's getting a bit of air in it. So, yeah, it just won't go into gear. Yeah, the clutch isn't working, so, yeah, it's a bit sad, but yeah, what do you do?
Hayden, we saw you and Ben driving this car at the Bathurst 6 Hour, as well as the Terry Conroy-owned car. It's been on the scene in production car racing for quite a while. How is it compared to the other cars you've raced, the Formula V and the XL?
Yeah, completely different to Formula V. It's really the only car I've ever properly driven that's a tin top, so it's awesome to be out here this weekend driving it. the car's super fast, but unfortunately, yeah, that clutch issue will put us out for a while and put us back a fair way.
So are you done now for the night, or are you going to try and get it fixed?
I think they're trying to get it fixed now, but yeah, we'll see. We'll just go out and turn some laps if we can, but yeah, other than that.
All right, well, together, cross your fingers with me. Let's keep our fingers all crossed that we can get it fixed and get you back out there.
Hopefully, yeah. Yep.
All right. All right, good stuff, guys.
Well, that's it. The never give up approach of these races, the desire to, at whatever cost, get the car back on the track and see the checkered flag. And apologies, I think I referred to Hayden as Hunter earlier. My apologies for that. But Ben Crosland and Hayden Crosland down there in pit lane. Nice to see them teaming up for the first time as a duo in a 300. As you can see on the leaderboard, we've just got one car on the lead lap at the moment. That is the Wilson Manif entry with Manif at the wheel. But they still have a 5-minute pit stop to complete at this point in time. And I dare say, with slight trepidation, that the next time we see a safety car, if we see another one, that will be when they pull the trigger.
Well, Tran is 2 laps down to them, so is Todd Herring. But they have done their 2 5-minute stops, so 5 minutes can be nearly 3 laps, although it'd be less than 2 under safety car conditions. So the Car 82 crew are relying in the next 32 laps remaining, 31 and a half, with 45 completed. They're on their 46th car number 82 with Manif at the wheel. They're relying on, as we look at it there, that's the race leader. Behind the safety car, the big BMW, lusty car, big car, luxurious car, loved by the parliamentarians and by the police. With the BMW in Munich, in Germany, having armour-plated cars and everything all ready, and doing it for our parliamentarians. I'm sure they feel absolutely dreadful being in these expensive cars when they could have once been, and they were once, in Holdens. But there we go.
Look at the visibility, or the lack thereof, it on the main straight as we get back underway. Restart number 4 of the picture partners, Sydney 300. Wilson and Manif, 1 lap advantage on the field at the moment.
And their best lap remains, except that it's come down to a 142.15, low 42s. So they're getting quicker, but they've got plenty of time to go. They can get down to a 138 before they get imperiled in terms of going too fast. Look at the way that BM has stormed away from the field. 3 litres, turbocharged, inline, 6-cylinder engine in that Bavarian masterpiece. Started making motorcycles in about 1919, 1920. Got onto cars. Nearly went broke in the early 50s when they came out of World War II and didn't know what sort of car to make. And then finally they got that sorted. They made some funny little cars, including one where you got into the car by opening the front section of the car. So if somebody parked close to you, you couldn't get in or out of the car. And that had a BMW motorcycle engine in the back. As one who's owned, his first motorbike was a BMW R50, and he took delivery in Munich, in Germany, of a BMW K100 RS that I bought, rode around, went to Le Mans and everything, and then brought it home to Australia. So I've owned 2 BMW bikes.
And it's interesting you mentioned BMW motorcycle engines. Of course, a car in this race that enjoyed great success before it was taken off the vehicle eligibility list was the future races, or the miniature races, with Suzuki motorcycle engines at the helm.
Look at that high camera view of the field, looking through, as you say, the cloud and the mist that's around. When we get down lower, we can see things a bit more clearly as they go out now, and they're on lap 48.
I'm not sure exactly if there's any more rain left in this, or whether we're just left with this mist and low-lying cloud for the rest of the night. Lachlan Mansell seems to think from pit lane that the Sewell Burgess entry is best placed, strategically speaking, at this point in time, remembering they've only got 2.5 minute pit stop to come, and that is with Adam Burgess already at the wheel. As you saw Sewell talking to Lachlan Mansell a short while ago, having got out of the car and handed over to the three-time Winton and Wakefield 300 winner. And those success stories came with his father Craig at the helm of a Janetta G50. This would be his first win if he was to notch it up tonight in a vehicle other than a Janetta for one, but also from outside the A or 1 division, the outright division. So he would join the elusive club of Nathan Jess and also Jake Shelley to notch up 4, but it would be a strange way of getting there, given that it's been quite an interesting night thus far to this point. Now I'm just getting the word from Lockie actually that they actually have no more stops to do, the Burgess Sewell entry. They have ticked off both. That 2.5 minute one coming in the pit stop just recent in the safety car window just recently, so they are actually well and truly in the best place position strategically speaking, and they are going to be going hammer and tong with Chris Sutton any tick of the clock for second outright in the car race, remembering that Sutton is also good to go to the flag, leading Group C. Depending on whether they need fuel, of course. Yes. And looking further down, Todd Herring is now in front of Jimmy Tran. They're in 11th and 12th place together, albeit that something must have happened, because Herring has been lapping more slowly than Tran. Although no, sorry, I'm looking at the best lap. At their lap times here, yeah, doing very similar times in the 154s, which is by comparison with the best lap done by car 82, 142.15. Wilson, Sutton, Burgess, Kruger, Thomas and Brzezinski. The top 5 at the moment. So that's BMW, actually 2 BMWs in the top 3. Both the M4s, the Division A and the Division B. BMWs out there at the moment in the top 3. The Subaru in between them. The Mazda and Mitsubishi behind them, and there's Dylan Thomas slicing his way up on the inside of the Group B entry of Button, Derwent, and also a couple of other stragglers as well. And here comes the other Division B Commodore, Glenn Wilson, up the inside as well. So Wilson taking no prisoners as he works his way through the field. And he's one of many sole drivers in the race tonight, and he's having a very clean and good run. Sitting 6th outright in car 6 and 3rd in Group B at this point. This on screen here, Will, the battle for the E-Class honours, in fact, between the Volkswagen of Troy Derwent and Oscar Butt, and behind them, of course, just having a look here, we've got the 69 of Phil Alexander, of course, who at the very last minute became a sole entrant as well, because unfortunately John Connolly came down with the Rona and was sent into 7 days of isolation. And he wasn't the only one ruled out of this race with COVID. Our best wishes go out to one of the only girl racers in the 300 these days, in Corinne Viereg as well, who also went down for the count a couple of days out, and that took one of the Commodores off the Group 2. So, we're now edging closer to the final third of this race. Wilson, Burgess, Sutton, Kruger and Thomas, the top 5. And we've got, oh, hang on, the Jerry and Lee Burgess entry limping slowly through turn 8 at this point. So the Mitsubishi Evo limping out of turn 8. There's another story. There's another talking point. Jerry and Lee Burgess, the Evo had had such a good run to this point throughout the course of the evening, had remained in class contention and is now limping back to the lane and hopeful of getting there. Of course, if he can't, he'll need to get into a safe position, or otherwise we'll be staring down the barrel of another safety car. That is so unfortunate for the Evo duo. One of 8 family entries in this race. Car number 33, 13th outright, Group B, of course. Now, this is certainly disappointing for them. A leg up for anyone else in their division, Will, that was worried about them as a rival or a competitor or a threat to their aspirations of a division podium. And now the Burgess entry is limping into the lane.
Difficult times indeed, and very difficult to predict how it's all going to fall out, because so much is going to depend on whether we do or don't get a safety car in the latter part of this race. But 27 laps remaining, 51 just completed, so 26 laps remaining now.
So that is essentially 2/3 race distance. 25, 26 and 26 gets us to 77. There is Chris Sutton at the moment, running 3rd outright, 1st in Group C, and by a staggering margin as well. What a tremendous run it's been for the Subaru. One of the first retirements, one of the first cars to strike trouble in last year's 300. What a difference 12 or 14 months in this case makes.
You never know how things are going to work out, as we see still. The Class A car of Wilson Manif leading the race, number 82, ahead of Burgess in 4 from Group B. Group C, Sutton, 3:21, and Burgess and Sutton have both done their required pit stops, as Thomas has also done. Wilson, in number 6 in 5th place, has done 1 pit stop, and he needs to do 2. Krusher in 6th place, number 89, has done 1 pit stop, and that's all he needs to do. And the other ones, of course, of interest are Todd Herring, number 77 in 10th place outright, one of the Class A cars, 2 places ahead of Jimmy Tran in number 81, both of whom have done their required 2 pit stops. But the question is, Zach, can they get through without a refuel?
Well, that is a very good question, and I'm sure there'll be a few people wondering the same thing watching on at home. I don't think these guys are well experienced in this caper, that I don't think they would have come to pit lane unless they were in a position to reach the checkered flag without running into any fuel problems. They would have had a critical number in mind. They would have had that as part of their strategy, and they would have played the cards accordingly. And that might be, well, that's not the reason why Wilson and Manif are still out there. We know that is because they've got a second 5-minute stop to complete. But everyone else would have been mindful of hitting their markers, and I don't think you would have seen them come to pit lane otherwise. It wouldn't have been worth the gamble. There's no risk, there's no merit, there's no reward in...
There's 321 Sutton.
There's no risk, there's no reward and only pain in making an extra pit stop for yourself, because it's immediately 2.5 or 5 minutes, depending upon where you're at as far as this race is concerned. Whereas if you have to come in for... here's Benny Tran, actually, under pressure from Anthony Sewell at the moment.
Exactly. Tran back there in 81 in 11th place.
of course, if you have to come into the pit lane for any exponential circumstances like a puncture or that loose bodywork that we saw on Charlie Viola's car earlier, you're not bound to a time limit or a mandatory time in the lane. You can come and go as quickly as you can get the job done. Same with the two cars that are in a division that requires only one 5-minute pit stop, but they've got 2 driver changes to complete. They can come and do that as they please.
You've never seen anybody in a long-distance race have to do an emergency pit stop towards the end?
There is a story regarding 1 year at Bathurst, if I recall correctly, and a co-driver only doing one of the 130 laps, if I recall correctly, and I'm pretty sure you told me that story.
It can happen. What you're saying is correct,
yeah.
But it can happen too, particularly if they've made their advantageous pit stops under safety cars. They have to take it when the safety car offers it, not later. And that safety car stop was on lap 41. So it left them with 36 laps remaining, nearly half race distance. We'll see.
Yeah. Now, Richard...
150 kilometres should be possible on the tanks in
100%.
These cars. And I mean, they're not limited by the tank size of the car.
No, that's right. They can...
in its original form.
Put custom fuel tanks in at their discretion.
I saw that when they were refuelling, actually, car 82. Had 2 massive hoses going in to a specially built tank in the boot.
So, we've got a fair chunk of time left in this race. We are in the final third. We have been racing for 1 hour and 54 minutes. Forget about the race record. We're not seeing that this year. Todd Herring's 2 hours 25 neat is safe until we reconvene in 2023 at least. And I don't want to say this, but here's the other question. Here's the other factor or element that may come into play, Will. The visibility. Remember, we've had weather delays at places like Mount Panorama before because of the inability of flag marshals to see point to point. It's not getting any better out there at the moment.
No, but when you get down low, it's not too bad. There's the lovely red glow of the disc brakes in the front of that car. In fact, I think it was Jimmy Tran, wasn't it?
Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Bucket actually coming through in the 29 Honda Integra. That's the second of the Integras, of course.
Beautiful to see.
We haven't given an update on them for a while, actually, either. The 29 entry sitting 15th at the moment. And just comparing notes here on the lap time board, they have completed 2 stops, so they are good to go to the checkered flag as well. Stephen Head, Owen Boak on screen right now. Another one of the cavalcade of Mazda MX-5s as part of the 300 field. Wilson and Manif still holding on to that 1 lap lead for the moment. If we get... See, that might be the other element here as well. They may have run the gauntlet hoping for another safety car intervention and may not get it, which means they'd be serving a 5-minute green flag pit stop. Remember, we're on lap 56 right now. The pit lane window closes at the conclusion of lap 70. As soon as the leading car comes across the line with 7 laps to go, if you're in the pit lane when that hooter sounds, all good and well, you've met your obligations. But if you're not, you wear the ruler across the hands, as they used to do, of the officials. So be mindful of that as well. 70 is the critical number here for Manif and Wilson. And because of the stipulation in the race now that drivers can compete solo, gone is the former regulation regarding minimum and maximum driving time for all 2 and 3 driver entries. And that used to be a big talking point with regards, that used to be just another spanner in the works with regards to strategy, meeting those minimum driving lap requirements, but it's no longer a factor here because of the fact that you've got upwards of 5, 6, 7 drivers flying solo. So, Adam Burgess and Anthony Sewell are all of a sudden looking rather good. 1.3 laps up. Oh, sorry, down on the leader at the moment, but green flag pit stop for the leader. That 1.3 laps disappears and then some. And then, obviously, the difficult thing that we've got at the moment, and you're seeing the same thing there on your screen, gone is the chance for us to give you gaps from car to car because it's all showing as one lap. There's no favouritism. So once the field is cleansed and the pit stops are complete, some of those gap margins will come back to us and we'll get an indication as to exactly how far behind Burgess and Sewell young Chris Sutton is. Teamed up with Chris Reeves a few years ago to win the Toyota Rally 6, the production car Class D group at Mount Panorama in a Toyota Rally 6. And has persevered with this Subaru through trial and tribulation. It's finally found a sweet spot with it. Group C.
Oh, a lock up there.
By car 39.
Got out of it. That was approaching the turn 2, the slow uphill one. And now heading to go over the tunnel that brings people back into the paddock area.
No Group C driver has featured on an outright podium in a Sydney 300. There's a chance that that changes tonight if Chris Sutton remains intact and the car remains in one piece through to the checkered flag. There's a lot at stake here. And the fact that Adam Burgess could beat Todd Herring to the 4-time club, having not won a 300 in 5 years, is also worth noting as well. It would deny Herring a history-making hat-trick. And speaking of Todd, we haven't updated you on his progress for a while. He's 2 laps down on the leader. Again, that comes back when Wilson stops, but he's still 1 lap down on Burgess, Sutton, Thomas, Wilson, Kruger, Kramer. Is the first of the cars 2 laps down at the moment. What's worth noting, however, is that on the racetrack, according to our timing screen, Herring is ahead on track of Burgess. So a late race safety car deployment would get Herring that lap back, and we would have a real ding-dong of a race on our hands to the checkered flag. We've had 4 safety car interventions or intervals so far in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. So much history already made tonight, and more, you sense, still to come. And we have only 20 laps to go. And Lachlan Mansell making a very good point as well, that if Adam Burgess wins tonight, he'll be the first driver to win the Wakefield, Winton and Sydney 300s. He'll be the second driver to win 3 of the respective 300s, because Nathan Jess, of course, has had success at Winton, has had success at Wakefield, and had success at Queensland Raceway back when it was running a 300. So he would be the second driver to win at 3 different circuits, but he would be the first to win at all 3 of the AASA sanctioned venues. Here's the fight for 2nd and 3rd in Group B at the moment. It's also the fight for 4th outright. It's Dylan Thomas in the Mitsubishi Evo 9, the CXC Global Racing Mitsubishi, and Glenn Wilson in the Holden Commodore, who has been a standout performer tonight in a race not famous for Holden success, unlike other endurance classics that we know. Wilson has well and truly punched above his weight tonight, and an outright top 5 finish is within reach here, and a division podium as well. Just updating you as well, folks, outside the top 10, Group E, Oscar Butt, Troy Derwent leading Group E, or Division E, and the number 50 with Freestone at the wheel at the moment, and James Keane watching on from pit lane. The Mini Cooper is the leader of Group D there in 15th place. So if my maths serve me correctly, and I hope that they do, we've got a BMW leading Group A at the moment, or Division A. We've got a BMW leading Division B. A Subaru in C, and then both in Division E, the 79, of course, being a VW Polo, and the 50 being a Volkswagen as well. That means that we've got 2 BMWs, 2 Volkswagens as class leaders, and the Subaru for good measure. And just looking back through the history of these races over the years, the 2021 Sydney 300, we had Mazda, Honda and Nissan winning their respective divisions, A through D. Mazda won 2 divisions in 2019, BMW won 1, Honda, in fact BMW won 2. So having missed out on any of the pie last year, BMW could go back to where they were in 2019 by winning 2 of the divisions. And Volkswagen could win a division for the first time in the Sydney 300. But there's a long way to go. And there have been so many twists and turns here at Sydney Motorsport Park tonight in what has been compelling viewing from first until last. And Wilson is keeping Dylan Thomas honest here as they come onto the main straight. Thomas mentioned last night to me on Facebook Live, for those of you that tuned in on the MRA Facebook page, that they were running old tyres that they'd used in the New South Wales Production Touring Car Championship back when he was a regular on that grid. So they're by no means new. They're budgeting, many would say. But the tyres have held up remarkably well to this point. 18 laps to go. So, just watching this battle for second in Group B, Will Hagan, the Mitsubishi navigating its way through a fair bit of traffic
Thomas
here.
and Wilson.
So Thomas and, of course, Brzezinski, the co-driver who did a superb job in the opening stint in the 68, and Wilson in the Commodore, yeah. Wilson struggling to go with Thomas, but they're both navigating their way through lap traffic unhinged, unimpeded. But Thomas is doing what he needs to do to keep Wilson at bay at this point. And if you're evenly matched on lap time, it's one of those situations where you are kind of relying on the car in front to be balked by traffic or run into trouble. But this is still a tremendous run from the Holden Commodore. I don't think we've ever seen a Holden run this well on a 300 at Sydney Motorsport Park, at least. Of course, the last time Holden tasted true success was Terry Denovan's solo drive to victory in the 2020 Wakefield 300. And with only 10 laps left in the pit window, we still haven't seen Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Monique visit pit lane.
Yes, they've got to do it, as you say, by lap 70. What I'm looking at is that we're coming up to 10 p.m. and there are 16 laps remaining. They've averaged, prior to that, after 2 hours, 26 laps in an hour. So we've got to do, that's 13 laps in half an hour, and we've got to do 16 or 15.
So We're right there, aren't we?
Exactly.
We're right there.
If there's any safety car or this car going slower, they're in trouble. But if it's not, they just might get there.
Well, actually, your point even more valid, because it's actually 17 laps we've got to go. Because we're not counting the fact that Wilson and Monique will be in the pit lane, and the car that's second place, who should displace them, all being fair and equal, whilst they are completing that 5-minute pit stop, is a lap down at the moment. So the race effective leader is Adam Burgess, who's just crossed the line, and he's the better part of 1.5 laps down on Wilson. So it is, technically speaking, even though the lap board says 16 laps to go, it's technically 17 at the end of 2 hours and 8 minutes. And I've just been corrected by David Bailey as well that I've got my Volkswagen Mini and my Mini Cooper mixed up, and that Mini that I mentioned is actually BMW, so that would be 3 divisions to BMW tonight if they managed to get the job done. And just as I say that, new fastest lap of the motor race from none other than the Honda Integra of Josh Buchan, and we've got a car stop, drivers left at the exit of turn 8, and that's the car 39 entry. Will they leave it there, or will that be the get out of jail free card that Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Monique so desperately need at this point? Race control will be monitoring that situation. That's the Holden Cruise Diesel, Richard Mork, and of course his co-driver in Sarkis.
Yeah, if they don't do a safety car,
25 minutes.
25 minutes, so it's going to be very tight, but they should get there. I've had enough of safety cars.
There's number 5, unfortunately.
There it goes.
And that is the get out of jail free card that the BMW of Wilson and Monique needed. And it's also game back on as far as this race is concerned. Lachlan Mansell often, I won't say overuses the tagline, but is very fond of the tagline, grandstand finish. We've got one brewing at Sydney Motorsport Park, because on the racetrack, according to our timing loops, David Cruiser, Todd Herring, Zach Bates, all ahead of Adam Burgess on the racetrack as that safety car was deployed. They all get that lap back. The field will get its lap back on Adrian Wilson, and we will have, if my maths serve me correctly, 8 cars on the lead lap with about a dozen laps to go. This
and
race
probably not able to run the dozen.
Possibly not either. That's another factor. But all of a sudden, this race has been thrown wide open. And Todd Herring is still a chance at an elusive hat-trick.
He's in 7th place at the moment. He's done 61, where the lead car 82 has done 63. And there's the safety car. There are the flashing lights.
And the safety car is going to pick up the first car on track, which is still Wilson and Monique. Now, why that car did not report to pit lane as soon as the safety car was deployed is beyond me, because they've just compromised themselves more so than they're already going to be compromised by pitting this late in the piece. So that could mean that we'll have only 7 cars on the lead lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Extraordinary.
That car won't take long to remove. So this safety car period could be very short.
Exactly.
Which goes against Wilson.
Exactly.
In car 82.
And as I said, the fact that they didn't jump when the trigger was pulled and come straight to pit lane. Oh, potentially costly for the BMW M4, which has been an extraordinary performer tonight. And if you're watching along at home and you're on the edge of your seat, and the hearts just started racing a little bit harder. You're not the only one. There are going to be so many people up and down this lane, in and around this precinct, that will be glued to the events of what's unfolding on the racetrack when this thing goes back to green. So surely, Wilson and Burgess come to pit lane, this time by Lachlan Mansell just reporting the fact that Manif didn't pit now will also cost some cars a chance to get back on the lead lap. That's true too. Well pointed out, Lockie Mansell. So that will just about rule out Kruger, Herring and Tran. That is extraordinary as well. So all of a sudden, it not only compromises Wilson and Manif, it compromises 3 other cars. And you're going to have Adam Burgess and Anthony Sewell.
They've gone in now, though.
Absolutely they have. A lap too late. Wilson and Bates are also in the lane as well, but they were in at the moment the safety car trigger was pulled. 13 laps to go. Burgess, Sutton, Thomas, 1, 2 and 3. Kruger is 4th. Herring is 6th. Or 5th, I should say, when this field corrects itself after Wilson and Manif's pit stop is done. That's an extraordinary stint from Lockie Manif, 64 laps. But costly error, maybe a consequence of inexperience. At the moment it counted.
I've been unfair to that BMW because it's in fact is a 2-door and it is an M4, so it's not as big as it looks.
No.
But it's got a nice big engine and a good old turbo driving it. But that's why it's been so nimble, albeit that it found it hard to fight with the Honda Integra. Now Wilson helping Manif get tightly belted in a 6-point harness as they do their 5-minute second pit stop. They're right on fuel. That's been done. So all now that they have to do is to watch a stopwatch. Oh no, tyres. Doing a left front, which means they'd be doing a right front as well.
And only for a dozen laps. So it's a very short stint on that rub-up. And I dare say Adrian Wilson will throw hammer and caution to the wind right here and now.
And now they're going to do the rears as well. And they're doing them on the left side. Are they going to be able to do them on the right? It seems like it's going to take a long time.
So this is a full-blown pit stop, remembering full well that they've only been stationary for 2 minutes 10 seconds, so they've got another 3 minutes to go. So there's enough time to get it done in that sense. They're changing to wets on car 82. That's the memo that I'm just getting from Lachlan Mansell. They are changing to wets. So they believe that the conditions out there are greasy enough to change to full wets, having run on intermediates essentially, for the balance of the evening. And it just goes to show that it was a matter of when, not if, or if, not when, they were coming to pit lane as soon as the safety car was called. Green flag and racing once more here at Sydney Motorsport Park, according to the timing screen, but not according to... There we go, there's the green flag now.
And now, as all the cars go by, we'll see where car 82, now leading the race, falls back to as everybody goes by, the entire field goes by, while they're still doing a pit stop in car number 82.
And they are stuck there for another minute and 45 seconds. So whatever happens here, by rights, they lose the lead of the car race next time by the strike. Still down the inside. And Burgess's entry, I should say, with Burgess at the wheel, the M4, making light work of the Graham and Josh Heath Toyota 86. Look at who's following him through, though. Benny Tran.
3 cars have now done the 64 laps that car 82 has done. So they'll go past the next time and put it back to at least 4th. And they've got Todd Herring back in 5th at the moment as Wilson starts now to go back, giving the lead over to Burgess from Class B in car number 4. from Sutton in Class C in 3:21, and then Thomas in Class B, number 68. Wilson now just ahead of Herring, but Wilson's stationary. Herring's going around. So too is Tran, who is in 7th
Benny
place.
Tran! Oh! Sorry to jump in there, Will. I saw him get Taylor coming through Corporate Hill, and that's a monster moment for the Integra, but he's been able to pull it up. I thought he was heading for the wall. Oh. Jeez. Scary moment. That might have been what they referred to as a brown code moment, or code brown. I saw him chop across the camera shot there at turn 8. Benny Tran, of course, was following Anthony Sewell. Oh, car in the gravel, car in the grass. It's one of the minis. I can't tell you which one at the moment, but that might be number 6. And that'll be game back on. In every sense of the word.
As they say, safety cars breed safety cars.
Exactly right. And that car is trying to get itself out of trouble, get itself to safety, but it's going nowhere. It's bogged. We said that the grass was an automatic date with trouble this evening. This proves it. Safety car number 6. Triple the amount of safety cars that we've had in any of the previous runnings of the Sydney 300. The conditions were always going to throw up that possibility. And I think now that is going to help Todd Herring and David Cruiser back onto the lead lap and back into the fight. Benny Tran may just have missed the cut with that mistake last time by. What wretched luck for them, but how lucky they were. Oh, it's the Keenan Freestone entry. They were Division D leaders. They're in the number 50. Another sting in the tail in a night full of them. Plot twist after plot twist. And we've still got 12 laps to go. Lockie Mansell, what have you got for me on pit lane, mate?
And I'm with an exhausted Lockie Monet. If he gets out of the BMW that he's sharing with Adrian Wilson after a mega stint, more than 60 laps in the car. Mate, you look absolutely drained. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was a pretty big stint there. It was, great to start the race off the front row, and we went out to an early lead, and we kind of just played the race. We had an early stop, which really kind of pushed that middle stint out, and we had we didn't have water set up in the car, so we weren't expecting to go that long, and really different to how we originally planned. So now it's down to Adrian, who's just come by. He's been doing an awesome job in the pre-event testing and all weekend, and hopefully he can have a nice kind of 12 odd laps there, and bring it home for us. Really cool looking to see how we go.
That was a pretty epic battle that you had with the Tran Honda Integra. That went on for quite a few laps. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, I obviously new to these events, but that was really impressive. We were able to go toe to toe, and I think it was very cool to see the different styles of cars that you have here. I certainly had the straight line handling in our M4, but the Teg was really quick in the corners, so really good.
Unfortunately, you would have to say strategy probably didn't quite work out for you tonight. That last safety car probably just came a little bit too late for you to be on an optimum strategy, but how are things looking from here?
Yeah, look, it's a bit 50-50. We there's certainly some wet patches out there, and just for consistency's sake, we've put Adrian out on wet. So I guess we'll find out if that's the right call. But look, that's the way things roll, and you got to kind of take it where you can, and if it might not have perfectly lined up for us, but we'll have a crack either way, see how we end up.
Good stuff, Lachlan. All right, we'll head back up to Zach and Will for what's shaping up to be a grandstand finish to the Sydney 300.
I beat you to it this year, Lockie. I got that coined term of yours in before you did, mate, but I knew you were going to follow me and back me up on it. And the field bunched up once more. traffic bedlam awaits when we get back underway.
And what's more, we've swapped BMW M4's 3-litre turbochargers for car 82 to car number 4, and that'll make BMW, if it goes on to victory, that'll make BMW equal with Mazda. They'll have had 8 victories each in the 39 that have been run of these 500 series races since that first Wakefield one in 2008.
And when we look back at the grid for tonight's race, Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess started 9th.
Yeah.
Now, on only 2 occasions prior to that have we seen a race winner come from 9th on the grid, the inside of the 5th row. So, who was 7th on the grid tonight? Unfortunately, it was Stephen Thompson and Ed Kramer. Now, they are one of the swagger cars 1 lap down, so I can't see the unlucky 7 tag being removed tonight. The way it sits, we've got the tow rope pulling the Mini to safety, and if they can get that to safety before the safety car gets the field back around to turn 8, we may see safety car boards and flags removed and the race back on. In fact, what's going on here is that they're untying that car off the rope in the hope that it can rejoin the field under its own steam, and we can get this thing underway a lot quicker. And to give you an indication as to where we are with regards to time, last year Todd Herring was starting his final lap about now. He came home in 2 hours 25 minutes neat. It's 2 hours 23 3/4.
Well, I was 10 minutes away.
So, and obviously with another 10 laps to come at 1 minute 3/4 roughly.
Oh, running time, sorry, yes,
yeah,
not time of day, yeah.
That's right,
yeah.
correct, yeah, 100%. So, 10 laps, 1 minute 3/4, so you're taking 17.5 minutes to go, so it'll be the longest Sydney 300 as well, because the previous incarnation in 2019 was 2 hours and 34 minutes, not quite 2:35. Race restart this time, buys the word from race control. We've got a 9-lap sprint to the flag. We've got 5 cars on the lead lap, and in all the history of these 300-kilometre races dating back to 2008, we've never had more than 4 cars finish on the lead lap at the end of the scheduled distance, or whenever the checkered flag has been waved, noting that one of those instances was a time-certain race at Wakefield Park in 2012. It also happened to be the instance of the most safety car appearances in a 300 of 9. We're 2/3 of the way there tonight, and I've got my fingers crossed, Will, that we can get through the next 10 laps cleanly.
I bet you never thought, or Todd Herring never thought, he'd be on the lead lap. One of 5 cars starting from the tail end of the field and in 4th place at the moment. Green now, they start on lap 67 completed. They have 68 completed. They have 9 remaining. And it's a battle between, as you say, about 5 cars at the front of the field.
And the problem for the likes of Cruiser and Herring is no overlapping allowed before the control line. So they have to wait until they get to that green flag before they can start attacking. Speaking of attacking, here's Chris Sutton looking for clean real estate at the moment. Under tremendous pressure from Dylan Thomas. That is the outright second fight right there. Subaru, Mitsubishi, getting by another one of the Mitsubishis. Clearing the way out of lap traffic here at the moment. Those blue lights, those blue flashing lights working overtime at the moment in the tail end of the Sydney 300. So we've got Adam Burgess still the race leader by 7 seconds. How lucky he was to have so many lap cars between he, Chris Sutton and Dylan Thomas. And Herring still in outright contention. That is extraordinary. He may still get a hat-trick of Division A wins, albeit missing out on the outright one.
And what we got out of that the previous leader, the Wilson Manif car, number 82, is now down in 9th place after that late pit stop.
And they are a lap down, more to the point. Benny Tran, Ed Kramer, Will Harris, Boy, the Harris boys have had a terrific run tonight in the Group C. 3-driver assault. Wilson and Manif in 9th, and McLean in 10th in his Sydney 300 debut in a Toyota 86.
And incidentally, car 4 had not led the race till now.
Yeah. Well, Anthony,
we've had about some incidental, depending on pit stop, sort of half-lap leaders and things, but we've had about 5 or 6 leaders, of which car number 4 has not been one until the last part of the race.
You've got to be there when it matters. You've got to be there when it matters. Keeping an eye on Todd Herring, he's only 20 seconds away from Chris Sutton. Reminding you that he was 3 seconds.
Burgess is pitting.
The reason for it is a drive-through penalty. A drive-through penalty courtesy of Lachlan Mansell. Thank you for that information. Drive-through penalty for car number 4. Game over. There's one contender ruled out.
So that puts number 321 into the lead, and that is Chris Sutton driving alone the Subaru WRX. And of the 9 brands that have won in this race, Subaru has not won till now. BMW is not going to equal, or not likely to equal, Mazda with 8 wins. BMW will stay on 7, and Subaru, by the look of it, will get a race lead. However, there's a battle on.
There certainly is. So, there's 2 things to keep an eye on here, Will. That is the battle for first outright. They are the 2 cars respectively leading Group B and C. It is the Subaru of Sutton, it is the Mitsubishi of Dylan Thomas. Subaru have never won a 300, and I'll give you another stat. The 300 has never been won by a car in the 3rd division. So Chris Sutton could notch up 2 bits of history tonight, but not if Dylan Thomas has anything to say about it. Millimetres in it as they head into turn 1, and 7 laps to go. 2 first-time 300 winners in the making right here and now. And for Mitsubishi, as a manufacturer, great success in the 300, but never outside of Goulburn, never outside of Wakefield Park. And Todd Herring is merely 17 seconds away, and importantly, 3 seconds a lap faster than the 2 cars leading this race at the moment in terms of his outright speed. And he took 3 seconds out of them that last time around, and there are 7 laps to go. So there is move for the lead! Move for the lead! For the first time tonight, the Mitsubishi Evo of CXC Global Racing hits the front of the Sydney 300. Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski are in front with 6.5 laps to go. They saw their opportunity and they went for it. No! The only Peugeot in the 300 field, Parianastakis and Angus Lithgow, has come up short. And that is safety car number 7, advantage Todd Herring. No sooner. Talk about timing your move to perfection.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a lot to be said about biding your time and waiting for your moment, and it was executed perfectly by Dylan Thomas on the run into turn 6 that time around. 71 laps gone. The Mitsubishi is in front. Second is the Sutton entry, the first place sole driver. The second of those is Todd Herring, 3rd place. They are the leaders of B, C and A respectively, Mitsubishi, Subaru, Mazda. And then it's almost, Will, a get out of jail free card, potentially, for that other BMW that came down pit lane for an indiscretion that we're not yet 100% sure of with regards to that drive-through penalty. Now, there's other points of interest at stake here, and that is that Benny Tran's going to get himself back on the lead lap. So is David Cruiser. We're going to have 6 cars on the lead lap. Wilson and Manif are still a lap down. And we are going to have potentially a 3 or 4 lap sprint to the checkered flag.
You're very confident in lack of safety cars after the safety car.
Well, actually, that's the first time we've had back-to-back-to-back tonight. We've had 2 very quick safety cars at the start, 2 in the middle, and now 3 at the end. But we always knew that attrition would play a part. The only unfortunate factor there was, remember last year, they had a car, I think it might have been Daniel Flanagan's entry, pulled off at the same corner at turn 3, but it was that far enough off on the grass, driver's left, that they left it there for the rest of the night. Unfortunately, Parry and Angus weren't able to get that one to safety. It was parked on the bitumen, and therefore they've had no choice, race control, but to neutralise the race once more. 6 cars on the lead lap, that's a 300 record. And all results still possible. Oh, Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey's entry has come up short as well. The Honda Integra, the curse strikes again. It is pulled up. Driver's left, turn 5, Brocco 5, and all of a sudden we've got 2 cars that need a tow job. And the significance of what's at stake here is lost on nobody. Todd Herring wouldn't be able to believe his luck that he is in outright contention with only a handful of laps to go. We are on lap 73. We've been racing 2 hours and 34 minutes. And if we get back going, that Mazda is still a chance. Well, we've seen plenty of drama in the Sydney 300 in the past. I think this has thrown up more drama than the previous 2 combined. So many changing storylines and narratives in the final third of the race, let alone what happened in the first 2 thirds. Lachlan and Manif and Andre Wilson did themselves an injustice by coming to pit lane 1 lap after they should have when that 5th safety car was called. Then the penalty for Sewell and Burgess. Now Buchan and Godfrey coming up lame. Todd Herring being so far out of contention for the bulk of the night and now being in with a chance. Dylan Thomas didn't rate himself a chance 24 hours ago. Now he's leading the thing. If you're enjoying the Picture Partner Sydney 300 as much as we have, don't go anywhere because the best is yet to come.
321 started from 11th grid position.
Yep.
68
started from 3rd.
Started from 3rd, as you say. And before that, number 4, you covered that before, started from 9th grid position.
Yep. And Todd Herring from 43rd.
Yes.
Could be a year for rewriting the record books.
Well, theoretically from 44th, because 43 were there.
Well, that's right.
And Todd Herring wasn't listed.
However, we did lose the Annabelle Beckinsale entry before we get underway, so everyone moved up a spot, is my understanding. Look at the CXC Global Racing boys. On absolute edge. They can't stand still at the moment. They know that history's on the line. Mitsubishi has never won a 300 outside of Goulburn. As they come back to the main straight, the safety car lights are still on, which means we will go round one more time, and it could potentially be as little as a 3-lap shootout to the checkered flag as they come down the main straight. Looking at the clock as well, to 22:28, so we're 10:28 local time, and they'll go round once more. Now, my understanding is that it's 10:30 plus 1 lap, which would also mean that we would fall 3 laps short. It could be as little as a 1-lap sprint to the line, unless
the safety car might lead them to the end. Oh no, they get a lap after that.
That's right, a lap after 22:30. However, in the event of the fact that it's only 3 laps, there may be a little bit of discretion shown. I'm not 100% sure. There may be a little bit of discretion shown to let this go full distance unless they get another safety car, in which case that would be it, call it. Race restart next time by, but no memo about a last lap board as yet. Three laps to go next time by the line, and the word from race control was 3 laps. So they're not talking about the time certain factor just yet. It looks as though, in the interest of seeing this to its full race distance, to its rightful conclusion, they will let this go just beyond 22:30. And that is in the interest of all and sundry who have enjoyed every aspect of everything they've seen so far to this point tonight, and would hate, and I stress the word hate, to see it brought to an anticlimactic conclusion. But there's nothing anticlimactic about this. 4, 5 different manufacturers in the top 6.
And Burgess, who had led and had to do that go through the pits, is back in 4th place in number 4. So just to recap, it's Thomas in 68 leading Sutton in 3:21, Herring in 77, Burgess in number 4. 3 of those have led the race, Herring hasn't.
No.
Krusher is on the same 73 laps completed in number 89, and we then come back, and in fact same number of laps completed by Tran in 81.
2 points of interest here before we go back to green. Todd Herring is the 10th car in the queue here, so watch him weave his way through as quickly as possible. And we believe that car 4's drive-through was for driving too close to the safety car. I never knew there was such a thing. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the 7th and final restart of the Sydney 300. 11.7 kilometres to go. Thomas and Sutton take off. And they need to. They need to check out and go, because the onus is on them to stop Todd Herring from catching them, and now Sutton to the outside. Subaru versus Mitsubishi to turn 2, and the elbows are out. Sutton around the outside, can't get it done, was never going to. We've seen that move attempted numerous times tonight. I can't recall one where it's paid off. Dylan Thomas is throwing everything at it. He's had a lot of success in Australian motorsport, but no 300 success for this guy. We are hearing now, because I think they've looked at the clock, we are hearing checkered flag this time by. So this is the battle for the win. Todd Herring will be denied a hat-trick. Had it not been for a time certainty, he might have been able to catch him in another 2 laps, but this is the finish right here. History to be made one way or another, and look at Thomas defending. Sutton to the outside at turn 8. All-wheel drive power on a Saturday night in Sydney. 2 new names potentially to add to the honour roll, maybe 1, depending upon how it plays out in the final 3 corners. Thomas by 2 car lengths at the moment. Mitsubishi as a manufacturer has enjoyed success on 4 occasions in these 300s, but all of them have been at Wakefield Park. Down the main straight, checkered flag in the air. Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski take Mitsubishi to their first victory in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. How about that?
75 laps completed of the 77 originally scheduled for the race, and 7 safety car periods. They did well to get to within 2 laps of the scheduled race distance in an elapsed time of 2 hours 41 and 30 odd seconds.
Todd Herring goes 3rd, which from the rear of the grid is a man of the match performance as far as I'm concerned. Adam Burgess and Anthony Sewell 4th, Benny Tran and Jimmy Tran in 5th. David Krusher in 6th place. Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Maneve 7th. Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson 8th. Will, Bill and Brad Harris 9th. And 10th place to the Toyota 86 of Shannon McLean and Marcus Liddell, car number 99. And in that, Group B honours to Dylan Thomas. Outright victory to Group B in the Sydney 300 for the first time. Mitsubishi win the 300 for the 5th time, their first in Sydney. The first time we've ever seen a Group C car on the podium, let alone a Subaru in Sydney. Third in Group C victory for Chris Sutton. And Division A for the 3rd year in a row, even though it's not outright success, it is a hat-trick of A triumphs for Todd Herring. An almost Herculean performance from him, having started at the rear of the grid. Extraordinary scenes here. We'll have the podium presentation for you very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Dylan Thomas placed Cody Brzezinski in the hot seat for qualifying. They were rewarded with 3rd place. It is the 8th time that a 300 has been won from the inside of the 2nd row. That means that it's been won from 3rd or 4th on 16 occasions. So the 2nd row seems to be lucky hunting in 300s. 7 safety cars later, 6 cars finish on the lead lap. That's a 300 record, even though it did go time certain. The last time we went time certain was Wakefield in 2018, and the 301 won by also a Mitsubishi Evo, appropriately enough, Thomas and Urs Muller. Urs, of course, was competing in regularity earlier. Oh, sorry, the Alfa Veloci series, I should say, earlier today. 33 cars home in the end. And I think my maths are right in saying that that's the most we've seen get to the finish line in a 300 as well. So for all the attrition, we've actually seen a record number of finishes in the Sydney 300, 75% of the field getting to the checkered flag. And Dylan Thomas, for all he's achieved in Sydney 300s, has in motorsport in general, has finally cracked through for a first 300 triumph, and he's about to stand by to have a chat with our own Lockie Mansell.
Absolutely, and Class E beats Class D, but let's hear from Lockie now with the winning driver in pit lane.
Dylan Thomas, come over here, mate. Come on over, Dylan. Don't destroy your car too much. It's just taking you to the Sydney 300 victory. Come up here. Quick moment to celebrate with his crew. The CXC Racing team. They've done so many of these 300k endurance races. They've had the tough times. They finally get to stand on the top step of the podium. Dylan Thomas, you are the winner. Come over here, mate. Dylan Thomas, you are the winner of the Sydney 300. Cody Brzezinski, come on in, mate. Guys, what an epic, enthralling race. Dylan, that move for the lead just before the last safety car on Chris Sutton. How was that?
Pretty entertaining. That bloody Subaru's got some poke. Geez, in a straight line, that's the fastest Subaru I've ever seen. We had a bit of an oil pressure issue most of the race. So as we come on the straight, it sort of had this little miss, but he had a little bit of a miss halfway down, and it's like, it was really tough to find him, but I had to be a little bit aggressive, and on that restart, I actually thought he went off coming around the Corporate Hill. I lost you in my mirrors, and I went, oh sweet, cruise it in, and then he's on my inside. I went, oh crap. So, hey, we've done how many of these freaking things? Second a few times. P1 boys, woo!
I think he's a bit excited. Cody, come on over for a quick chat as well, mate, because talks before about your Aussie racing car exploits, and you haven't done a lot of racing in those full-size cars. How does it feel to be on top of the podium in such a big and prestigious event?
Mate, it's great. It's great. I remember as a little fella, Dylan supported me from 7, 8 years old in karting to get over to the World Championship and do all that sort of stuff. So I always watched him in the Evo. It was a dream of mine to do it with him, and the first race we've kind of done together at P1. So yeah, it's great. I think the conditions and the track and the race are everything at us. But yeah, no, super happy to get the win, and really good to do it with this old fella over here.
Good stuff. We'll catch up very quickly. Chris Sutton, mate, congratulations. The win in Division C. Second place outright. That Subaru was an absolute weapon in the conditions today.
Oh, it was a jet. Like, the boys did a tremendous job with setup. We spent a bit of time today mucking around with tyres and springs, and oh my God, we spent heaps of time, and it worked a treat. It really did. So hats off to the crew. Yeah.
You were in Division C. Obviously, that meant you only had to make the single 5-minute pit stop. How much did that help your strategy throughout the race tonight?
Yeah, massively, actually. It was, yeah, like, it just works.
Yeah, well done, Noah. Sensational drive. Definitely punched above your weight. We'll come over and we'll grab a word with Todd Herring. 43rd position on the grid to third place outright. Could have even potentially challenged for the win, I think, if we'd had maybe a few more laps of green there at the end. How was your day?
Oh, mate, it's a rush. I lost 5th gear on the 8th lap, and we just had to go with it. I couldn't have the straight line pace down the straight to keep up with the quicker cars, but I just had to bury it through the corners and not use the brakes pretty much, as much as I could to keep up. But we're here. Obviously, a lot of people had bad luck to get me here, but mate, I was near crying in the car when they told me I'm third outright. I couldn't believe it.
Well,
4-speed.
Is that drive more satisfying than the wins that you've had here?
That was a ball. That was an absolute ball, mate. That was a rush. Yeah, that means a lot to me, that drive. To be here and win the division, it's just means so much, mate. It's not the outright, but I got back up to top.
Well done. Congratulations, Todd. Epic drive today, mate. You put on an awesome show for all of us. Zach and Will will head back up to the commentary box and get some final thoughts from you guys.
And thanks, Lockie. Thanks to you down there in pit lane. Well done to all and sundry. We've of course got trackside presentations coming through very shortly for all the division winners. And I'm just waiting for confirmation as to whether we're taking those on the live stream or not. But Will Hagan, some thoughts from you while I get that confirmation. What an extraordinary night at the office, and the emotion in Todd Herring says everything about what these races mean to these drivers.
I think more than that is the camaraderie between the drivers. The guy that came second says, you know, well done. The guy who won it says, oh God, that's a quick Subaru. Todd Herring's delighted to get where he got. An enormous array of factors came into the race. Not everybody got their pit stops and their strategies right, but some of them did, and certainly it was a very, very interesting, hard-fought race with a wonderful result in the sense of so many cars on the lead lap, and then another bunch of cars coming in to the 10th position. So 6 cars on the lead lap, and then 4 more, only 1 lap behind them, with 7 safety cars, all helping that. But as Lockie said down there, a brilliant bit of driving by Thomas to get into the lead past Sutton, so close to the end of the race. And that was one of those sort of driving situations where you say, well, he deserved that spot because he worked hard and he got it very hard and cleanly, ultimately, to be victorious. And 5 wins for Mitsubishi in this race. Still only 9 manufacturers that have won it. Subaru got close, BMW got close to winning this, Sydney won. It had 2 cars that looked as though they could have won it. One probably fell out, lost its chances for a strategy. The other with some sort of a curious decision that I don't know the full details about, about being too close to the safety car.
No.
But anyway, it was a victory, another victory, to a car that I've always admired, the Mitsubishi Evos, and an early Evo, an early 9. You could have been a 10 or an 11.
Great storied success for the Mitsubishi Evo in production car racing. Now it adds the Sydney 300 to its catalogue of success stories through one of the stalwart campaigners of a Mitsubishi Evo in Dylan Thomas, and a young gun that has got so much potential, as he proved tonight, Cody Brzezinski. We're going to a break. For those of you that weren't with us earlier in the evening, we're going to revisit some footage that we replayed during the dinner interval, and that is the look back, the retrospective, if you like, of Todd Herring's success here in the 2021 Picture Partner Sydney 300. And then on the other side of that, we'll be on the podium with all the division winners as we celebrate in Victory Lane. And on the way there, can I point out, well done to Oscar Butt and Troy Derwent, 12th outright in the E-Class winning entry there, and the Division D entry of Josh Haynes in number 41. Was the 14th outright car in the first in Division D. More on that very shortly. In the meantime, enjoy our retrospective of 434 days ago and Todd Herring's success here on a Saturday night in May.
My dad and brother used to race Speedway when I was a kid, and I used to go out and watch them, and I asked my dad if I could race. He goes, well, if you want to race, you can build a car. So at 11 years old, I built my first race car. Every time I get in the car, I want to win. But so does everyone else on the track, so you know they're going to drive as hard as you're going to drive. When you sit in the car, all you're really thinking about is going fast, and you forget about everything else. I don't know, I love it. It gives me just a rush.
So far, the 300 is still the car. Last time, got there and then goes, isn't it full yet, isn't it full yet? You didn't put enough fuel in the rig.
Sorry, I get a little bit antsy in the car.
Sydney 300, I think it is the biggest race for grassroots motorsport endurance racing.
It's like the grassroots races, Bathurst 1000 really.
No matter what class you're running in, people have to strategise and have race plans, and it's just another level of competition that you don't normally get with sprint events.
So if you come in right at the beginning of the pit window, we're going to be like 35-40 seconds worth of fuel in it.
So lap 35.
We can make it home from lap 37. Just don't do a wing cut.
I reckon.
Yeah, listen to what we say on the radio.
I'll hang over pit wall.
Once he stops, you'll know your rolls, tether, and extinguisher.
So one of the important things in the race is making sure we can communicate, because with a long race we all want to be on the same page. We want Todd to know what's going on.
Is he helping the field lap?
Yeah. I'm sure he is.
Can't hear a thing.
Sorry, what's that, mate? Can you hear me, Todd? Can you hear me, Todd?
On the start grid, I heard another team come over the radio. Where it was locked at, it was on a channel that was just constant squeal in my ears.
What are you doing? So we thought, oh, not again. We've had them in the past, and we thought, not another radio drama. So we're trying to frantically see if we can sort out what's going on with the radio, because we know how critical that is. We just have to assume that he can hear us, and I've just got to keep broadcasting.
Set for a start, the Sydney 300 of 2021. Freeman Racing. Great start from Todd Herring, who blasts up the inside to take the lead. But Tran wants to race early, wants to go hard. Benny Tran up on the inside.
Benny come flying up on the inside, and I went, holy, and he gave me a little tap. And I went, righto, sprint race it is. It's on. Let's go.
Benny Tran, new race leader. It only took 2 corners for the first bit of action.
It's on for young and old here.
Todd believes his best chance is to put Benny under pressure and try and make him run as hard as he can at the beginning of the race. They were door to door, and they were both going at it.
The plan for the race was Class A cars have to do 2 5-minute stops. The Class B cars have to do a 5-minute and a 2.5. So already we're 2.5 minutes behind.
We know that we've got to make up about 2 seconds a lap to catch up to any cars. If we get a safety car, we know we have to come in.
5-minute pit stops, safety car deployed. Now, if the boys have read their regulations, they know that at the end of lap 9, the one that we're on now, they can come into the pit lane.
We know we can't come in on that lap, but can we come in on the next lap and take advantage of it and have all or most of our pit stop done under the safety car conditions?
Because when the first car goes across the finish line, that's when the pit window opens. And then I'm doing the maths and I went, oh, what if I got it wrong? So I'm moving over to the pit lane and Benny's come with me. And I thought, if he dives, I'm going across the grass. And obviously he was going, well, if Todd doesn't go, I'm not going. But if I dived in, and then the next car didn't go over the start-finish line, we would have went in before pit window opened.
It's very important to get it right, but then you get it wrong, it finishes your race.
So he stayed out, I stayed out, let's go.
Didn't get a chance to take advantage of the first safety car, so we knew that as soon as there was a safety car called, we were at the point where we just had to come in.
1.7 second lead, mate. 1.7. Any sign of a safety car, come to the pits. Is that double yellows or safety car?
And there it goes. Flashing lights.
Safety car.
Pit lane's a hub of activity, Will. Both Herring and Tran in. The leaders taking advantage of this safety car.
You guys right? Tether it up!
I just floor it to get to the pit entry as quick as possible, because I know it's going to come down to seconds after the pit stops.
So the next critical thing for the pit stop is we had to make sure that we didn't let Todd leave too early. All he wants to do is get back out on the track, because as soon as the safety car comes back to the top of the main straight, they close the pit exit and you can't leave. So effectively, if you can't leave before the cars get to the top of the pit straight, you can go an extra lap down.
Lights out this time by restart at the start of lap 18, ladies and gentlemen.
I was trying to do the maths, and I'm going, they're going to be coming on the straight when they're going to have to release me. So I'm sitting there wanting to get out, and Vern's going, just wait, you've got plenty of time. And I went, no, I've got to get out.
10 seconds!
And then he released me, and I moved, and the red light come on.
Go!
Herring stuck at pit exit as we wait for the field to make their way by.
And I'm just thinking, oh, it's like, I'm done. Like, there's no way I can win this now.
Potentially this could have been the end of the race. That one extra lap is just a massive amount to make up.
So when I didn't know where I was, I knew I'd be like laps down.
29th at the moment, 2 laps down.
There was no baby in it, there was no looking after tyres, it was just drive it as hard as you can to try to get that lap back.
Well, he's got to get on with it, and he's further back in the field there, but he's made a little bit of ground.
He's still 40. Yeah. He's still perfect time. Like you said, man, just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah.
There is Todd Herring, closing in.
First place in white, second place in black. The monster Mazda MX-5, turbocharged.
Todd Herring goes back to the lead.
So it all becomes about fuel between those 2 pit stops.
You've got 9 laps of fuel left, mate. 9 laps of fuel, P2.
I was driving along, I had no comms, I didn't know where I was. And I'm going, I can't bloody hear, like.
About 7 laps of fuel left.
Vern made up the board in case we lost comms and ran me through all the squares and the numbers, and by the time I got out there and started the race, I forgot all about what the squares were.
And we're getting down lower and lower in the laps. I'm not getting any real reaction from Todd.
When he's doing the countdown, I'm going, what is that box? It must be fuel. It's got to be fuel.
And then we get down to lap 1.
And I've gone past. I went, 1? What? And then I went past the next time. And he's circled, he's got his finger around the 1. going, come in, like, come in. And I went come up over the hill and the car's going, and I went, oh, it's definitely what that square means.
Todd Herring on the lane. This is the critical point of the race.
Next lap, thankfully, we see him coming down pit lane for his second pit stop.
Herring's pit stop here needs to be as close to 5 minutes as possible.
Second pit stop, I asked Vern, do I go out and dry the wheels off it, or do I just go out circulate? He goes, push mate, push.
Let him off the leash and let him bring the car home.
There's Herring back out on the racetrack, 5 minutes more.
The last 20 laps, I knew I was in the top 3, so I was happy at that.
Todd Herring, the effective race leader based on all the calculations, comes around on the main straight one more time. Now, he took the week off work to go over that with the finest tooth comb you could ever imagine. He checked every nut and bolt.
I get such a buzz out of building my own car. Everything on this car I've either designed or built myself. It means that much to me to see it all come together and work how I planned it to work.
This is the pinnacle of grassroots motorsport, and that guy's the benchmark at the moment.
If you can hear me, Todd, there's 3 laps left after this. You've got a 1 minute lead.
Vern's hanging out over the wall going, slow down, and that's when I went, I've got this. You won't tell me to slow down if I'm not winning it.
This has just been a superb drive from Todd Herring, and there's not anything anyone in this paddock has been able to do to stop him tonight. He's done it solo again! A magnificent victory, an emphatic victory, a dominant victory.
He's a machine! He's a machine. That's crazy.
He doesn't need any more use of those tyres. He can light it up and smoke it up and celebrate big time.
Todd, you've just won the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. How do you feel?
Todd is just a racer at heart. It means everything for him to win.
Let's go!
I was that excited, I was that happy. I just went, oh, we've got it.
You did it, mate.
Again.
My childhood dream was to race a V8 supercar, but I knew I'd never have the money to be able to do it.
Todd, he's the first person to help anybody. Even if you're the car that's most likely to beat him, he'd be the first one to help you.
The grassroots guys, they put their heart and soul into their cars, they bring it to the track, and it's all it's a bit more respect, I think.
To put it all together, race it on your own, and for the car to run almost flawlessly is just amazing.
I have to ask, Tom, what makes an MX-5 go so bloody fast?
A few little tricks I've learned on the way, mate.
behind the podium and over to you, mate. So. We've seen some enthralling. I'm going to have to talk real loud for the people at home. Turn your televisions down because these people just below me can't hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park and the presentation ceremony for the 2022 Picture Partners Sydney 300. We've seen some incredible editions of this race in the past. Tonight is right up there with the very best of the 300s that we've ever seen across all the various different circuits that have hosted the format. With me as we launch into the presentation tonight, the naming rights sponsor from Picture Partners, Charlie Viola, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie, it wasn't necessarily your night at the office, but what a cracker of a race nonetheless.
Yeah, mate, awesome race, awesome race. Just watching on the live stream the two boys going at it, literally into the last two corners. It was fantastic. So, yeah, on a personal note, I think everything that could go wrong tonight went wrong for Benny and I. But look, we love supporting grassroots motorsport. We love what it means for people. We love watching teams like CXC come together and do this stuff together. We love watching families do it, you know, fathers and sons driving together, and you know, mates and lifelong friends, you know, putting cars together and all the banter and stuff. It's what grassroots motorsport is all about. So we couldn't be prouder to have our name on the front of all these cars, and as long as Terry will have us, we'll continue to come back and do it. So everyone, fantastic event. Terry, fantastic event. All the officials, couldn't do it obviously without you guys. So yeah, well done everybody.
Charlie will be sticking with us to present trophies throughout the course of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Viola. It's almost like the 1981 Bathurst 1000 podium where the PA mic wasn't working for the people downstairs, so we had to talk real loud and the people at home were encouraged to turn their televisions down. Let's launch into Division podiums. First up, Division E. It was nice to see Division E contested in 2022. Third place today, the Mazda MX-5 of Jamie Martin and Mike Kelsey. Second place in Division E. A late omission from this team, so a solo drive for Phil Alexander. And victory for Volkswagen in the form of Oscar Butt and Troy Derwent. We'll grab a word with Oscar and Troy in just a moment as the drivers make their way up to the podium. If the viewers at home can't see the trophies, we'll get some pics up on social media for you because they look absolutely spectacular. Come on through, guys. Great night out for these guys. Phil Alexander driving it solo in the absence of John Connolly. And step up onto the podium, guys. Except for Oscar and Troy, we'll get you guys to come on over here and have a chat to us because that was a superb performance. And to be fair, well done, guys.
Well done, mate. Thank you.
To be fair, the Volkswagen didn't miss a beat all night long, so well done. Congratulations on all of that, and I'm sure as you jump up onto the top step of the podium, you've got a few words you'd like to say.
Cheers, guys. Firstly, thank you to Terry Donovan for putting on an excellent event, as always, mate. Secondly, thanks to Phil and Ann, PB Motorsport. The car is just super hot. German Performance Cars, Picture Partners.
and also narrow fasteners. They give us all the supplies, so it's great.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Division E winners in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Thanks, guys. We'll get our division winners back at the very end of this presentation as well, ladies and gentlemen, to spray some champagne. And I know they're already looking forward to that on a night where you probably don't need to add any more moisture to the precinct. We're about to do that with some bubbly. Group D. Division D in the Sydney 300 presented by Picture Partners, the headline act of the Motor Racing Australia season for 2022. Third place, Jackson and Matthew Fraser in the Mazda MX-5. Second place, father and son duo back on the 300 grid, Josh and Graham Heath. And what an extraordinary performance this was from car number 41, the Nissan Pulsar N14, the winner of Group D, Michael Ricketts and Josh Haynes. And that's an important point to note as well. If you look down here in front of us in the presentation area, 5 different manufacturers represented as the 5 division winners, 6 divisions, or 6 manufacturers rather, in the top 10 at the end of the night. Josh and Graham, well done, guys. Congratulations. We're just waiting for our winners to join us up here. The Nissan Pulsar boys did good. Michael Ricketts and Josh Haynes. Boys, just to speed up the process here, before you step up onto the podium, come on through. Guys, congratulations, a superb performance. The race had so many ebbs and flows to it, so many different twists and turns, but the Nissan didn't miss a beat.
No, we had a great time, and thank you very much, Picture Partners. These sort of events, we couldn't do it without their support, and Terry and all his people. It's fantastic effort, and every other competitor, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd say again, I'd just like to thank everyone for putting this event on. To be able to do something like this at night in Sydney, doing an enduro with some awesome people to race against, it's an unreal experience, and I've done it with the best people I could, so thank you.
You've done some pretty cool things in your time in motorsport, and you're still in your youth in many respects. This has to be one up there with one of the best.
Yeah, 100%. We had a bit to work for there. Ricketts managed to pick up a puncture, and then we kind of didn't know what we were going to do from there, and yeah, we fought hard and managed to come home with a win, so it was bloody good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Ricketts and Josh Haynes, winners in Division D, and the Picture Partners Sydney 300 for 2022. Jump up on the podium there, guys, because I'm sure that it'll look good on social media, and there'll be some photographers that want to take some happy snaps downstairs there as well. Well done. From Group D to Group C. That is going to be a popular win and a popular celebration as we clear the precinct in about 3/4 of an hour from now. In Group C today, a guy that is more synonymous with Mazda RX-8s, in fact, in third place, the Toyota 86. Shannon McLean driving alongside Marcus Liddell. And a top 10 outright for those guys as well, which was very impressive.
After he crashed into me.
In second place for Pinnacle Automotive, of course, the manufacturer itself and the team itself won the Wakefield 300 earlier in the year, but it was at the hands of Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson. Tonight, second in Group C to David Kruger, the longtime co-driver of Daniel Kapitanovich. And it's well worth noting as well that Division C had never won a 300. Subaru had never won a 300. They went mighty bloody close tonight. Winner of Group C, second outright, Chris Sutton. And the Subaru WRX. And he is going to fly on up here to join us, and we'll get a couple of words from him in just a moment's time. And again, apologies to those of you at home. I've got to talk a little bit louder so the people down here can hear us. But here comes Chris Sutton. Denied some success and glory last year. He got a penalty in the Wakefield 300. He failed to finish in Sydney. Redemption is sweet for Chris Sutton. Come on over, mate. The Subaru WRX. It was one of the tales of the narrative today. The more moisture on the circuit, the better you all-wheel drive competitors were liking it, and thankfully it never dried up completely tonight.
Yeah, that rain dance certainly paid off, that's for sure. So, yeah, I was praying for a bit of moisture because it was like, otherwise these, the MX-5s and Evos are normally just too fast, But it worked in our favour and we had a great battle. That last lap was a Hamilton bloody Verstappen deal, so we were into it, but it was great. I loved it. We gave each other room, we had fun.
Did you ever think that as a Group C driver you'd be competing for outright victory?
I never thought as a bloke as 56 I'd be doing it as solo, let alone a Group C driver. But, it was great. I loved it.
And I guess the more wet weather 300s in the future, the better for you guys.
Yeah, I've got my rain dance sorted out now, so it's all good.
Chris Sutton, the winner of Group C, everybody, well done. Subaru did good. First time we've seen a Subaru win a division in the Picture Partners Sydney 300, well done. Reminder for those of you just joining us, yes, it is late, we'll get you out of here eventually. Charlie Viola on behalf of Picture Partners presenting the trophies as we move on to Division B. And again, a case of all-wheel drives reigning supreme. There was, however, a BMW in the sandwich. Third place today. I don't know if this counts as redemption for the box full of neutrals 3 years ago, but at least it's a podium for Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson. Second place today. Gut-wrenching for these guys. Incredibly unlucky in every sense of the word. After a late race penalty denied them the chance of an outright fight, but still a mighty performance nonetheless from guys that weren't sure how their car was going to handle the wet weather conditions. Adam Burgess and Anthony Sewell.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much. Great.
Well done,
Thank
boys.
you.
Great
Thank
stuff.
you. Great
Congratulations.
Job. Thank you. Cheers.
And we've got just Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson here at the moment. We're waiting for Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess. However, in the meantime, we stress that the results are preliminary. I can't hold on any longer, guys, unfortunately, so I'm going to press on. Winners in Group B, we'll get them up a little bit later on for a different trophy as well. Mitsubishi Evo, a young gun with the world at his feet, and an old-timer that has notched up a statistic tonight that he'd never achieved before. Cody Brzezinski and Dylan Thomas. So Mitsubishi's third and first in Group B. Quick comment from Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson as we wait for Dylan Thomas and also Cody Brzezinski to join us. Does that make up for the pain of 3 years ago or not?
I don't think anything ever makes up for it, but gee, that one of 3 years ago is a great story.
Yeah. It lives on rent-free in the memories of everyone that ever saw it, unfortunately. However, Stephen Thompson, what a compelling contest that was.
Yeah, cheers, thank you. What am I going to say? We finished. Hurrah.
Exactly right. What about this story, however? And they'll come round here and have a chat with us in just a moment. Dylan Thomas, Cody Brzezinski. Cody, the boss put you in the hot seat for qualifying. You didn't let him down.
Yeah, no, that was the plan. We didn't really have a strategy of what we were going to do coming into the race. So, yeah, the boss that's helped me out since I was a young fellow racing in Europe at the World Championship. So, yeah, it was pretty cool to do the race with him. It's something that I've kind of always lived up to. And the first one we did together, we came out with a win. So, yeah, super stoked.
We're going to get more words from you very shortly, Dylan Thomas. But at the start of the day, you didn't rate yourself a chance. At lunchtime, as the sun was poking through, you were saying, oh, no. And then all of a sudden, the track greased up just nicely for you.
Well, it's not bad. A couple of fat old blokes can do all right at the end of these races.
Woo! Dylan Thomas, everybody, and Cody Brzezinski as well. Well done. Now, I got a feeling that we might have been cut from the trackside PA system, but we're still pressing on for the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Winners in Division B. Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski. Let's press on to Division A. We're going to get Mr. Brzezinski and Mr. Thomas back up very shortly because it's the first time that we've seen an outright 1, 2, 3 with 3 different division winners in the Sydney 300. The previous record was 2. In Division A, stories left, right and centre here, including for the cars that came home. Third place in group, the BMW M4. Timing is everything, unfortunately. Had they made their pit stop 1 lap sooner, it could have been a completely different narrative for Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Maneath. They're heading on up to the podium, and as they do, finally, Benny Tran runs full distance in a Sydney 300, and he did so today with Jimmy Tran, Honda Integra, second home in Group A. And had it not been for the time certainty factor tonight, and had it not been for the fact that the first caution was thrown before the compulsory pit stop window opened, I could go on and on and on. It could have been a rear to first effort for Todd Herring. Instead, it's rear to third, 43rd to third, as he wins Division A for the 3rd time in as many attempts. Todd Herring in the Mazda MX-5. What about that? Well done, mate. Great stuff. Well done, boys.
Thanks, mate. Well done, man.
Thanks, mate. Awesome drive.
Mate, great. Thank you.
And what about this guy? He was rather emotional not half an hour ago when he was chatting with Lockie Mansell. It's not the outright hat-trick. It's not a member of the 4-time club just yet. But, by gee, what a heck of an effort.
Oh, mate, I'm just glad to be up here. I couldn't believe it when I got told I was third outright. There's no mic. I'll yell louder. I just want to say thanks to everyone. Terry, MRA, just, mate, everything you do for the sport, I love you for it. And all the officials for putting in the time, and the drivers, and just, it was great. Like, it was a wicked race. I loved it. My family, my crew, Vern talking to me, he got me through it. It was wicked.
It certainly was, but no doubt hungry to come back and give it a proper crack next year when you can actually qualify the car.
Definitely, mate, and my young fella will be with me too, so we'll see how we go.
So is this the end of Todd Herring running these solo?
Looks like it, mate.
Watch. Hey, we know the pedigree, we know the gene pool, we know the reputation that goes before them. The reality of the situation is, watch Team Herring going forward. Todd Herring, everybody, and your Division A podium. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Viola from Pitcher Partners as well.
Thanks, Charlie.
Well done. And at this point in time, as Charlie departs, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the man that orchestrates this entire circus, Mr. MRA, Terry Delavan, to present the outright podium. Sydney 300 of 2022. From 43rd to 3rd, the Mazda MX-5 of Todd Herring. Second outright, the winning margin, 0.31 of a second. Subaru on the outright podium for the first time in Sydney 300 history. Give it up for Chris Sutton. And as I said before, when we were on the precipice of the checkered flag, Mitsubishi did something tonight they've never done outside of Goulburn. Won a 300 outright. And it's the first time that Division B has won outright in the Sydney 300 in its short infancy. Cody Brzezinski and Dylan Thomas. How about that? A fifth outright win in the 300s for Mitsubishi. And as I said, their first outside of Goulburn, that seemed to be a little hoodoo that was happening there for quite some time. Had Subaru got up, they would have joined the list of manufacturers to won the 300s. Same for Honda. But in the end, Mitsubishi reigned supreme in Sydney. And have a look at that.
We'll get them this one too.
There is an outright trophy to be presented to you guys, and you may as well stay here because very shortly there's going to be some champagne to spray as well. And then for the benefit of those of you watching along at home, Lockie Mansell and I will be wrapping things up for you momentarily. There are the outright winners in the Sydney 300 with their new shiny, well, how many beers might fit in that when you celebrate tonight, Dylan Thomas?
Mate, I've got to get up at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning to take my son to motocross, so she's going to be only not a big night of sleeping. Big thanks to my team, CXC Racing, put together a great car. Cody did a great job. Obviously, these events is put together not just by, you know, your own collective group, but the whole organisation, the officials. Thank you very much who gave their time, long day and night. So thanks to all involved. Yeah, really, really stoked to be a part of it.
And Cody Brzezinski, this might be the start of something special. I mean, Dylan's done a lot of things in motorsport. This is a new feather in his cap for you. Exactly the same. 2 new names on the winners list.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like Dylan said, full credit to the CXC guys. It's the first event that I've done that's kind of been this long. So most racing I've done has been probably 15 laps max. So yeah, like I said, great to do it with the old boy. Yeah, just full credit to the crew because at the end of the day, we've got the easy part. We just try and drive the car as fast as we can. And I think I'll figure out how many beers will fit in this instead of Dylan.
I like that. That's the way of the future from the youthful exuberance of the sport. Dylan Thomas. Brand new shiny toy for the pool room of CXC Global Racing headquarters. You've achieved a lot in motorsport. This would have to be right up there.
This is really special for us because we've done a lot of these Wakefield 300s and Winton 300s back in the day. And particularly because I did a few with my old man, and my dad's on the phone over in Spain or Ireland or wherever the hell he is. So Chris goes holding it up. Dad, for you, mate, we finally got one of these friggin' things. So, you...
Ladies and gentlemen, the outright podium and the 3 Division A, B and C class winners in the 2022 Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Now at this point in time, before Terry Donovan hands out any bubbly, can we have the Division D and E class winners back up on the podium as well to join the celebrations? It's a white shirt. All right.
Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks.
And as the drivers head back up onto the podium to join in the celebrations with the bubbly, ladies and gentlemen, your Divisions A, B, C, D and E winners in the 2022 Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. And those of you tuning in at home that can hear Lachlan Mansell humming along in the background, He's thinking of the F1 presentation music. But as we wrap up here, Lockie, what an extraordinary day that was. That will go down in the history books as one of the more captivating 300s for so many reasons. And 6 drivers on the lead lap at the end of the day is a new race record.
Yeah, it just had everything, didn't it? Lots of thrills and spills, twists and turns. You know, multiple lead changes, different cars fluctuating in and out of contention as the race progressed. It wouldn't be a 300 without a bit of controversy, and I think Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess will be rightly feeling pretty frustrated after that. I mean, it's the first time I've heard of a penalty in motorsport for being too close to the safety car, so I think they can rightly feel a bit aggrieved about that one. But, you know, it'll be more motivation for them to come back and fight another day. But super happy for Dylan Thomas. We know the effort that he puts into all forms, all levels of motorsport. And his CXC racing team, they've been competing in the 300 since 2012 at the Wakefield 300. We saw that, you know, Daniel Kapitanovic, who'd been a 10-year veteran of the 300s, got his first win at Wakefield. Now it's Dylan Thomas's turn tonight here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
And the stranglehold that Todd Herring has had on Wakefield and, of course, Sydney Motorsport Park broken. And it's the second time in as many races that we've seen Division B victorious as well. And that's worth noting too, because for so long it had been hard for Division A to crack it. And then all of a sudden it became difficult for Division B to get back on top of the summit.
Indeed, but I mean, full credit to Todd Herring coming from 43rd on the grid to 3rd outright, and had we had a few fewer safety cars towards the end, or had the race not run time certain, he could have pulled off a win from the back of the grid. But I think, you know, speaking to him, he was stoked at the result. He actually seems happier with the 3rd place tonight than he had with his wins here in the past. And special mention to Chris Sutton as well, 1st in Division C, 2nd outright, could have almost been an outright win had the safety car come a lap earlier. So yeah, I think, you know, all-rounder deserving podium in terms of the, you know, every time after an endurance race like this, you're always going to have all sorts of stories about people who could have, would have, should have won the race if things had gone differently. I've already talked about Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess. I think Lachlan Manif and Adrian Wilson will be kicking themselves perhaps not pitting under one of the earlier safety cars and going for a different strategy. And, you know, again, mechanical attrition took its toll as well. We saw Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey retiring with the mechanical problem. We saw some of the other fancy contenders having some mechanical dramas as well, but all in all, a classic 300k race. Fantastic to be part of it. Great to have your company in the commentary box and in pit lane again throughout the course of the day. Lockie, been about 7 years since you and I teamed up for a 300, so thank you for that. Thank you also to the veteran in Will Hagan for his expert comments once again. On behalf of Terry Donovan and the team here at Motor Racing Australia, we want to say a massive thank you to all the people behind the scenes and out there on the racetrack, the unsung heroes, the officials that made it possible, medical, fire and rescue, recovery, timing, and all the MRA crew here, the Sydney Motorsport Park team that helped out throughout the course of the day as well, and to the drivers for putting on such a tremendous show. The Motor Racing Australia Series continues at Wakefield Park on the final weekend of August 27 and 28. And don't forget to stay tuned to Blendline TV for more great grassroots motorsport in the weeks ahead. But for now, on a history-making night in Sydney, thanks so very much for joining us, where Mitsubishi have finally won a Wakefield, a 300 rather, outside of Goulburn, outside of Wakefield Park. They break through in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. On behalf of Lachlan Mansell, Will Hagan, the rest of the Blendline TV and production crew here from Sydney, I'm Zach Cabin wishing you a very good night.